All right, good morning, everybody. I hope you're all ready for a day full of fun. Kyle said it was going to be fun, so I told him, I said, if it's not, blame me. All right, so I officially call our Town of Spencer annual strategic planning meeting to order. With that, we'll start with an invocation, so please bow your head. Father God, we are so grateful for the beautiful day that you've given us and this beautiful facility. And thank you especially for the folks that sit in this room today. Please bless us with wisdom, with guidance and discernment and vision today as we plan for the future of Spencer. Thank you for each of the men and women that tirelessly give of their time and talent and treasures to make Spencer a better place to live. Thank you for each of our staff members, and I thank you for the board members beside us. Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance, flag, United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I'm going to be talking a while, so are you okay with me removing my mask? Yeah. All right. So you have your agenda before you, and we've got a pretty packed agenda. Want to kind of real quickly walk through that. I'm going to spend a little time getting us started. My whole point this morning is to get us revved up, ramped up, and excited about today. So it's kind of a motivational session, and we'll have some opportunity for you to interactively provide feedback. And so as we do that, we're going to use a software called Poll Everywhere. Some of you might have used it. So if you have a computer, you can use that, or you can use your smartphone as well. So I'll give you instructions on how to use that. The whole point is that we can be interactive and we can also get some feedback from you on some of the important things throughout the day. Okay? And then after we talk a little bit about that, Joe and Peter are both going to provide a strategic plan snapshot review, strategic plan from last year, and looking at how we are doing, and then kind of maybe level setting and see where we go over the next year and beyond. And then we'll have a short break at 10:15. My goal is to keep us on time today so that we can get out of here at 4:30 or early. And then we're going to talk a little bit about community needs prioritization. And when we do that, I know I didn't give you all a big heads up, but what I want to do is we've got about an hour for that. I want each of the department heads to get up and just talk a little bit about what you see within your department are the major community needs over the next year or so. And then we're going to get some input from the board as well, some kind of prioritization of what we feel is most important. Part of the reason why we want to do this is we are going to be meeting with Central Carolina Regional Council here in another session. They're going to guide us through some exercises about how we use our ARPA funding. And so one of the things we want to make sure that we have is an idea of where our staff and our board really stand on what we think are some of the pressing needs that ARPA funding may be used for. So this exercise will hopefully get us ready to talk to the Central Carolina Regional Council. After that, we will be doing board liaison assignments. Those of you that have been on the board know about the liaison assignments with different community focus areas. But for Mr. Howe and Mr. Muhammad, what we'll do is review those. I want to make sure that the folks that have been liaisons want to continue with the focus area that they have been, or if we need to switch that up, we can. And then give Mr. Howe and Mr. Muhammad an opportunity to plug in where we've got some vacancies on those. Okay. And then during lunch, around 12 o'clock, we'll break for lunch. And we have some community partners coming in. We have, I know that Greg Edds will be coming from the county commissioners. We have Barbara Mallett, mayor of East Spencer, that will be coming in. I'm not sure if Karen Alexander from Salisbury will be coming or not. Hopefully she will be able to, or somebody from Salisbury. We will have Scott Shelton from the EDC. We will have Elaine Spalding from the Roland Chamber. We'll have Jim Beamer from Salisbury Roland Utilities. We'll have James Meacham from Roland Tourism Authority to be here. And this will be an opportunity for them to give us an update on some of their major initiatives that they're working on, and for us to really talk about some of the things that we're working on that impact them and where we can use their partnership to help us make those initiatives a success. This afternoon, after that, we're going to have Mr. Jeff Ashball and Mr. John Wood from Benesh come in, and they're going to talk to us about our Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. So we're looking forward to that and being able to provide some input to them on that process. And then Mr. Steve Blunt has 30 minutes for a comprehensive plan update. And I know he is hoping that we are running ahead of schedule because if he can do it in 30 minutes, I'm going to be amazed. There's a lot to cover. Then we'll have a short break at 3:15, and then JD's just going to come in and talk about town property. As you know, we've got some decisions to make going forward about how we handle our lease space in this new facility, how we handle our old town hall and police department building going forward, and we really want to make sure that we all have a plan for how we're going to handle that going forward. We do have a lot of folks that are starting to ask about it, lease space, and about the old town hall, to make sure that we are all on the same page with what we need to do with that. And then 4:30, we will adjourn, if not earlier. All right. So let's dive right in. And you will notice we do have larger screens now. Yeah. There we go. All right. So I need to go to the back in order to guide you. This icebreaker exercise, all of you.
Where do we go to type it in? I mean, I've got the computer up, but I've got something here that says read only. So where do I go?
Oh.
What's that?
You want to go?
What's that?
You want to go?
The what?
Okay.
And then 738.
And then you can just type in
Gotcha.
that holy D.
Gotcha.
Oh, I got to put another S in it.
Put it on. That's what we said.
What? Why I just do the Donna to get this one in the phone number.
DM what now?
Well, see, it says in text Jonathan Williams 3738. Just oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I know how I do this. I text all the time. I won't think it. I'm gonna try this. I can't. Well, no, back 4.6. Then 2 zeros. 09.
Looks like there aren't many great matches for your search. It looks like there aren't many great matches for your search.
336-664.
Oh, easy.
Almighty.
You gotta do it up here.
Well, I did, but I left out the .com. Sorry.
That's the number in there. Go to poll.
Up here. PM what now?
And
You're scared of that. Poll?
okay. 336.
Maybe a long day.
I need to see.
Okay.
Okay. Now I just
I
send
want
it,
to be
right?
able to do it.
You type it up there, but that's going to be the search. You need to put it up.
738,
Well,
right?
Jonathan Williams.
Pollev.com.
Oh,
Pollev.com.
Okay.
You need to better sell service.
One thing I know I'm not.
Back
what Thank you. Well, you'll probably regret saying that.
No.
It's a forward slash, Jonathan.
You hit.
God,
It's our cookie policy.
can't send message. Oh, turn off airplane. Yeah, I did. Okay.
Yep. I
forgot I turned
up in here.
Pudding and change.
You don't right there.
Airplane mode.
You should have given us a heads up on this last night. So we could practice.
That's fine. The whole point is to get you.
Do what?
Yeah, you're not. Because that's a print.
Yes, if I know. I don't know what I got. I'm gonna try. I mean, I text all the time, so I never done anything like this on
Can we
text.
get set up on the internet?
Put
your
name in there. Where were you trying to?
Receipt was helping me.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, that thing there, I don't know about that. Oh, darn, I
get her. If you want to.
And that ends our
All right, well,
strategic
the
planning
great
session
thing.
for today.
And
Y'all
each
have a great
page-
weekend.
All right, everybody else good?
Thanks.
Sam got it. Only took us 15 minutes. Too. I hope you allowed a lot of time for all
Now-
this.
Do I have to hit this green thing? I guess I do.
Yeah, now if I can figure out what water one word. What's one word?
I can.
Expletive deleted.
Add your name.
Just Patty say. Mad.
Come on, Patty, you're holding up the train.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'll put it on here. Okay, I wrote it on.
Is that serving?
You're cutting into Steve
out of
Blunt's time to talk.
Well, I thought I typed that in. Okay, I don't put it on this.
move forward.
So, hey, it's
I got a good student. It was a good job.
The danger of low expectations. I would rather aim for the stars and not hit them than to not aim at all. I would rather go after it and not get it than not go after it at all. I'd rather try and fail than not try at all. I don't want to live with the idea, wonder what would have happened had I done more with my life. I'm going to go for it, come hell or high water. I'm going after my destiny. Touch your neighbor and say, run. You got to run after your destiny. You can't stroll after your destiny. You can't walk after your destiny. You got to run. Somebody holler, run. You got to run. You got to run. You got to run. You can't just wake up in the morning and let me see what's going to happen today. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to wear. I don't know what I'm going to cook. I don't know where I'm going to go. I just woke up. Oh, you should stay in the bed. Give the day to somebody who's going to run after their destiny. Give the day to somebody who has a plan, who has a strategy, because success is never an accident. And if you don't want it, get out of my way, because there are some people who want to do something with their life who will run. 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 You gotta run. You gotta run after your destiny. You gotta run after it. You gotta run after your destiny. 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 You gotta run after it. You gotta run. When they gave the young man the scholarship, tears welled up in my eye. I said, oh God, good. He got a better chance to run after your destiny. Touch your neighbor, say, run after your destiny. Oh my God. And the Lord sent me here to tell you it's running time. It's running time. It's not strolling time. It's not walking time. It's not sightseeing time. It's running time. Touch your neighbor and say running time. You see, if you hear me good, especially young people, if you run after your destiny, you will automatically distance yourself from your history. You understand? If you just run after what's in front of you, you will escape what's behind you. Don't spend all your time trying to fix what's behind you, because you'll never be able to fix what's behind you. You have to run after what's in front of you. Touch your neighbor and say, run. Oh, you're not saying it right. Say, run.
Wake up and yeah. Heard it said, run, run.
Can you capture this so that we can have it produced?
So I get a sense of sort of ambition to do big things, and there's a little. So I'm sort of analyzing to think that there's sort of a gap between what we have the capacity to do. So we're going to have to build some capacity in order to achieve large. Goes to Kyle's point about institutional.
When you're up against a trouble, meet it squarely, face to face. Lift your chin and set your shoulders. Plant your feet and take a brace. When it's vain to try and dodge it, do the best that you can do. You may fail, but you may conquer. See it through. Black may be the clouds about you, and your future may seem grim, but don't let your nerve desert you. Keep yourself in fighting trim. If the worst is bound to happen, in spite of all that you can do, running from it will not save you. See it through. Even hope may seem but futile when with troubles you're beset. To remember you are facing just what other men have met. You may fail, but fall still fighting. Don't give up, whate'er you do. Eyes front, head high to the finish. See it through. The tree that never had to fight for sun and sky and air and light, but stood out in the open plain and always got its share of rain, never became a forest king, but lived and died a scrubby thing. The man who never had to toil to gain and farm his patch of soil, who never had to win his share of sun and sky and light and air, never became a manly man, but lived and died as he began. Good timber does not grow with ease. The stronger wind, the stronger trees. The further sky, the greater length. The more the storm, the more the strength. By sun and cold, by rain and snow, in trees and men, good timbers grow. Where thickest lies the forest growth, we find the patriarchs of both, and they hold counsel with the stars, whose broken branches show the scars of many winds and much of strife. This is the common law of life. Figure it out for yourself, my lad. You've all that the greatest of men have had. 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes, and a brain to use if you would be wise. With this equipment they all began. So start from the top and say, I can. Look them over, the wise and great. They take their food from a common plate, and similar knives and forks they use. With similar laces they tie their shoes. The world considers them brave and smart, but you've all they had when they made their start. You can triumph and come to skill. You can be great if only you will. You're well equipped for what fight you choose. You have legs and arms and a brain to use. And the man who has risen great deeds to do began his life with no more than you. You are the handicap you must face. You are the one who must choose your place. You must say where you want to go, how much you will study, the truth to know. God has equipped you for life, but He lets you decide what you want to be. Courage must come from the soul within. The man must furnish the will to win. So figure it out for yourself, my lad. You were born with all that the great have had. With your equipment, they all began. Get hold of yourself and say, I can.
We are running out of time. What are you going to do with the time you have left? I say that if you don't reposition yourself, you could miss the best time in your life, in this season of life. Because we have got to change the way we think. We have got to change the way we function. We have got to change the way we deal with issues. And the reason that you have to begin to reposition the way you think and the way you function and the way you feel is that we many times are stuck between the lines of limited thinking and limited people and limited ideas and limited philosophies. And there's something creative down inside of you saying, let there be. You need to walk into a situation where you've been locked up and tied up and tangled up and say, let there be light, let there be healing, let there be books, let there be change in this city. You have tried 4 or 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different things. Each you worked on 90 days or so and then said it doesn't work. How can you be a leader with a 90-day test? Of course it didn't work. You didn't stick to it long enough. You didn't fight hard enough. You didn't do what it took to win. And rather than to correct it and get it right, you walked away from it and tried something else. And for the last 10, 15 years of your life, you've been on the run from one thing to the next thing to the next thing, trying to make all this stuff work. Stop it. Stand still. You have to have the courage to live with the pressure and the criticism. New levels bring new devils. You have to be tough. You have to be tough to be able to stand it. It's tough for keeping your kids encouraged while you secretly worry to death yourself. It's tough for getting ready for a birthday and don't have a birthday gift. It's tough of not being able to get the light bill paid and the water bill paid. It's tough. But what do we do with these moments? Do we just have them and go back home and wait for the next one? Almost like junkies getting a fix or smokers smoking a cigarette? Are we just habitually addicted to moments without being able to take that moment and use it strategically to do something in our lives? You do not have to accept it the way it is. Somewhere down inside of you there is creativity. We've got to break out of the barriers and the limitations and get outside of the box. Something is about to happen in your life. You've got to take it one day at a time. And when you get to the end of the day, you say, I'm not finished, but I've done everything that I was supposed to do for that day, for that time, for that season. Your season is shifting. You will be able to do now in a way that you have never been able to do it before. You haven't sung your best song. You haven't preached your best sermon yet. You haven't thought your greatest thought. You haven't written down your greatest idea. You haven't dreamed your best dream. Maybe you haven't laughed your best laugh. You haven't had your greatest day yet. It's somewhere inside of you. You're a miracle looking for a place to happen. You have got all kinds of things locked up inside of you that are about to come forth for such a time as this. The time is right. The stage is set. The conditions are in order. And something awesome is about to happen in your life. Don't let anybody tell you you're too young. Don't let anybody tell you you're too old. Don't let anybody tell you you're fitted. Every day you wake up in the morning, it's a sign the best is yet to come. This is my moment, and I am determined to live it. The mind is the battleground. The fight is in your mind. Are you ready for the next level? What are you going to do with with the time you have left.
Spencer being Spokes and Spencer said they want these things.
For decades. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate, you're doing this in terms of providing motivation for us. But the way I look at it, the people that really need to be here are out there. There are more and more of them coming into our community that don't give a rat's hindquarters about Spencer. And that needs to be changed. We've been talking the talk for a long, long time, even before, this board, the previous board, ad infinitum. But we cannot grow a community until we get the people here. You can't get the people here until you make the community attractive enough for families to move here. And then you'll get new businesses. It's one of those constantly evolving and changing scenarios. And man, if we could get our community engaged and enthused and working together instead of sitting on their backsides waiting for something to happen, or waiting for us to do something, or waiting for the staff, yada yada yada. I mean, that's the problem. That's the core. That's what we have to crack. That's what we have to move beyond. Yeah.
We, together in this room, we've got to run so that they see us running. You've got 10 years to make these things happen. It's taken decades of people saying they want this to happen, and it hasn't happened. This right here, this is the group that makes it happen. So let's make it happen.
You're the catalyst.
Exactly. We're the example. Right? For years, folks in our community have seen infighting amongst their leaders, inaction, apathy. That changes right now. And it's been changing. But we've got the pieces in place to make these things happen over the next 10 years. So I'm going to leave you with this. I know we're a little bit over. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Remember, our success is not an accident. This is our moment, and we need to be determined to live into it. It's running time. Get ready to run. My question is, who's going to run with me? You all better be raising your hand right now.
I'm going to jog.
Do we need to check on?
He's good. He had to,
Okay.
he had a
That-
delivery that was being made.
That's fine. Just didn't want him to be somewhere out there and need help.
All right.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for that inspiring kickoff to our day, and it's a hard act to follow. But I'm very excited to be here and running with this team. So, in the materials in front of you, board, either on the Chromebook or there's some printed copies as well. And I do have a few additional printed copies here of if anybody needs anything in hard copy. But a few things I'll point out is we do have our mission, our vision, our values. We've talked about a lot of them here, and then from there, that's where we want to go. And how do we get there is our strategic plan. This document here was put together for the current year budget. It's a snapshot of the things we're focused on in the current year, based off of the strategic plan document, which looks like this. So it on the Chromebook, there's a file in there that says 0C Spencer. I'm sorry. I hope I'm sorry. Number 4, priority goals snapshot update. That if you're looking on the Chromebook, that's the file to open. What we're going to do is go through this document, and what I'd like to do is maybe highlight on some of these items that have, since the last update, gone to a completed status. And I think the best way to go through this is to identify perhaps those things are things that we can, in essence, check off the list and make room for new things. So just to jump right into it, we have 5 core areas: staff excellence, outreach and involvement, infrastructure and facilities, public safety, and planning and development. They're in categorized sections here. So the first 2 outcomes here: to attract, develop, and retain town staff in order to support services and meet resident and community needs, and also to create policies to improve the administration of town government. Those are collectively what we call here in the staff excellence category. So you could see on the tracking document, a number of those are either complete or on track with significant progress. And if there's any particular items in there you have questions about, a lot of these items were well on their way prior to my arrival, but there was a lot of work done in this area with our Mr. Cream, our interim town manager, and we got a good foundation in place to move forward. So, any questions on that section? And Joe, jump right in. Of course, Joe is involved in the creation of this document from the origins, and we've worked to get this updated a few times.
So it simply acts as a barometer for town organization, how well we're doing in certain areas. One of the goals of it, as we look through this, on to any specific questions or observations that you might have, I think our end of the day plan will be to take the information that we gathered in this session that the mayor just read, conversations throughout the day, things that come to mind as we're going through various elements of the strategic planning process, and we will probably come back to you as part of the budgetary process and resubmit this in an updated format. Peter and I have not rehearsed this, but we just talked about it briefly. And one of the things that we will do is, based on the input from today's session, sit down with the mayor, probably go through this document and take a few of these things off the list because they're done and have been done. And we, that whole thing that we were talking about, running from the past. I mean, there's things that are over our shoulder now, and it's great to acknowledge that, but at the same time, we've got to, keep a carrot out there, I suppose, that we're continuing to move forward. And I don't know that I think we want to go through the various sections and allow the board to ask any questions about the status of the various items, but I don't know that we need to go through this line by line. So we started out with that outcome number 1, and then does anyone have any observations? Yes, ma'am.
I have one question. Prepare and implement a career development plan for all town employees as being limited progress currently on schedule. That doesn't mean that no one has that plan, but everyone does, correct? I mean, do y'all put those plans in writing? And I mean, I don't know what the cost.
So that's an opportunity. That's one of the items that's still out there that we need to get ahead of. And I think the town's classification and comp plan and pay plan that was adopted uh, goes a little bit towards that direction in implementing the developmental increase program. But this would be a layer on top of that that has specific goals for career development in terms of education, training, and experience that we could build in a career path program for folks based on where they are in the organization.
You know, and just as I look through some of these, I think we need to recognize that some of these things that we're saying that are complete or nearly complete, in reality, are ongoing things.
Sure.
And we need to make sure that we don't take them off so that we don't lose focus on them. I mean, I look at prepare and implement a classification and compensation plan for all town employees. So yes, we've done that. But the reality of what we're facing is that plan needs to always be evolving, because what we've done is we've effectively set a class and comp plan that's based on set numbers as our staff matriculate through their careers. Problem is, what it doesn't take into account is the fact that every other municipality around us sees that and then adjusts. And so we've got to be nimble, we've got to be adaptive and flexible so that we're continuing, in order to attract and develop and retain town staff and make it an employer of choice, that we're able to adjust to those changing things, that we don't just do a case study every 10 years and say we're done with it. It's got to adapt and change with time, and the cost of living changes really on an annual basis.
So one thing I would suggest that we consider when we have our DD is that we come up with another. I mean, this is a pretty complicated document to read through. It's got a lot going on in it. But maybe we need to think about some system of identifying ongoing, reoccurring, infinitely,
areas for continued growth.
And maybe it could be in this column to the far left about outcomes. That, the infinity circle, infinity symbol. But you're right. I mean, a lot of these things will be we'll be addressing every day. But we need to figure out a way to acknowledge it.
And Peter, as far as the prepare and implement career development plan, what's the plan moving forward? I see that as being a very critical piece of both recruitment and retention. I mean, I look around and look at what our staff does in this town, and they are our most important resource and asset in this town, and making sure that we're growing them and developing them in their careers is important.
Yes, there's a lot of models out there. Some are very complex, some are not, and that is something that we'll work together as a staff to find the right fit for us and what we can recommend. Because there's ideally a career development plan will come with some budgetary impact in terms of accommodating, for example, a separate type of, almost like a bonus type system that recognize certain milestones. So I think something less complex is probably best suitable for our organization, but that's something we'll have to work together on the staff side to chart that out as a recommendation.
So again, back to the question of time.
Sure.
How does that?
I have a suggestion, and I haven't talked to the town manager about this, and I'm actually in a little bit different category because I'm a contract employee, not baked into town for, although I spend a lot of time interacting with staff all the time. But my recommendation would be to include the career development plan and annual where when town manager sits down with staff, it goes over their annual performance, what their goals are, that they talk about, well, what kind of training do you need? What are the things that the town can be doing to assist you with your career? And that would be a logical place to me at least to establish some sort of format, letting employees say,
and that's actually that's something that we already have implemented.
So, and on that line, so that's in my role in my other jobs, that's one of the things that I have done for our 100+ staff is implementing career development plans and program for those staff that are interested in participating. And we've done exactly what you say. We've kind of tied it to starting those conversations during annual performance conversations, but then actually mapping out a written career development plan with specific goals, training that's associated to meet those goals. Then we've also included in that, at a minimum, the people that are participating, monthly, one-on-one, meaningful conversations of an hour or more, where they sit down with that supervisor or mentor and talk through specifically that career development plan and the progress that they're making. And then quarterly, what we've done is we brought everybody together that participates, and we've done some type of program for them over lunch specifically focused on career development and career growth. So I would just offer that up as a potential model that doesn't require a lot budgetarily. It doesn't require, the thing that it requires is time and somebody to lead that and put it together. And it requires time of the people participating and the supervisors. But those are the type of one-on-one conversations I feel like our staff need to be having to, so that people know what people are thinking, know what their goals are, and that we're all working to help each other reach those goals from a personal and career development.
It sounds like, and because I'm not in the staff, I'm not completely aware of what Peter's up to on this. Forgive me, Peter, but I mean, one thing I would recommend is that every key employee, department head, go through the municipal administration process. And I think most of that's online, a lot of and so I know Stacy's taking advantage of the work training this week. We have a wonderful resource to local government here in the state. So those kinds of things, very beneficial. I think you can only get maybe one or two people in time, so it may take a few years to get to it. It really heightens the quality of the staff across sort of exposure across the state of other what the best practice.
And the board established what we called a Dave Bream scholarship that has not been used. So that's the budget line item that's been there for 2 years. So
for exactly that sort of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
The other thing that I would say is, if we're talking about new things that need to be added under this area, I think, we've heard over recent months with some of our departments, I think that making sure that our staff is right size is very, very important. And filling critical gaps we have in staffing in some of our departments. I mean, I think that needs to be an absolute priority when it comes to staffing to meet our residents and community.
It's crucial. Mm-hmm. Because if we don't do something, we're going to lose good people.
And we've got really good people.
Right.
So, any other comments on this section? I would note on the next section there's an item on there, recodification of the current ordinances. That's in the similar status that it that has not happened. It could be that, of course, our process of going through the SB 300 type issues are a good opportunity to think about that. But that still, in terms of where that conversation came from a few years back, I don't know. How do y'all feel collectively about that issue?
I would say we're making progress on it. I mean, with some of the things that we have done, with our SBO, with, really working. The whole genesis of that was working to, as we modernize our town, making sure that our codes are modernized as well, that we're eliminating any antiquated ordinances and things like that. So I think that is still a priority. I think we need to evaluate that to make sure that we're not restricting growth unnecessarily, but that our codes help to do that in a controlled manner. Recodification from the standpoint of community appearance and code enforcement. So I do think that is still an important thing we need to look at doing in the near future.
That's the 160A, right? Mm-hmm. We reworked the 160D.
Correct.
But there's a lot of this 160A that is out of date.
Correct.
Now there's an organization that kind of does that.
American Legal Publishing.
Yeah. Have we looked at what they have on the books now compared to what we have on our books? Or is that something we have to pay them to do, or how does that work exactly?
So we pay them to maintain our codes online, and that gets updated on a somewhat regular basis. If there are substantial changes, then that's kind of a separate cost. For example, if we inquired when all of the new development ordinance was adopted, what that would cost to put that into that system. It was quite I believe their quote was about $15,000 to get all that published within their system. And so that's why those things, that section, that development ordinance is maintained separately, so that we can amend it, keep it maintained on our website on our own. But if we were to, there's really two separate issues. I mean, the American Legal is really just a publishing.
Right.
They're not going to be able to give us any technical support what our codes be. But if we, in terms of going through it, that's one part of the exercise, and then the results is what we work with them on getting published.
Okay.
And I guess, and Peter, you probably don't know, but somebody might. The last time a major recodification and a major review of our code of ordinance was done, anybody have any idea what would have happened? If ever. Yes, Kyle. Well, I think you hit it on the head in the past several decades.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know, as Kyle mentioned, he's sort of delved into this a little bit. I'm not going to, hopefully not put you on the spot, but I think that American Publishing has adopted a slightly different platform or portal where you can make updates to your code in real time. It used to be that you would have to submit to them your changes, and they would do the editing and reformatting. And because, I mean, if you add something, it could change the lettering, the numbering, the whole system. But there's something out there now that allows you to have control over that, and it makes the adjustment you know, in community. I'm talking about something I don't know, but I think there's something out there that we might want to evaluate. It gives us a little more control. So they typically charge on a per page basis incident.
Okay. So my question to the board members, as well as staff who have to live and work with this code, is do you think it is important that be a relatively near-term goal for us to do a comprehensive review of that code and recodify as necessary? I maybe 2 years ago, I mentioned during our retreat about we need to get our house in order. And this is another one of those pieces of getting the house in order to be ready for things like growth, things within the community. And I would rather us have that ready to go and be proactive as opposed to reactive to it. So input from the board and also staff who have to live and work with each other.
I agree 100%. Past time.
We can't ask people to comply with code if what we have out there is not what we think we.
Well, and we have to do it anyway. With SB 300, we're going to have to review anything that we want to criminally enforce or are not criminally enforced and specify civil penalties. I would I live in ordinance land a lot, and statute land. So I'd recommend that to us, and then to folks out there, is that we I can help with this if need be, if we need to do it. I kind of did this for my job. So
so we could just plug in.
So if we need to do a committee or an informal grouping to help, I'm happy to help with that. And of course, I'm sure Mr. Dees will is happy to help as well. But I think we need to look at big overarching themes, and I'm sure it's categorized in big overarching themes. Housing and et cetera, et cetera. What do we want those to look like? What has to be changed? What needs to be changed? And then send it to our folks out there for revision, and then we can come back and kind of adopt it in pieces or whole cloth or whatever. I would imagine. I think I've made no substantial changes to ours. I just basically rewrote it as it is and sent it up for additions. I think it was 22 pages. So I would imagine if there's substantial rewrites, I know we with especially with the fire and police, we definitely want their input on what do they want prioritized to be able to enforce criminally. That's an important conversation with them. So and I think that helps. And not to mention they're going to have them feedback on public safety and what makes it hard for them to help our town and what makes it easy. So I think if we do it that way, and that could take a while. I know it took me about a month, and that was kind of working piecemeal. So it could be summer before we're really ready to move forward. But we have to do it anyway with SB 300.
So, just for a little additional context, I haven't thought about this in a long time, but the recodification was identified when I came in the door as something that was passed through, and there was a pause button that went something like, "Oh, we need to do 160D before we do the recodification." So we've done that, and I think the logical sequence at this point would be try to do some due diligence, figure out what the cost of doing it included in the next fiscal year budget, and then we can, and leading up to that, we can begin the in-house analysis that you're suggesting.
And I agree, because we're going through a comprehensive plan.
Right.
We did 160D, we're doing comprehensive plan, and now then we follow that on with the recodification to make sure
it's tied
the
together.
168 ties in with all of the other stuff. I do want to hear staff input based on each of your jobs on if you think it's long overdue based on the things you have to enforce. Okay. We don't want y'all to be quiet though. This is a working session. Other staff input.
Well,
Joe?
The specifications in some of our first ordinances or something like that don't fit now. So we're getting fleet over and there's nothing there to report somebody if they want to throw things up that is larger than what's in this list or something like that. So yeah, I think going through it would be definitely beneficial for everyone.
James?
Well, I'm not kind of new all this type of municipal government, so not knowing how code's run in the past, but just generally, I would really kind of agree that it definitely needs to be gone over to bring it up to what we're dealing with today. We're starting to see a lot of things change now there, and it needs to be brought all together and gone with it, because right now the way that it's just getting to information for a citizen, somebody is difficult, and then to kind of go through it and understand it is more difficult, because we got Dusty that goes on the website, and then we got the rest of the old code on the American legal system. The chapters that are obsolete are still out there, so people don't even know that they've changed within the changed in 6 months. So there needs to be some updating to all of it, so we're all in one place and line by line to ensure that it's worded properly the way we want to.
and on that note, with the growth in publishing aspect of having to renumber and all that stuff like that, which can be confusing. I think if you spend a lot of time on the statutes website, and I do, you'll see that they'll leave 143B 100 reserved for future codification. And so I think there's things we can do where, as we rebuild this, there's strategic points that we just say we're going to leave this blank for future use, and that way we don't have to run into those publishing costs in the future. And we probably will, but to the extent that we can mitigate that, there are lots of things we can do to save time and money there.
Makes interesting reading at night when you can't sleep.
So, Mayor, I know this is probably one of the most important activities we're doing today, but we're behind schedule.
We are. I promise I was going to make it
What are
up.
your thoughts about how we might want to proceed?
Well, I think let's look through real quickly and just see with those other sections, especially on the things that we are showing that we identified that we haven't made progress on, if there needs to be additional discussion. So
Can I jump into that one?
Yep.
Under number 4, to develop a plan for placing a community information sign on North Salisbury Avenue. That's one we haven't made any progress on at all. But maybe if the board is willing to go along with this, perhaps that's a conversation we could have with Mr. Ashfall today.
Yep.
When he's here, if it's still a priority to the board. And I would say that it is, or would, because one of the things that I've observed is that the public doesn't necessarily follow our meeting schedule online or in the paper or anything like that. And if there were a way to promote our public meetings and our events and that sort of thing, and it was front and center in our community, it might be a useful thing to follow up.
And it's also something useful for fire department to perhaps some fire safety messages on such a sign is useful for even the ISO rating process.
And I know one of the things that we've been holding on is making sure that we integrate it in with the park plan. And so this afternoon would be a good time, if we still view that as a priority, to bring that up with the folks from Benet.
That and a flagpole were both
Right,
kind of
exactly.
obvious things that are missing from
Right.
this project. Well, that'll come along with the park.
Now, this other one about identifying a local provider to host a summer feeding program, I thought that we had.
We did.
Okay, so that is
That's been taken care of.
complete.
Okay.
Schools take
Now,
care of that.
my question
Well-
is from an ongoing basis, though.
That will be ongoing.
Okay.
I feel pretty sure.
For the-
School stepped back in and did it at North Elementary.
But did they do that as a result of the COVID, or do you think
No,
that'll
that's
go?
always been a program for, it shut down at one time because of COVID.
No, but I mean, before, there
Oh,
was,
yes,
there
'cause
was
I
a
used
summer.
to serve in it. Students were served at summer school, and when the state quit allocating funds to summer school, they implemented something else, and Northland Elementary stepped up and done it. You have to go through certain training and everything. Just,
But I'm aware of that, but there was, the first year I think I was on the, or maybe running for the board, there was no summer feeding program.
and that's when Central Methodist stepped in and did it, and then the school have assumed control of it.
Right. And
And as far as I know, they'll.
originally it was at the library, right? Am I imagining
No.
that? It was never at the library?
Originally, it
Okay.
was done
It was
through
at Central
schools,
Methodist.
and then the
Okay.
schools
That's
kind of
right,
stepped back.
And we thought somebody was gonna have to step in, and we said, well, we as the town would like to identify.
Well, someone came and addressed the board and
Yeah.
said,
Yes.
I remember
Because
that.
there was a lot of concern about it, and
Okay.
and that's good that our citizens cared enough that it wanted to be pursued, but from what I understand, the schools will continue that.
Well, I pulled an article out of the Salisbury Post just in the last couple of weeks that they were talking about looking for people for summer feeding programs. I didn't bring the copy of the article with me.
They are looking for people to help on that thing because some of the volunteers from our church is going to be involved or will be.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have different places besides schools, like parks.
Oh,
where they
yeah.
rock.
Yeah.
So it is.
But hopefully ours is middle school.
Yeah, I think the site will still be the elementary school.
Okay. Moving along, I guess the other on section 5, to develop a resurfacing plan for all town streets and sidewalks. I think we've done the assessment, so now it's the plan for how we work through that assessment and address the highest priority needs first. So, yeah.
What do we? You just think about the chicken spring roof. How do we stand on that? I know we talked about that. How do we stand on it? You make the deal?
Joel, you and Peter want to take that? The dam? Stand back
Chicken
for us.
Springs Dam. What's going on with that? Anything?
Right.
Downhill flow portion
Yeah.
from that, because they're gonna widen that ditch on that other side to have a little bit more reservoir. But as far as the dam, it's kind of at a hold for us a second until we find funding to be able to fix it.
Wasn't it some way they were talking about reducing the water in that dam to make it more marshland?
Yeah.
Something like that?
So it's classified as a high hazard.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous, right? And we learned just this week, our good friend Jason Walzer, who is what's the proper, he is on the, what used to be called the Clean Water Management Trust Fund, called the Land and Water. He's on that commission. And he sent us a link to a grant program through the Golden Leaf Foundation for hazard mitigation, flood mitigation projects available to communities. So we learned about that, I think, Tuesday. And then I think Peter, Jonathan, and Joel met with an engineer on Thursday. Was that right? Or Wednesday, maybe? I was not involved in that meeting. So there is stuff happening. And the goal is to apply for a grant that will breach things. By breaching it, there will be a transformation to more of a wetland scenario in the sandback forest. It won't be a pond. At least that's the design that.
We'll still have pools, the whole, we'll have pools of water, but the amount of water back is what determines whether it's actually a dam or not. So we're gonna still hold pools of water where the dock will still float. Everything will be the way it is, but we're gonna reduce that and get us completely off the hazard list completely, is the plan. But we just have to have the funding to be able to handle that.
So yeah, so hopefully, beginning next week, I'll be jumping into that process.
So I guess in the interest of time, the only other one that we haven't made any progress on to date is the wayfinding signage plan, including, and this goes back to the discussion earlier that's kind of an overlap, the predominantly displayed community information. So it's one of the things that we've been talking about is transforming our downtown. One of the important things is we need better signage and wayfinding that really is kind of branded to our new brand that we have, as well as really pointing folks to where our parks are and other town amenities throughout the town. So kind of like what you've seen in Salisbury and a lot of Kannapolis, other places as well.
And if I recall, the tourism authority had a vision for a countywide plan that got put on hold the pandemic due to the lack of hotel tax revenues. And I haven't heard about that in a while. I don't know if that's...
Well, James Meacham will be here
maybe
for
we'll
lunch,
hear,
so we
yeah,
should
but
ask him about that.
I think that was one of the issues of why it's just kind of hanging out there is we were hoping to partner into that more regional concept.
And while we're on the subject of signage, I think it's past time for us to take down that sign that says Spencer Shops.
Oh, the one in the parking lot out there?
Yes.
Well, it begs the question of, could there be a new name for this shopping center? Is it now? Of course, we probably have to figure that collectively with our neighbors. But is this now Spencer Square or Spencer?
I like it. Yep.
There's probably needs to be a new name for this.
Yep.
Even because Park Plaza, in a way, or maybe that's the correct name if we get a park back. What is the name of this, and what should the sign say? It's a good question.
Another deal with
Yes.
I don't know if that can be incorporated into the sign.
It seems like that would be the best solution, is if there could be a something for the entire shopping center that includes some digital signage for the community part of it.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm sorry, I was gonna say there's an element, and James would be able to speak to this because I was involved in the wayfinding signage that was installed in Salisbury about the time I left there, there wasn't a single sign in place, and so they're all in place now. But it was a laborious process that because of the NCDOT and approving things. And for example, you can't have signs that direct to specific business. You can direct to on state right of way. You can have signs that direct to public institutions and districts, like if you have an art district or a theater district or a library or a governmental complex or a transportation museum. I don't know that
We
churches.
got them out there.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a different. There's a different set of standards around religious institutions. But anyway, it's something that we, in order to proceed with it, let's start with James, see what might be available in terms of funding from the Tourism Authority. He may have some strong feelings about the design. We might have other people.
Well, there's stuff in the 160D that talks about signage, what you can and cannot do. And then the Historic Preservation Commission
Right.
has a booklet that talks about signage and what you can and cannot do. So it all needs to mesh together somewhere.
So I think that so for example, what is in Salisbury is compliant with all the state standards. The question that we would have for Mr. Meacham is, in order to receive funding from the Tourism Authority, do we need to follow what they're doing, or do we get to develop something that's unique to our community? And maybe the answer is we just follow what they've been doing.
And my understanding is they were trying to model a program that happened in Cabarrus County where it was a consistent look throughout the county, but each town and city was able to participate. So basically the way it worked there was the county and or tourism group had took care of areas basically throughout the county, and then within downtown areas, historic district areas, that's where the local municipality jumped in to do something on a smaller scale. So, for example, here there might be signs all throughout Salisbury. The model would be the overall countywide plan would cover things along certain highways, but once you get into the middle of Spencer, the middle of Salisbury, China Grove, etc., that's where you kind of take the scale down to get people around your downtown area. So that was at least the model in Cabarrus County, and if they're trying to mimic that, maybe it would work the same here. I don't know.
Well, part of our new logo description being Rowan's original gateway came from tourism, so that we could get some grant money, but because there is being original or.
Yeah. We had to have original.
Uh-huh.
You would think with that brand, they would allow us to be original.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
yeah, that is sort of paradoxical, isn't it? That we're originally like everybody else.
All right.
Schroeder's cat.
In the interest of time, anything else right now on the review of the current strategic initiative? If not, let's take a 5-minute break for everybody, and then we'll gather back here. Actually, I'll give you 7. Let's gather back here at 10:55, and I will consolidate some of my stuff and make it a little shorter.
All right. Hey, good.
us up to hopefully about 45 minutes, and then it should only take us about 15 to get through our board liaison assignments. What I want to do is talk a little bit about community needs. We've already talked about some of those. This will also help go into our strategic planning and any new initiatives, or give credence to ones that we already have. So there we go. So I've kind of broken it down into several kind of critical areas. You'll see up here with education, roads, housing, businesses, parks and recreation, development, our library, our police department, fire department, public transit, events, and then infrastructure. And so what I'd like for us to do is for each department head to just give us a very brief overview of, from their perspective, what they see within their individual departments as the critical community needs over the next, really 1 to 5 years, because our ARPA funding will need to prioritize kind of how we use that, and we have a limited amount of time in which we can spend that. So, who wants to volunteer to go first? All right. Yeah, that'd be good. That way, with the microphone and the recording, we can hear.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Usually it's evening, but this morning. To look at this, just a couple areas for my group. Infrastructure is probably going to be one of the biggest. Stormwater infrastructure, that kind of stuff would be what we'd look for. We're already in the process of some things on 17th Street, with the CCAP, and then also other issues, which that in our mind is the biggest problem in town. But there are other areas with aging infrastructure. So we have other stormwater problems that, keep popping up.
And Joe, where are some of those other major problems?
Well, we're looking at some development down on the lower end of 6th Street. Would be an area that probably would need some extra piping, that kind of stuff. But basically anything in the core part of town, you're looking at terracotta pipe in the ground, which if anyone knows anything about terracotta pipe, it has a lifespan, and the lifespan was up like 20 years ago. So, we have catch basins settling, pipes as we had over on Forestdale. We had an issue over there recently. So
The
you have
sinkhole at the dance camp.
You're correct. The sinkhole there, and some of it is DOT issues that they'll have to deal with. Salisbury Avenue, we're having some issues down towards the Train Museum. But there's issues they have to deal with, but we're going to have our own. We have places at 4th Street, on the lower end of 4th Street. We have some settling in the road. 6th Street, another one. On further up, which is right there at the church building, we've got some issues there. So they're just kind of sporadic around town. 17th Street by far is the main one, because it affects a whole area, where these are just little pockets here and there. And, the smaller ones we can fix, not a big deal, but bigger areas is what we look at for the infrastructure. Roads. We just did the paving priority. So there are a lot of roads in town that need to be paved, would be another aspect of what I would look at. Now, I don't know if this particular money would be able to go towards that. That hasn't been specified, so I don't know if that'll go. But we know we got a lot of paving projects. We also know that Powell bill money will not do that without saving from year to year, and then we have a limit on how much we can do with that. So that would be another aspect. Looking at Parks and Rec, we're getting more parks. Joe and I have talked about this in the past. You're getting more parks, so at some point we're going to need to look at someone to basically do Parks and Rec, to be able to organize activities, events, at these parks, to make them viable. If not, you don't have anybody to advertise. So that would be an area that would possibly be for the Parks and Rec. Maintenance of them, it may fall into that, to take some load off of us, but right now that's not the priority. It would be looking at advertising and getting these parks and activities that are there. That's really not my forte, so we will help any way we can. We just need someone to get that outreach out there. Anything else? The other thing is water utility infrastructure. We're building things in town in places that we haven't ever built in town before. So we've got 2 areas going right now, and I know the planning, we've been dealing with that as far as water, and I know that deals more with Salisbury Rowan. But, you know, we have an allotment every year, so there's something to be looking for. Expansion, especially for fire guys. You know, some of the water services we have in town, and Mike can say more about that because he knows more about it. But some of it just will not withstand. Yeah, our water system just won't take in areas, and so we're going to look at having to do some expansion in that area. They're already doing some of it, and we're expanding to different residences and stuff like that. But that's something as we start to build and as we get bigger, that's going to have to change. So I think that was everything on there. And of course, you know, just the ongoing equipment needs would be the last thing as far as for us. You know, more people come in. Now we're looking at, you know, trash service. We've got to keep up with the truck. I know we purchased one 3 years ago, but I've also got one that's 17 years old. So that's something that we'll have to look at to have a backup. And if one goes down, we got to still run trash. Trash doesn't stop. So yeah, it's like the post service. So it's ongoing capital needs, that kind of stuff. Probably getting something in the order for that, which I think this money can help with some of that. I think that is specified in there that can help. So, any questions?
On the trash truck that's 17 years old, what's your expected remaining useful life on it?
I hate to say. No, it's a good truck. It's the bed, the body's wearing out. That's what it is, and it's from the constant compaction of it. And that truck, I would not be looking like we did on the other one. I wouldn't be looking at a brand new truck for a backup. I would be looking at a slightly used truck, which Salisbury does a lot of theirs. They lease them. So when the lease is up after 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, whatever they decide to do, that would be the kind of what I'm looking for. But there again, we got to be a little more specific because they're using more side loaders, big stuff, where we're using still rear tippers. So it's kind of hard to find. But I would say in the next 3 to 4, if we make it that far with the bed the way it is. I mean, we already have, you know, rust holes in the bed and stuff like that where we're leaking and should not be. And it's to the point where, you know, until you tear the whole tailgate off and completely repair it, put seals back in it. But by then, you know, you still got an old truck. Do all you want to do.
You said something about an allotment from Salisbury Utility?
Yeah.
Ruin?
Every year we get, well, you have to ask for it, and you make sure to do. We get a $50,000 allotment through the city of Salisbury through the water utility, and that's for water expansion or sewer expansion. Could be either one, and it's to upgrade services to areas that don't have it. They used it recently. We used part of it for the 4th Street. Actually, I think we used 2 years worth of allotment for the 4th Street. But it could go to some of these expansions to houses like 6th Street down the lower end does not have water. They'll expand water that far, and they can use that out of that fund.
How far would $50,000 go? We were looking at.
Not very far. Yeah,
But
50 doesn't go very far.
what SRU will do is they will allow you, like in the case of 4th Street, to potentially use several years of allocation towards it.
And I think in that one, I think we've had this discussion. They're actually going to do it up front. They could do it, and then, you know, 2 years into the future, they could just take that allotment and use it towards that. So there's ways we can work with Salisbury. That's not an issue, but it is an allotment. When they took over the water service, that's one of the offers that they do for further expansion.
And does all the historic area have the terracotta pipes?
Well, the terracotta's on the storm drain, not on the water.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay.
just storm drain. That
Gotcha.
falls on us. The water. But the water service does have older piping in the older areas of town.
Right.
And they did the 5th Street expansion, which ran it over to 8th, which gives them a lot more fire service. And they're doing areas like that in town. It's just going to be more and more of it as we see more building coming. And it is over around the Pinecrest area. So they built several houses downtown. They're building more houses for more water flow. You know, the more houses you have on it, the less he has to put out a fire.
Right. Right.
So they're upgrading all those services, which is good. Yeah.
How would you prioritize? I guess some of these, and I ask because it seems like maybe they, in some cases, have to happen in layers. Like for example, 5th Street, you can see where the pipe has been put in. It's probably ready to be resurfaced. Whereas resurface it first, and then you cut a big hole in it, you have to resurface it again. So I mean, how can I guess is there a way to strategically do that so we're not wasting money, or not wasting money, but having to reallocate money for something twice? Is that
for the paving?
Well, just across the board. Period. I mean,
across the board.
Yeah.
Well, we look at what projects we have coming up, and I look at streets by the paving priority list now that we have, because we had a study done last year. Is that right? Well, yes, towards the end of last year. And it prioritized our streets on pavement condition. So that we look at first. Once we find that list, then we look at potential projects, whether it be stormwater projects or anything that needs to happen in that area before. And then we contact Salisbury Water, and they have strategic plans also as far as how far out and what areas. Forestdale is a prime example. Forestdale is one of the worst streets around, bar none. But they need to put that water main in there first, because if not, then we're constantly going to be coming back and cutting that new street up. So there are different avenues we have to go through before we say, yes, we're going to pave this whole street. And sometimes we do portions, which make it a lot better. We'll do a portion of the street, get up to that point, knowing Salisbury is going to come in and cut it, and then come back and finish. So there are times we have to do that. That answers the question.
So I guess it's already in place. So
yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's right.
What about how do you stand on manpower in the future?
Right now we're still a little short. We're hoping to fill a position, which will help.
Do we need a lot anymore in the future for your department?
From a budgeted staffing.
As I would say, not right this second, but as things grow, and so
we're talking about next year.
Oh, next year. No, I think we're fine into next year as far as the amount of personnel we have. But there again, we're adding a lot of parts. We're adding this, we're adding that. So in the future, that's definitely something to consider.
Yeah, that's something with figures for like that. I'm just making sure we are okay as far as your manpower, where we're not overworking somebody.
No, I think we're fine right now. I think as things progress, we're going to have to restructure the trash service, because Tuesday is just getting out of hand. I think that's something that'll have to happen. Tuesday we're pulling, or the guys, I won't say we, sometimes we, are pulling 5 to 6 tons more on Tuesday than we are on Monday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
And it's just because of the growth that we're having downtown in the middle, and that's where it was allotted. So we've had a lot more houses in that area. So I think we're going to have to restructure that as far as what goes on what day, which will be a lot of advertising. You know how people, I'm the same way. My day's Wednesday, well, not anymore. It's on Tuesday now. But that's something we're definitely looking at. And I'm working with the trash driver with that to try to figure out, and we're looking at numbers on what we can do and how we can slide it the easiest. Because I know it's going to be a great endeavor. It's when we went to curbside and we had to do all of that. It was a little interesting, so we'll figure that out. But trash is still going to be a 3-man deal, 1 truck, 3 men. So that's not really changing. The rest of them we can kind of shuffle around, and it depends on bigger projects how we're going to have to get those. We're always going to be short in that aspect, but I think we're okay right this second.
Okay. Do we have any other equipment needs in the future, or backhoes, machines, or anything?
The chipper would be the next one. We're going on over 20 years old now. that we've kept that thing. So,
What kind of money are we talking about?
on the chipper,
Yeah.
chipper, you're probably looking at in the 60 range, 55 to 60 for what we're using now, and then the truck itself. So you're looking at combo between the two. You're probably looking at 100 for the two, but we can do one at a time. I'm not, we're not being picky. The chipper itself, that machine, has a lifespan.
So what do we estimate the remaining useful life?
On the chipper, we can probably same thing. We can stretch it probably another 3 to 4 years.
So, I mean, what I'm
given that we
hearing-
don't have something catastrophic.
3 to 4 years, we got a chipper that we need and a
garbage truck. Garbage truck. But we need to put, what we're trying to do is kind of prioritizing what needs to come first.
Right.
And how soon, so we can itemize and budget, what your needs are, because we don't want the problem like we're facing right now, trying to find funding for a fire truck right now.
Right.
They've neglected over the years and everything else. So that's why we got you up here.
I understand. I understand.
What about the leaf machine?
The leaf machines, to be as old as they are, they're really not in that bad a shape. You're gonna have your issues, and you're gonna have those with new ones. I mean, of course, we got the clutch problem, but those machines are solid. As long as we don't have a power issue, an actual engine go down or something like that, which they have fail safes that won't allow that. But if they're totally rebuildable, from ground up, and ODB has not changed the design in 30 years. They're still the same. So those, and for the limited amount of time we use them, they have to work hard when they're working. But we've got 6-7 months out of the year they're not, they just sit, and that's the hardest on them, to sit and not using them. But those would be further down the list than the two items that I just spoke about.
I know that recycling curbside is probably not in the picture because of cost involved, but how are those bins down at your place? Who empties those, and what kind of frequency, or is there any kind of frequency? Because sometimes you go down there to take things and they're completely full.
We empty those. Our staff, we take them to the Rowan County Recycling over on Long Street.
Oh, okay. So there's not somebody that comes and empties.
No, somebody does not come and dump them. We actually dump them. And yes, ma'am, sometimes they do get full.
Of course, that depends on when they're open, and you can take
exactly
them.
when they're open and when we can supply staff to be able to get them over there.
Okay.
Usually my trash guys fall into that category on Thursdays or Fridays when we're not running trash. They kind of handle that situation. But sometimes when we have snow and stuff, when they're pushed later in the week, then of course we don't have the staffing. But we do what we can.
I thought somebody else picked them up.
No, man. No. Well, the cardboard, yes, the cardboard we contract because they supply the dumpster. But everything else down there we take care of.
I see. Okay. Thank
you. I know one of the things that is coming up is a discussion in terms of park, a dog park. I know that there's been a problem at the 8th Street ballpark of citizens using that as a doggy dump. Do you think we need any temporary signages, signs, or anything to put up there to ask people not to use that facility for their relievement of their pets?
I think that would be a great idea to put signs up. I also think we're already in the process because of a citizen request putting up some of the bag stands at Library Park. That's the other one that seems to be having that issue.
Yeah.
Rowan Park not so much, but that one particular Rowan Park, Library Park. But 8th Street, really, we don't want to promote to use that as a dog park. We have kids out there playing on that, so I think signage would be, and then enforcement would be the next thing behind it. Would be able to do that, but of course we're not everywhere all the time, and you know what I mean. But anybody who sees that needs to report it because it doesn't need to be happening on the field where the kids play.
All right, in the interest of time, we're going to move on. And
thank you,
Chief Lanning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joel.
So I've been sitting there. I've wrote down a few things. Obviously, and you're all probably sick of hearing this. The number one need I have is staff. Right, to even be able to serve the community, I need the appropriate level of staff. Just to not only run calls, but it'll lead into number two is an outreach program. I think that's something that I've tried to start, but again, kind of wearing multiple hats, trying to do that at the same time, it's really not been, in my mind, successful. But in my vision, an outreach program for us is having a booth or a table at every event at the Transportation Museum. We have thousands of people. In the fall, we have up to 46,000 people walk, in through those doors. So we should be capturing those children as much as we can. The schools.
So, one question
Yep.
on that. So, what I think is great. So, obviously, that's another burden on you. If we get your staffing up, how do you see that playing out? Who do you delegate that to lead?
So, best case scenario, we get 3 full-timers now. And a lot of those delegations would fall, one of those would kind of be our pub ed individual. The state, there's some brackets of fire life safety educator certifications that can be achieved. That's something that I've got level 1, but I would like to get up to level 3. And then just in terms of ISO, that will assist us with that as well to have those certifications. Okay. But yeah, those individuals will obviously, delegation will happen, and whether one of them is over ISO, one's over hydrant maintenance, however that breakdown ends up looking, but take some of that off.
Okay.
So you said at every event across the street.
I would like to have people at every event.
Okay, and that's something that we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the museum encourages it. We're already putting staff there for nearly every event for EMT coverage anyway.
Okay.
And they staff that. Problem is having the staff do it. A year ago, they were reaching out to as far as West Iran to come and do EMT standbys because the consensus of the fire department is we don't want to be over there, which obviously that has changed. But
So, I do have a question.
Yeah.
Are they paying us for that coverage?
They pay the individual directly. They fill out a form, tax
Okay.
form, and they write them a check and they pick that up. Okay. So it doesn't come to us and then we pay them. They pay them directly.
So all of that is kind of off-duty
Yes.
coverage? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Now, obviously, if no one volunteers, then it falls back on currently the 1 or 2 that's working kind of go over there, and with the understanding if we get a call, we have to leave. But, and just back in with pub safety or public education outreach, we should be catering to these schools. This whole youth fire setter program, if we can get it in their minds, fire safety from early age, they're teenagers, they're not out burning stuff because they're bored and
Instead, hopefully, they're working for you.
Absolutely. And that goes hand in hand with recruitment. This is beyond popular belief. Being a fireman is really not a hard job. You go to a community college for a year and get your certifications, you're good to go. But in practical purposes, if you come out of school and you can go right into a successful career. Assisted living, we have tons of those in town. We currently do fire drills for them, but that's about the extent of it. But again, there's pub ed programs where we could cater to those individuals in the assisted living as well as the employees of best practices would there be an emergency, how to get those non-ambulatory people out and get them to safety. Let's community classes. In my vision would be one day to have whether it's held here or there's a community room at the firehouse where we can give CPR classes to the community. It's either low price for them, the cost of just get the card, or free of charge. But again, that helps us. If someone falls out at the park and there's 20 people around that's trained to do CPR, seconds matter. But again, it's just giving back to them. I think that's what we are here to do. Joel hit on hydrants. There's a concern with hydrants, and I've talked to SRU, and it's practically, we've got a long list, and that's somewhere down near the bottom. We have hydrants in town that are sitting, at a 45-degree angle. One side may work. We can get the cap off, but to them, that hydrant's still in service. It's not an issue. In terms of it being functional, it is an issue. It's not always ideal to run a hose off one side. I need to run it off of 3 sides. In some of the more historic districts, we have hydrants that are what we call a dog ear hydrant. So it doesn't have your large 5-inch opening on the front. Again, that complicates securing a water supply, getting the adequate amount of water to the fire truck. And again, that's been expressed. It works for now, but it's far from ideal.
There's something we can do about that. That seems to be a
From my understanding, shy of just the town replacing it and covering the cost for replacement, you maybe put bugs in people's ears. Hey, this is a need and a concern. I know at Isaac Street, there's 2 hydrants on each corner or each side of the road. One of them's out of service, one's not. I put bags over it. Of course, it gets ripped off. Wind takes it off. But to my staff, if they don't know that, this hydrant hasn't worked in 5 years, why is it even still sitting there? If that house catches on fire, they hook to a hydrant thinking it's going to work, and turn it on, and there's no water.
Believe me,
That's
this
an
isn't
issue.
the first time this has been discussed.
Absolutely.
I can assure you.
Yep. And then even past the hydrant, some of the water mains, obviously they're old, they're small, where maybe there's a 4-inch main, maybe it needs to be an 8-inch main. And that's just going to go from 500 gallons a minute to Lee Street there at 17th. I can get 1,500 gallons a minute for chromacolor. And those flows are needed. Obviously, the more water we get, the more pressure we'll have. We don't have to go from one block, skip a couple blocks to find another water main. It'd be nice if these water mains could be self-supportive for 2 or 3 hydrants. Would we need those? We hit earlier some ordinance revision, and that's kind of small, minute in the scheme of life. But practically, it's just, and it goes back with education. Forcing, stop parking in the fire lane. Simple stuff. We went to a Food Line last week, and there was a newspaper stand in front of the FTC. You didn't know that FTC was there. Food Line's on fire. Well, where's that? And a lot of that just comes with education. And then the big one, and I've got it listed in 1 and 2. Number 1 being a station addition. Right. As we hopefully are adding full-time staff, we have temporary sleeping quarters that is sufficient for now. But in the process of getting this fire truck listed to sell, I talked to Peter yesterday. I have no room to put the equipment I'm taking off the truck. We are 100% capacity of our station. Shy of it, going to the old town hall or just sitting in the bays, cluttered and taking up space. I have nowhere to put anything. I have no room for growth. And then the last one would be the fire truck. Just a couple pennies. And we can get by with what we have. And again, like Joel said, pending there's not catastrophic failure, which could happen at the next fire. But I think for a couple of years in terms of a fire truck, I think we're okay. Just maybe in the meantime have a plan for whether it's 2, 3 years. How are we going to replace that?
So if you had 3 full-time people tomorrow, you wouldn't be able to accommodate them with sleeping quarters?
I can, but it's very tight.
It's not an ideal recruitment.
No.
Right.
It was a wall and a dividing wall built in 8 hours by
Right.
me and my staff, and it's a short-term solution. But in doing that now, I truly don't have a training room or a room for post meetings or anything like that. So it came with a cost.
But we do have space currently to have 2 people sleeping there.
Yeah, currently in each room there's 3 beds. They're a foot or so apart. I mean, like I said, it's tight, but
Good friends.
Yep. Yep. And there is a division there, so you've got 3 beds for males in the other room, or on the other side of the wall, 3 females.
So, kind of what I hear, the 3 biggest priorities that are probably going to be the biggest things to bite off. The highest priority is staffing. Next, from a big bite of the apple, is the station addition.
Yes.
And then the fire truck.
Yes.
Okay. Because I see the outreach program being solved by getting the staffing situation solved.
Yes.
The hydrant situation, I think, is something that we need to talk with SRU about and work through that. The ordinance revisions will similarly happen with all the other stuff.
Good luck with that.
Why we got to run?
That's right. All right, very good. Any questions for Chief? All right.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for all you're doing. Detective Sergeant File, Police Department.
Almost good afternoon.
Almost.
Well, I know first and foremost on everybody's mind, I guess, and what's straight in front of you is recruitment. So we have really, really hit hard on recruitment at the police department. I have a lofty goal that we're going to be 100% full 14 staff by July 1. I can tell you I've got 2 more people bringing me applications at 12:15 today. So I've been beating the bush to try to get people to apply. I know we've touched on this a little bit earlier. Mr. Mayor, I believe you spoke about this. Is having a market adjustment to keep our salaries current. So, of course, before I even go into that, thank you for the board helping us out on the previous adjustment. But what has happened is when the previous adjustment came in, it brought us within spitting distance of where we should be, and now all the agencies that are the ones that are actively trying to recruit and fill our officers have bumped theirs up. So the gap has widened back yet again. So I guess as the market has adjusted, there's less law enforcement coming in. The VLET classes are small. They're being actively recruited from by agencies that are paying more. So we champion what we can offer them as far as the small agency hometown feel, the good benefit. But when it comes down to it for the young officer, it's the difference between driving a really nice truck and driving a beater. The difference between living in a little house or a nicer apartment. So I think we're going to have to try to adjust, and the problem is it's going to have to happen almost yearly. So I've reached out to all of our neighboring agencies. As you know, a lot of our staff that we have had before has been stolen from Davidson County, for lack of a better term. We recruited them and actually taken them from agencies in Davidson County. So they have recently adjusted theirs to try to match what Salisbury is doing. So now Davidson and Davie is $3,000 or $4,000 higher than we are currently. The sheriff's office is set to do, the number keeps on changing a little bit, but a 5 to 15% adjustment with this coming budget year. So we're going to be significantly lower than they are. I think my hope is to get away from recruitment and go solely to retention. But to do retention, we're going to have some sort of an adjustment that may even be yearly that we have to come back and revisit. Whenever we start looking at what it's actually costing us to bring an officer on, if we send somebody to VLET, that's almost a $20,000 commitment between their basic law enforcement training that we're paying them through, the $3,000 to $4,000 it costs to upfit them when they get here, and then the initial amount that we have to spend whenever we put them through our 12 to 16 weeks of field training. So it's significant whenever we lose somebody to one of these agencies over a $2,500 or $3,000 gap, to then have to put this much money into bringing somebody back in and doing recruiting. I think that's going to be the whole package comes together. If we can make it, we may not be able to match them, may not be able to ever match what Salisbury's doing, but I think we have something to offer that they may can't. If we can get close on the salary and keep it moving to where we can retain our people, the whole department is going to change the dynamic, because currently we're kind of a reactive agency. We don't have the staffing to do proactive stuff. And realistically, since I've been here in 17, we haven't had the staffing to do that. We've always been in a deficit. We can only be reactive. We want to be proactive. We want to be able to get out and engage the community. We want to have these community events, and we want to stop crime before it even occurs. Right now, we're always chasing our tail, which is unfortunate. But we do have the allocated spots to where we would be able to be proactive if we can keep those full. So I think that's the number one thing. We've got to have something to keep and maintain our staff level here, and stop losing them to these other agencies. We've had a good training program, and our guys are well trained, and we offer them good outside training. The problem is then it makes them even more, they just look good to other agencies. So then the other agencies swoop in and steal them. I've watched it during the last 2 months. We've had multiple agencies try to recruit our remaining people. Fortunately, they told them no, and that's because they're looking for the future and what we've got to offer them. So I think they're looking for what we're going to be able to do and the direction of the agency. So that's the number one thing that I think is that's just, we've got to do it one way or the other. I hate to beg. I beg for your help on it. With that being said, I know we spoke a little bit about vehicles. I know it was highlighted green as we're kind of online, and definitely we brought our vehicle level back up where it probably should have been before. You know, we added the 14th position back to the police department, which would give us adequate staffing to run two-man patrol teams day and night, so nobody's working by themselves. We didn't necessarily allocate a vehicle for that. I will tell you, I believe it was week before last, Joe, we had 2 vehicles break down on the same day. One is totally out of commission and non-repairable now. So when we go up to our full staff at 14 positions, we're going to have vehicles that are over 20 years old still in service, full-time service, which is about unheard of for a police department. So I know we're going to have to get into some sort of a revolving plan. When I did fleet management before in the civilian sector, you know, we tried to target what the revolving plan would be. I think based upon the number of miles the officers are driving, we're going to have to do a 2-3-2 plan. I hate to say 3 because that's hard to bite off 3 vehicles in 1 year, but effectively to keep our cars from being in the spot we are now, where we've got 150,000 mile cars still in active service or vehicles that are over 20 years old. That's going to kind of be our target as a 2-3-2. I believe that we keep it to where we're looking at maybe replacing or ordering a vehicle around 100,000 miles and 5 to 6 years old. And then by the time it will actually hit the road working, and after ordering it, waiting for it, and getting it upfitted, will probably be around 120 or 125,000 on a vehicle. And then the additional thing I just want to say is that, and I think all this is going to come once we can maintain our staff. We really enjoyed having the community interaction at Winterfest. We really enjoyed the National Night Out. We want to continue doing that type stuff. I can tell you previously when I worked at the Sheriff's Office, I have an entire crime scene academy program that I wrote and administered for a number of years at the Sheriff's Office. Something that gets the juveniles in over the summer. I think that would be a lofty goal for us to try to offer that here. Once we're staffed up, I believe we can, and it's really a minimal cost. We're talking a few $1,000s for the whole program for the entirety of the program that we would offer over the summer, which could be any number of weeks, however short or however long we decide to make it. There's about 20 lessons that go along with that with hands-on stuff. And that kind of, not only does it build rapport with the students and the young people, it also gets people interested, which hopefully will bring them back to us when they're graduating and they're of age to where they will want to be employees with our agency. So those are my lofty goals. I will answer any questions you have.
All right. Board have questions? Yeah.
I had the need to be here one day last week after 10 o'clock, I don't know. And I tried to get in the back door over here, not knowing that we were set for 7 to 10, you know, to be able to get in. There were a bunch of police vehicles behind the building at that time. Mm-hmm. So how many actual vehicles do you all have that are not being currently driven?
Well, we've got the ones for all of our open positions, so we're 7 positions down right now. So as these people come on, these individuals, and we fill those spots, we're going to start utilizing them. So basically, every vehicle you see in the back parking lot is set to be utilized. It was kind of unfortunate. We've tried to take and make work what we could. So, like I will tell you, for instance, we have one officer who would park his marked patrol car, drive an unmarked home. It was not for any other reason other than his marked patrol car was too old, and we were trying to stretch its useful life out. It's got over that's one of the ones that's got over 150,000 miles on it. So we're trying to really stretch out what we can and divide out the mileage between the vehicles right now. That's not ideal because, you know, and this comes from a fleet management view. Whenever I used to work on the civilian sector, if you marry somebody to their vehicle, they take better care of it. It is what it is. That's their vehicle. That's their baby. They keep it clean on the inside. They wash it outside, and they just really take good care of it. So we don't like having officers move around. We've never wanted to hot seat vehicles because they just don't last when you do that. But yes, everything parked from the back line, it will actually have to go back into service. So there are some of the old Crown Victors that are still back there. Those will have to go in full-time service as soon as we're back up and staffed. Okay. Most of those are, I want to say, 12 to, we're going to go with 12 to 16 or 18 years old on most of those Crown Vics that are still sitting in the lot. And I believe the oldest one that we're going to have to put back in full-time service is a 2002. It's a little over 100,000 miles on it. Fortunately, it was one that was shared with land management previously. The mileage is not astronomical, but it is over 100,000. But just the age on it.
Your officers drive home to police cars home.
Yeah. Anybody that's within the mileage range.
What again? We state the mileage.
30 miles.
30 miles.
It's
So everybody's in that 30-mile range.
Yeah. Everybody's in that. And obviously anybody new that's hired that's outside the range, they know up front they're not allowed to drive the patrol vehicle home. So I believe that was Peter may be able to remind me when that was adjusted. Is that about 2 years ago?
Well, no, it was last spring when the personnel policy was
okay.
adopted.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody's within that. Fortunately, the 3 that we currently have in process right now are going to be within that range. A couple of them are going to be really close because one of them's moving to town or within our ETJ. So that's good. But whenever you look at the average miles, though, kind of just look at the whole fleet's average miles. It's about a 5 to 6 year span that a vehicle will need to be looking at ordering a replacement for them in that 5 to 6 years. And that's to keep it within that 125,000 miles whenever a new vehicle actually hits the road and is ready to go.
Of course, if we surplus a vehicle when it's 6 years old with 125,000 miles, that's better than one that has double the miles, of course, in terms of getting the value back from it.
Yeah, the market's very odd on vehicles right now. Everybody's seen what the civilian market is. And I will tell you, the replacement that we just ordered for the wrecked Durango, we ordered a truck this time. That was the only thing that was available, which Sheriff's Office and a couple other agencies have started transitioning to utilizing some trucks. Unfortunately, we were told that the next Durango we could get is October of 2023. So that is how far behind we are to be able to order off state contract. It's like I explained to the dealer when I was talking to him. I said, well, we can't wait until October of 2023 to get replacement vehicles on the road. So the one good thing is with police vehicles in kind of as a whole transitioning away from sedans, the resale value is much higher. So there will be some recapture on selling these vehicles. They're coming upfitted just like a civilian model. They're 4-wheel drive. They all come, or all-wheel drive. They all come with that and V8. So they do have resale value. I have spoken to 2 agencies across the state that are utilizing trucks, and they have mentioned that when they replace at the 5-year point, we're buying off of a state contract price. They're replacing at the 5-year point and recapturing well over 60% of their initial value. So basically, they're running their vehicles and getting rid of it before they lose that warranty and recapturing 60 or better percent of the value. So there is a plan there to recapture money that will come back into the general fund if we don't get stuck in the situation of holding them for 20 years like we do now, where they're just basically zero valued out. The one that broke down this past week, it's non-repairable. The transmission went out on it, and the value of the vehicle is less than what the value of the cost of fixing the transmission is. So it has been parked at Public Works for surplus, but it probably will bring us $400 or $500. Or hopefully, if we are getting rid of a truck that's got 100,000 miles under 120,000, with the market the way it is now, we're very likely to get $15,000 or $18,000 out of the vehicle when we sell it.
Well, and that goes back to one of our strategic initiatives, and that's a vehicle replacement policy throughout our fleet for all departments, based on useful life and replacement value, and not waiting until they're worth nothing, right, to replace them.
Do we have any other needs of equipment for the police officers in their patrol cars? There was an issue about computers.
Right. Yeah, we do. We were fortunately awarded a grant for computers. It does not cover every officer, but it covers. We're going to take care of about 80 to 90% of the replacements of the current officers that we've got on the street. So we do have new computers coming in. Most likely, what we're going to need to do is kind of budget for a computer or 2 a year to get the rest of the people brought back, the rest of the officer slots brought back up to having current equipment. We've got computers that are on the street that are well past their serviceable life, and we have really band-aided them and put hard drives in them, put RAM in them, and try to make them keep going. But as software increases the tax the computer, they really have gotten outdated. So we're fortunate they've lasted as long as they are. But yeah, I believe that's going to be one thing. The computers. As far as just normal gear, we got a grant for new rifles and pistols recently, so we're good on firearms for right now. We have budgeted this year for a few things as far as crime scene needs that we had. So a small revolving budget for current needs, but nothing astronomical that's getting ready to come up. I know we're short a few radar units.
How about body cameras? That ones we bought a year or so ago. Are we good for those? Where they go?
Yeah, currently we are, and they are phenomenal. I'll say that was probably one of the best expenditure we can make. They're very useful. They have saved us numerous times before the court. So
good.
Definitely doing good on that.
Good.
Ms. Blake?
Are you aware that the economic development and the Rowan Salisbury school system are looking at some programs for seniors who will be graduating and looking not to go to college but for career path? That's something new that you might want to do.
Yeah, they mentioned it yesterday on the EDC board meeting.
I'm saying that it might be something that
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was not familiar with they were starting an individual program or plan for that, but
it's in the early developmental stages, but probably March or April.
Okay.
So that's something you might want to.
And we've had some students reach out to us in the past. Kind of the problem is obviously the students they're graduating, they have to find a stopgap before they can come to us, before they're allowed to to enter into the academy. So there's a couple years there that hopefully they'll stay in touch with us and we won't lose touch with them, and they can definitely look towards the profession. It's no doubt. I spoke with the director at Rowan Ferris. I believe they got 40 people in their current class, and all 40 are already spoken for. So these agencies have really scooped people up before they even get. Used to you would wait a month to see how the students were doing in class and make sure they're going to graduate. Now these larger agencies are just going ahead and scooping them up and paying them through to try to lock them in. So that's kind of a problem that we're fighting. But I got a lot of faith we're going to be full. So I think I've got some good commitments. I believe we're going to be full this year.
You bring up a great point, though, because one of the common things we've heard is staffing and recruitment and building that talent. I almost wonder if, today is about brainstorming. It's about being innovative. It's about coming up with new ideas. I wonder if there's a way to partner through that program for us to actually consider doing something like a municipal services internship where we bring them on for a few years and they get to experience work with our public works, with our fire department, code enforcement. They get to see all of that, and we're paying them to do that, and then really find an area that they fit in well with, and the hope would be that we keep them on. But that's where it's got to start. Anything else?
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna go pick up your lunch.
Thanks,
All right.
Stay safe.
All right, so we're at 11:46. James, do you have anything related to code enforcement needs?
I think one of our board meetings we had a couple months ago, we brought this up about potentially bringing on maybe part-time code enforcement to help pick up some of the slack, the areas that I'm missing. So that is a potential. Definitely could use an extra person on there to help with maybe nuisance calls and that type of stuff. That being said, you bring on a part-time person that utilizes a personal vehicle to do the job. Is that an added cost for the town? So that's something to consider if we bring a person on there. The vehicles, I know Sergeant File brought up for the police department, but my truck is also got over 150,000 miles on it. We use it a lot here for town functions and moving things around. I just went over to the dispensary yesterday to grab some stuff for Sergeant File, and it doesn't have a tailgate on it. I don't know why we don't have a tailgate on it, but things can fly out the back. Sometimes to pick up trash and stuff off the road and things like that. So if we get a new truck, I definitely like to have one with a tailgate on it for sure. And I don't know. I haven't really done the mileage on it as far as how many miles I drive in a month. Probably 300 or more miles a month that I'm doing. I have to get back to Sergeant Leonard on those numbers to kind of get an average. But that truck is a 2011 model, so it's 11 years old, and it's only two-wheel drive. So, I had stuck one time, not here recently, down in Public Works trying to dispose of stuff down there. So I had to get some help from Joel. But maybe consider some newer truck that we might provide something more than two-wheel drive with no weight on the back, so they don't get stuck in situations. Because I do go off road sometimes in those areas, like around the finishing plant and back around the railroads, on the gravel roads and that type of stuff. So I'm kind of getting some areas that can get a little muddy. I do want to say that I do appreciate the ability to get the program that we've got, the iWork system up there. I think that's working well, and it's starting to take off a little bit actually through the portal from a citizen. Yes, great. I was very excited about that. I want more people to do that because it was very helpful. So we can continue to find a way to promote that, and whether go into the newsletter or on our Facebook page, that would be great to find some way to kind of bring more light to what's going on. And bring this so that people have more transparency of what's going on with code enforcement and the ability to speak to us, because I think a lot of people don't have faith in the ability to talk to the town. I get the town is here to just get after me. You know, it's the us versus them kind of mentality, and that's not what we're trying to accomplish here. We want them to be partnered with us as a town and not simply look at it as we live in a town and we hate our government. That's not. I'm fine. One of the things that I've been seeing here, especially lately, and I spoke to Steve about this briefly a couple times, but is community development. So one of the things I'm seeing is elderly and disabled citizens that are creating code violations, but no fault of their own. Meaning they don't have the ability to get out, clean their yards, mow the grass, clean up the inside of her house. I mean, I just had a hoarding situation that came up in the past week. It's on the inside. I couldn't see it from the street. Obviously, fire department brought that to my attention. So this particular individual just has no means to take care of it for themselves. And so I'm thinking of some program or some type of something that the town can help those type of people that just don't have the means to do it. Now I know there are some people that can do it and just don't care to do it, and so those are the hard cases. But there are people that just can't physically, get out there and do it. So it's something that I've been trying to slosh around my brain to figure out a way to come up with, whether it's just maybe on the website, whether information they can get for transportation or help for cleanup that's reasonable, whether it's charities that can come help clean them up or doing mowing and that stuff for free because they can't afford it because of disability. But those are some situations that I run into. I can say I can find them all day long, but if they're on disability, they can't pay it. It's just never going to be paid. And so I'd rather help them in that fashion than I would just throw the book at them. Doesn't help all the time. And that community development is also something that Peter and I talked about. I think it was back in August or something. We had a meeting. We talked about community development. In Salisbury, he does have a community development on staff, and I know we can't afford that. So I'm not really sure what the possibilities are in that aspect. But that's why it's been sloshing my brain. It hasn't been solidified. I can't really put the finger on how to think.
Is there any county program that would help in that situation?
You got DSS and
Right.
adult services, but they have limited resources for folks. Like they're not going to come in and clean up your house because you got a hoarding situation, you have boxes and everything 3 feet high, and you got pig trails through your home. They're not going to come in and clean it. Those are the type of situations that are just kind of on the outskirts, and you just don't have a means to fix it. And the only recourse I have is, well, I have to get a job, and it's a violation, and then there you go. And then before you know it, I have to abate it, and the town's paying. And then it goes to a lien, and once again, we're sitting there waiting for that money until the house sells. So it's kind of a vicious circle, and if we can find a way to help them instead of, whether it be information or having programs that can help them. I don't know the degree of the people that are in. I really don't, but I know there's more people than that I'm encountering. Because this particular individual was telling me, I wish I never called 911 because I wouldn't be having a conversation with, because the condition of the home was embarrassing to this individual and was just living it because of the complete embarrassment and shame that he felt. So she's not going to come out on her own. And there's people out there that like it. I don't really know how to reach it. If there's something that we could do in that aspect, bring it out there.
Other questions?
If there's anything for Central Atlanta with their area agents, their agent, area on agents, maybe there's like something there. I mean, they work specifically, or they work within the assisted living groups, but I don't know if that's something.
Yeah, definitely a need within the community, and I appreciate you bringing it.
Yeah, and I have
forward.
reached out to other places like the North Carolina Baptist Aging Management BAM, MC BAM, I don't know what for, but I've reached out to them. I've reached out to Independent Living, and they don't deal with it. They just don't help out any staff. But that could be type of issue. So,
Yeah, I used to do marketing for a home health agency, and our staff would get in situations where, you know, individuals were in dangerous situations, and it's always a struggle to try to find the right way to help those people. Yeah.
and the role of government's not to take over for people, so I understand that. But there's something that we can do in some form or fashion, whether it's information or partnering with people that can come in, or reaching out to find out what we can do.
Well, and that's the thing is when we have town services and staff that encounter these issues, we have to be prepared to make sure that we can refer them to the appropriate folks that can address it.
And that's what I've been trying to do, is kind of reach out and find out what I can provide to these people for information and give them choices, because at this point, you know, this particular individual doesn't have much choice because they can't afford to clean up, and I know what's coming down the road. And I've explained it to this person. They just, you know, just have no choice. Anyway, one thing. Also, I don't know if you saw this in the newspaper. I saw that Salisbury was looking to change their transit system from buses over to like an Uber version. So that's something that I also read. But there is the Rowan Transit Authority for some folks, and this is how I found out that this particular individual was reporting because she can't get to town, bad back, some anxiety issues. But the Transit Authority actually provides one ride a week or something like that for $2 for it. You just have to make it 3 days in advance.
And so the Salisbury Transit System, you know, I sit on the Transportation Advisory Board. We actually met yesterday, I guess it was. And they are continuing to explore. They're looking to potentially move forward with a pilot program on Route 1. We're Route 3 here in Spencer and East Spencer. But on Route 1, to run a pilot program with that micro transit. I think it looks like a really, really good potential because it's much more efficient and effective. Smaller vehicles. There's smaller vans that run up to, you can take 4 people at a time, but it's basically an on-demand ride system that is going to run through the agency. And, you know, you're not running big buses that are only a quarter full, and it's much more responsive. And so, you know, I think long term for Spencer, that could be a very, very viable option. My goal is to make sure that we're continuing to talk with Salisbury and that they continue to include East Spencer and Spencer as partners in there. And I had to really push a little bit yesterday for that, because one of the big things is making sure that as Salisbury gets grants for public transit, because they administer the program and they put Spencer and East Spencer's name on those grant applications, that funding is also flowing through to the routes that we have as well. And so I got a little pushback on that yesterday, which I was a little frustrated with, but I'll continue to push forward on that. One thing, if the grant that they've done on their own, but when our names are put on that, that should be equitable too. So anyway, I think there are a lot of changes coming up in transit within Salisbury over the coming years that hopefully will make it a more financially stable model and even better customer service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, we are at 12 o'clock, and we've shortchanged some folks, but Steve's going to get some time to talk with comprehensive planning, and maybe he can talk about some of the critical needs as well. And I guess with that, Kyle or John, anything from your perspective that you view as a critical community need for us that we ought to be considering? Yeah, sure.
Talked a lot about needs during the comprehensive plan process. So let me keep my comments on the HPC and the CAC. Just globally, I think it is going to be important moving forward for y'all to remember that you can use them and delegate projects to them. I do think for the CAC over the past year, they have been very ambitiously working towards certain goals, and they've done that sort of themselves. For example, for this upcoming fiscal year, they're planning on submitting a budget proposal for a town entrance, a gateway project at Jefferson Street and Salisbury Avenue for benches and signage and planters and things like that. But just remember that with both the Historic Preservation Commission and the Community Appearance Commission, they are an ambitious, committed group, and they'll continue to meet every month. For the HPC, they obviously are obligated to do their certificates of appropriateness, but they also are ready to take on projects. So do consider them as being part of your toolkit, so to speak. As you consider projects that should be delegated to them, do consider that. I would also say, just speaking for myself, obviously my contract here is now 8 to 12 hours a week. I know a lot of people have been coming up here talking about staffing. One thing we have discussed briefly, and maybe we can talk about this more later, but if we could get maybe some more administrative support to do things like minutes and other secretarial work that doesn't necessarily have to be highly paid, that could be a better use of the town's resources. For me, especially taking minutes for a quasi-judicial meeting, if the meeting, like this month, the HPC meeting, they had 2 meetings, and combined it was around 4 hours. Taking minutes for quasi-judicial meetings that drag on for 4 hours, my time can quickly disappear into nothing. So if the town really does want to be ambitious, and I really liked the exercise we did this morning, I thought that was really great. If we want to be that ambitious, we have to identify how we use the talent we have here most effectively. So anyway, the CAC and HPC will both be proposing budgets to do some of their ambitious priorities here. And yeah, do you have any questions for me about the HPC and the CAC?
Any questions?
When do they intend to submit those budget requests?
Whenever we get into the budget process, the normal budget process.
Anything else?
Thank you, Kyle.
All right. All right.
Do we have any idea about the community block grant money yet?
Yes, actually, I've been in communication this week with the Department of Commerce. I could give you a quick update on that now.
That'd be great.
Here's the reason that we haven't been getting correspondence from them. Our grant representative retired, and they never emailed us to give us information. For our new grant representative,
Of course.
they also had 3 other people on their team retire, so they've been in somewhat of chaotic condition.
Nice.
Now, what I will say is that I have been in regular correspondence with them this past week. I do have additional information to bring to y'all soon, and based on the information I have, I think we can get started here in the by spring, we can have this program up and running.
Great.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great.
All right. Very good. All right. Well, it is 12 o'clock. I see a few of our guests starting to come in. We'll go ahead and break. Lunch should be here shortly. And we'll welcome everybody in as they come in, and then we'll get started back here shortly. Any logistics we need to be aware of for lunch?
Well, we're awaiting the arrival of it.
Okay.
So that's the main thing. And we're anticipating having it set up here and bring it back in.
Okay. Perfect.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
we need your
Sky, do you have specific community needs? Okay, perfect. we'll go ahead and do that while folks are arriving. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, so as of the last week, I've submitted applications for 2 grants, the Woodson and Robertson grants, for $26,000 to fund the vintage sign renewal project and a new mural on the side of our new town hall. In the process, so those 2 are submitted and waiting the grant committee's decision on those. From preliminary meetings with predominantly Jason Walter, it sounded like these grant proposals would be favorably received. And so I do think we have a good chance of those being accepted. Another project I'm working on right now is a downtown holiday lighting project. We found out at the end of the year there's been a lot of money spent on an annual basis to service incandescent lights. And the project I'm working on is to replace everything with LEDs that match the ones we have on New Town Hall, so that everything matches and is consistent. As of yesterday, I've come up with a budget of about $6,000 that would take to light the entire downtown space. The actual budget would probably turn out to be less because of the bulk order situation. That is just the information on the website. I've not actually communicated with them of what that would cost, but it would be light, strings, brackets, and quick start plugs. The numbers I do not have at the moment are the labor costs. So that is what I'll be working on finding out next. But I'm hoping to present that to the CAC and have that included on their budget request when they present that. As the vintage sign project continues, I've begun with the painter and a couple of local historians to collect information to turn into a digital guide that will allow visitors to go to our murals, go to our signs, and hear about why they matter to the town and how these businesses help build our town, and will functionally not only make our town look a lot nicer, but also bring that history into the present, and it won't fade away in the sun. Which I think we need to keep our history and our identity in mind as we move forward all these amazing projects. I don't want our history to be lost. Another project I've been working on is a revitalization of the Spencer Partnership. So a common concern I've been hearing pretty frequently, especially in the process of developing Woodfest last year, is the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. The business owners want to know when things are happening. They want to know when they need to alter their schedules, when they need to order more supplies, when they can fund things, when they can be involved in things. And a revitalization of the currently not sort of dormant Spencer Partnership would be extremely helpful, because that would be representation of the town, of business owners, of citizens, of community groups that would all be talking to each other instead of being annoyed that they're not being included in the conversation. So that is a project I'm currently working on developing, is good community communication. I've also been in contact with Salisbury about their citizen outreach and social media strategy. I've been looking at what they do, trying to follow their example and learn from their mistakes, and sort of scale it down to a more Spencer-sized operation. Been using a lot of Canva and making a lot of social media graphics, and starting out with a very basic schedule of how we could better communicate with people at Spencer. That ties into that communication issue I was talking about earlier. Let's see. So just recently, the community garden had its first season, and is currently planning on requesting approximately $5,000 from the council to do improvements. There's been a lot of community interest in people wanting their own box, wanting benches, wanting signage, wanting to spend time in this area. And we have just signed an MOU addendum which will extend the current agreement that the town agreed to of a partnership with the Spencer Presbyterian Church. That current agreement, as it stands, it is just now extended until one of the parties, either the town or the FCC, requests to change or requests termination of that. That project is currently trucking along, and good things are coming soon. Again, yes, Winterfest, I did a lot of work with them last season.
it was pretty much a resounding success, and we're looking forward to an even bigger and better one in this upcoming year. The current plan is to become a fully independent organization. Last year, they used the Center Partnership moniker as a tax designation status. They used the town to receive money and as like sort of a post center. The current goal is to become fully independent of, not independent, but have their own setup of bank account, of post office, of tax designation, and become a self-sustaining organization. And I will be working with them to make that happen. So those are most of my current projects I'm working on. I'm working on a couple other small things, including next week we have representatives from the North Carolina Department of Cultural and Natural Resources and the North Carolina Arts Council coming to visit our town. As you may or may not know, America's 250th anniversary is coming up the next few years, and the pre-Spencer Revolutionary War history is extremely relevant, and we will be hopefully included in those 250th year anniversary celebration. They're also interested in a lot of our outdoor projects, including the Greenway, the Edgewood River Park, Park Plaza, Sandback Forest, and the Arts Council is interested in our mural projects, or future mural projects, and vintage sign restoration projects. So we're hoping to have a lot of conversations on that next week. So those are most of the projects I'm working on at the moment. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, thanks, Sky. Does the board have questions?
So Winterfest wants to be a separate entity?
It will still work with the town, but it wants to become its own organization. So it's not the Spencer Partnership, which is what it was in the first.
Will they still use a lot of the town's resources as far as staffing and that sort of thing?
They would still like to staffing resources, but they are wanting to become more independent, that the money and their letters aren't coming here, they're coming to their.
Other questions? Sky, thanks for all you're doing. A lot of exciting projects going on. All right, I see we have some guests with us, and what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We're still waiting on it to arrive, or is it here?
I'm not sure, but we can.
Okay, very good. All right, so for those of our guests that just arrived, thank y'all for coming. I know we have a few other folks coming from Livingstone, and they're ribbon cutting, so they'll be here shortly. But we'll give lunch instructions once it's here, and then we'll get started back.
infrastructure. And
That's our mascot.
they partner with us on tourism and economic development and business growth. And those are all themes that you heard us talking about this morning. Some of the goals and the lofty goals we have over the next 10 years are all focused around those. So what we're going to do, we're going to allow each of our guests to get up and speak for a few minutes about some of the important initiatives within their own organizations, as well as some of the commonalities that we have and ways we can continue working together over the next several years. And so with that, we are going to invite Mayor Alexander forward, and she's going to kick us off. Mayor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for the invitation. It's really an honor to be here for our neighboring city, and we already have so many things that we partner on, our transportation, bus system, and water system. And so I'm looking forward to kind of reinventing how we serve, particularly in the transportation. I don't know if you all viewed any of our goal setting discussions, but one of those was around the idea of reinventing how we serve our customers in terms of maybe an Uber type service. We had Wilson, North Carolina come in, and they transformed their system to that over a period of time and have loved doing it. So, and I know that your mayor, Mayor Williams, serves on the Transportation Advisory Board, so that's perfect. So hopefully he and I and our sister city with East Spencer will actually come together and go for some grants. And we have contracted with Strategic Consulting, who is our federal lobbyist. And so I'm already in conversations with them about how we can make that happen pretty soon. Other things that our city is focusing on is a neighborhood very close to yours, and that's the North Main Street neighborhood. And we're making a lot of progress there. We believe that over the next several years that you will see a lot of growth in that area. And we do, as the Salisbury Community Development Corporation, own property that could become multifamily and affordable housing. So Jonathan and I have also dreamed about the possibility of working on a joint sign between our two communities and sort of tie us together and bind us more. So I'm just really thrilled to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm so impressed with where your planning is going. Congratulations on the Yadkin part. That is just extremely exciting, and all the grants that you've gotten so far. So kudos to your leadership.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you for your partnership. I know it's exciting with the redevelopment I'm seeing on North Main, and that coupled with our community development block grant program, really focusing on some of the other areas north of downtown here, really working on the Highway 29 corridor. So thank you. Does the board have any questions for Mayor Alexander? All right. Well, we'll talk a little bit later about things that we have going on and ways we can continue to partner too. So thank you again for being here. Who wants to go next? Greg. Chairman Eds, thank you so much for being here.
Well, this is a first, and that's a good thing. We appreciate this. Do I have chicken in my teeth? Anyone see? A little bit of lettuce
right
hanging
there.
out.
Yeah, a little mustard right there on the end.
Yeah, I believe it. I got about a cup and a half of that Chick-fil-A sauce. So had a straw down in it actually. So if you're missing your Chick-fil-A sauce, you know where it is.
You know where it is.
Well, it really is an honor to be here. I tell you, we had a mayor's meeting this morning. I know Jonathan couldn't be there with us because of this. But one of the things I really focused on in that meeting is talking about the resurgence of municipalities. I say all the time I'm not from Rowan County. I moved up here in '95 from Florida. So I'm careful about how I say this. I just
I've not seen the real spring in the step of municipality in a long time, and all of a sudden now, all of you are kind of lifting the whole county, and it's really an exciting thing to watch as you begin to really catch fire in your own community. And there's not a single municipality that I can think of that does not have something going on where they see this resurgence. And I'll tell you, I'll give a lot of that credit to James Meacham, because what we thought was maybe a small thing, at least I did, James knew probably because he's smarter than I am about the branding effort. The branding effort was really an opportunity to begin to bring our whole county together and our whole community together. And so these little things, when you get around the table and you can begin to agree on things, and it really begins to pick up steam. See what I did there? So, but let me just I'll share with you a few things. We received our financial report, financial audit, yearly audit last year. It was all good. I won't go through all of it, but our revenues were up about $10 million. Our expenditures were down by about $6 million. We were very careful when COVID came. So we ended up adding about $18 million to our fund balance. That's huge. We're in the best financial position I believe we've ever been in, so that's a good thing. Areas of focus for the county this year, we have 5 new hangars that are planned for the airport. One of them will be a public safety hangar that's built away from the other hangars because those public safety hangars, that hangar will be for helicopters, and helicopters and expensive jets don't mix. So Senator Ford and Harry Warren were able to get us $5 million in this recent budget to build that hangar for public safety. We also have a new 15,000 square foot hangar. We've got a new charter service and flight school that's going to be coming in, so we're building them a new facility, and then 3 smaller hangars for some of our smaller airplanes. That'll actually finish out the airport on that side, and that's a big deal because as we begin to look for parallel runways and to move operations to the other side, FAA and DOT would ask the question, so what are you doing where you are now? And we can say we're full. And so that's a big deal. The airport is a huge economic generator for Rowan County. After years of planning and financial planning, we look to move on the mall. Probably construction will start around September, considering everything goes to plan. So they're working on construction documents now. We will go out to bid sometime in probably April or May. You know how the whole process goes. So we're hoping in September to be moving on the Ag Center. We'll move the Ag Center over from Concord Road, Old Concord Road. We'll have in the Belk Building, half of the Belk Building will be remodeled for really, it'll be called ag space, but it'll be great space for our community to have big events. I think we can seat comfortably 1,600. We can seat around tables for banquet style, probably 1,200. So that'll be a great addition to the county. We're excited about that. We had paused our K-12 construction projects, and now we're kind of moving on those and working with the school system on some projects they have. We had also paused the new $45 million project for Rowan Cabarrus Community College, but we're moving forward on that as well, which will include the purchase of some new land. One thing on the top of our list is the East Spencer interchange, which will benefit you guys as well. We continue to work with DOT and our elected officials on that project, which we think would be a terrific addition to Rowan County, and it'll help East Spencer, but also help you guys in Salisbury as well. Old Beatty Ford Road interchange, those developers continue to work on that. Every day we're hearing about things that are happening down there. That will, 5 years from now, we'll look at that and that'll be just a huge boon for the southern part of the county. We met this week. Want to say again thanks to gentleman here with this city. Sorry you couldn't make it with us, Patty. we missed having you, but you know the beginning of the year is a real important part of the year for Jim Green and I, our vice chair, because it's a time where we purposefully get out and meet with all of the leaders of all the municipalities, and our question's simple: what's on your vision board? What are your goals for this year? And is there anything that we can move alongside you and help you so that you can accomplish those things? And I'm here to report that Jonathan brought a whole list. So we're working on that. One thing that I'll tell you that you'd be interested in is the chairman of the Davidson County Board of Commissioners has invited me to Davidson County to meet with them about your Yadkin project and what part of that, if any, would the county have. And so those are conversations we're really interested in having, and we know it benefits you guys in the whole county. So that's an exciting thing. I actually was supposed to meet with them that day, and we had a change of plans, so we're rescheduling that for next week. The big unknown is continued things with opioid, and as you may know, the county is part of an opioid lawsuit. It appears the number that we'll be getting from that is around $17 or $18 million. Every penny of that will be dedicated to some type of opioid treatment. Could be a facility, could be something like that, and then continuing to deal with COVID issues. So anyway, we've like you, we have a lot on our table, a lot on our plate, but you know, we see the bright light at the end of the tunnel, and so it's a really exciting time. Scott Shelton will be up here to talk about real exciting stuff that's really allowing us to generate these things. And so as long as I've been here, I've not seen a better opportunity than we see now, and we are so glad that you all are part of the team, and we look forward to working with you very closely. So thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think you hit the nail on the head. You said the time is right, and the theme of our session today is "This is our moment." We recognized early this morning as we went through our session that there has not been a time in Rowan County like there is now, and there may never be again. And we have to. You brought up the word resurgence. Our term for this period is urgency. We need to move swiftly and decisively to make use of this moment. So thank you, and thank you for your partnership very much. If you could, I know you mentioned at the Chamber's Leadership Rowan course a bit about upcoming property tax revaluation, because I know that is one thing the board would be
interested in. Boy, is the press here?
I don't see them.
Seriously. Oh, are you recording it? Yeah, without getting into big specifics, there's two things I would tell you to focus on, which is going to affect everybody here. You'll be coming up on budget time. Have you done budget before with it? Okay, I just don't remember how long you've been here. One cycle. So one of the things you know as part of your line item is cost of living adjustments for your employees, right? And so we can count on that being, Joe, and what do you think, a percent and a half in a year? We could be looking as much as double digit all at once. And so that's not an announcement. All that is scientifically decided. But then the other part of that is probably third quarter we'll begin to focus on revaluation, which certainly affects all of you all. And if anyone has sold a house, considered buying a house, considered building a house, you know what has happened to building costs, and so that has a direct reflection on, well, not just building costs, but market value, sales prices, has a direct reflection on our revaluation. So we're required to do reval every 8 years. Most do it every 4, so you don't get too far ahead or too far behind. So it will be our year next year, and those numbers could be staggering. So that will provide some opportunity as well, and we would anticipate probably some tax increases in order to to make for that. So these are good times, but I think this year might be a challenging time between all the increased costs, but then revaluation doesn't take place until next year. But anyway, hang in there, and you all have our number. Again, we appreciate you guys, and it is a great time. So congratulations on your facility. Just super proud of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your partnership. All right. We'll invite James Meacham from the Rowan County Tourism Authority.
Well, first of all, just want to say thank you to everything y'all do. As community leaders, essentially volunteers, stepping up and leading a town and leading a city, a community such as this, you should be commended and appreciated. I know a lot of times as elected officials you might not hear that. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here, talk about what's happening in the local tourism economy. It's been a really interesting 2 years for tourism. We were at records heading into the pandemic, bottoms, and now we're actually at new records again. So we've seen a very sharp V down and a very sharp V up. The long-term sustainability upward V, a lot of that goes to be determined. Gracious to have the mayor on our board. She'll hear this usually from me every month. I can tell you what's happening this week. What's happening in the future in terms of travel, tourism, cost, prices, a lot's up in the air. But we, like you, are entering into a period of planning. We specifically in our terms of capital projects. So the Tourism Authority is funded by a 6% countywide occupancy tax. So the only way you would ever fund the organization is if you stayed over at a local hotel. Those tax revenues are collected, then come to our organization. A significant portion of them we have flexibility to use on capital projects, so infrastructure. Some examples of the infrastructure we've done in the community: the trolley systems, wayfinding signage, public art, Christmas decorations, street banners. The most recent one some of you may be familiar with is the farmers market in downtown Salisbury, the Rail Walk Farmers Market Pavilion. That was a joint project between us and the county, and that project has been a very big success. But those are examples where we've put those dollars to work. The board is beginning to look at what are we going to do over the next 10 years. So we'll have anywhere from about $2.5 to $3.5 million that we'll be putting into tourism projects across the destination over the next 10 years. Some of the things that are high on our list are a countywide wayfinding system, which would incorporate all the municipalities, especially Spencer. So we have those things in mind. We're looking a lot also in the terms of outdoors and recreation, understanding that was popular here to begin with, but it's been an even further shift in terms of what consumers and visitors and the community and residents are looking for. With projects such as that, and where we would see ourselves working with you, is we like to target projects that benefit both the visitor, which is obviously our primary focus, but we want the community to have a benefit as well. So if we can do a farmer's market that visitors can come to, but it can be used for event space, pavilions, then everyone wins. If we can do wayfinding signage, it benefits the visitor, greater sense of pride in the community with residents, whether it's decorations, street banners, wayfinding signs. So we try to target ones that focus on both the visitor and the residents, so we create a nice harmony between the two. A couple things I do want to just say is your brand logo looks fantastic. Thank y'all for being a part of the brand. That has been a very long project since 2016. We were honored to fund all of it. We didn't want to ask your town or the county or anybody else to pick up the bill. We didn't want to ask the chamber, EDC, Arts Council. That was fully funded for us, and we thought it was important to give a platform for the community to come together in one spectrum. So when you today see from Cleveland in the west to Spencer in the north, all in the same being original brand with the county kind of as the top of that pyramid, it really creates a great sense of community. It also helps it easier to market to the visitors. So thank you guys for doing that. The Transportation Museum, which is obviously home and dear to you guys, we have a very strong relationship with them. We're one of their primary funders in terms of events, promotions, marketing packages. We're always going to continue to support their events and their activities. So if anything, I would say just know that's a given. They bring in roughly 100,000+ visitors a year. They generate anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 room nights in a year. We work heavily with them on packaging those experiences so more visitors will come to the community, participate in those events, whether it's Thomas Polar, smaller events, and we're constantly working with them to find new ways to help grow that site. So we'll always be invested in Spencer at a base level in that project. A couple other things, and just when I got in here earlier, I heard y'all talking about arts and the importance for that. Some folks know, some don't, but we actually run the Rowan Arts Council for the community. And we are we're going to receive an additional $170,000 in arts funding coming from via the federal government through the state to us. Typically in the past, a lot of times what we call grassroots arts funding, municipalities have not been eligible for, but this new trough municipalities will be eligible for. So I would encourage whoever your staff is to reach out to our offices if you're looking for art grant funding opportunities, programs, public art pieces, events, activities. So we will have 2 troughs of that coming in, one later this year and then one next fiscal year. So it'll be fiscal 22-23. We'll get one probably in the summer, and then we'll get another for fiscal 23-24. So there'll be some new funding opportunities. We have been able to fund some of East Spencer's community events, some of their arts and cultural events through some of those funds. And the county and the city of Salisbury, just have always been huge supporters of the Rowan Arts Council. They've been funding it for decades, and they continue to be a support of that, especially the mayor and the chairman. So those are just some things that are coming as well. And I'll finish just again by saying thank you for everything you guys have done. There are a lot of funding opportunities and joint things we can do. I know we were able to help some with your recent Winterfest. And at the end of the day, the more you look to add in terms of events, programming, tourism activities, arts, culture, the more we're able to support and partner with. A lot of times we like to say we rely on organizations to do a lot of the infrastructure, then we bring our dollars to help support your events. So whether it's direct dollars, marketing dollars, infrastructure dollars, so we have an opportunity to continue to partner there. But you guys have done an amazing job keeping Spencer the city it is and helping it grow. And just your support of the Transportation Museum as well is important for us because it helps generate more people to come to the community and spend dollars. So glad to be here. Appreciate the opportunity and be happy to answer any questions later if you guys have them.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. We'll invite Scott Shelton up.
Sign us up for the Wayfinding. We're ready for that.
That's right. And I mentioned that.
You don't think that?
All right. Well, thanks for having me, board members and mayor. And it's my first trip to your new town hall. Town's come a long way from a old YMCA dormitory or the old place on 4th Street years ago. To be very proud. It's a beautiful facility.
We don't have the great theme song like we used to have. Yeah. The YMCA.
Theme song.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. You went from the Y to the AMP.
I'd actually said from the outhouse to the penthouse, but that probably fits a little bit better for this meeting here. But anyway, I just want to spend a moment talking about, before I get too far into the specific stuff for North Rowan and for Spencer, just talk about things in the county as a whole and also some institutional and organizational things we're doing at the EDC. I'm sure you're familiar with our Forward Rowan campaign. That was our attempt to raise dollars in the private sector to become more of a public-private partnership, not rely so much on tax dollars. And it started right before the pandemic. We had to hit the pause button because of that, but it got up and going again. It's been a very successful endeavor. We've actually raised about $1.4 million in cash and in-kind services from about 52 different investors. So that's going to help us accomplish some of the things we set out to do in our program of work for Forward Rowan. And some of those things in that campaign of work, or program of work, was job creation goals. We set a goal of creating 2,500 jobs over the next 5 years, and so far we're at 1,010, so it's a good start. Also, we try to, generate about $350 million of capital investment in Rowan County, and we're at about 127 million right now. And also with these new jobs, we wanted to see creative. We wanted to make sure they had decent wages, and the goal at the time was $33,000 a year. I know inflation has changed that a little bit, but that was the goal at the time. And right now, the average salary for these new jobs is about $38,000. So we're making progress there. And there's 4 key pillars of this Forward Rowan campaign. Most of it is geared toward attracting new companies here, but also, more importantly, working with our existing companies to see they grow and they prosper. We actually have a staff person at the EDC whose main job is to take care of our existing employers. Her name is Kendall Henderson, and she tries to do in-person visits with our businesses, as many as she can. And last year, she visited 61 different companies in Rowan County, and a little over 1 a week. I know it doesn't sound like it's a lot, but trying to get your foot in the door with some of these companies can be difficult sometimes if you don't have a prior relationship. So she's worked pretty hard on that, and I think we've accomplished quite a bit through that. And I think it's been well received. I mean, for the longest time, these companies weren't sure what we actually do. Now they have a better idea of what our mission is, and sometimes actually they reach out to us now when they have a concern. We always look at people. And then over the past 12 months, we had some notable project wins, existing companies expanding and new companies coming here. There were 6 main project wins for 2021, and they represented about 284 new jobs and about a little under $34 million of new investment. Ever since the people more or less went back to work after the pandemic died down a little bit, our activity level has been really, really high. We had in 2021 156 new project leads, people asking for buildings or sites in Rowan County for their expansion or for their new business location. Out of those 156 leads, we had 124 that we were able to submit for, where we had a building, we had a site that fit their criteria. And to put it in perspective, last year we had 92 leads versus 156. We qualified for 81 of those last year versus 124 this past year. And also last year we had 15 company visits, actually having officials come to Rowan County to look at these sites, and that was up from 7 from last year. 7 was a artificially low number just because of, again, the pandemic. Nobody was traveling or going anywhere at that time. And most of these leads came from the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina, but also the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. And right now we have about, about 130 jobs in the pipeline. 130 projects in the pipeline. And they represent about 4,000 potential new jobs and about $2.6 billion of potential investment in Rowan County. In addition to that, we also try to enhance our database of available sites, make them more shovel-ready. A couple we worked on was the what's now called the Mid-South Industrial Park. That's the old Celanese plant on 70. That went through the Duke Energy Site Readiness Program last year. We also did a similar program for what's referred to as the Wallace Business Park in Landis through the Electricity's Smart Sites Program. In addition to that, we did phase 1 environmental assessments for the Granite Industrial Park in Granite Quarry and the Brown site in Cleveland across from Dalva. Now, we did some things, too, for Spencer that I'll get to here in just a moment as well. And there's been a lot of developer interest in Rowan County the past year, especially along 85, with the exceptions of the Jake Alexander exit and the Innis Street exit. Every interchange in Rowan County has some level of developer interest, whether it's properties under contract, under LOIs, or just power tickets. But these combined interests represent about 9 million, actually it's close to 10 million square feet now of potential building space in Rowan County. If all these people said, built what they said they were going to build, it would be about 10 million square feet going on the market. In addition to the economic growth we try to stimulate, we also try to work toward enhancing our workforce. Obviously, that's the first question we get nowadays is where are you going to find the people for all these jobs? So there were several initiatives launched during the past year, including the new Work in Rowan portal, where it kind of assembles all the different job listings in Rowan County under one site. People can search for them without having to go to this company's website or this company's website. The EDC retained a consultant firm named Roll Call to conduct a talent attraction study. There was also a job fair that was put on with the help of our partners, such as the Chamber of Commerce over at the West End Plaza back in June, that attracted several hundred job seekers. Very well received from all the businesses in the community that participated. We also tried to work on brand enhancement as well. Back in February, we hired a new marketing and communications manager, Jay Garno. He came to us from Wake Forest University. He spent several years there in the athletic department in their marketing area. And he's really hit the ground running and doing a really good job. Of course, you may see our bi-weekly EDC update, the emailed newsletter that usually has about 4, maybe 5 stories every 2 weeks about what's going on in Rowan County. That's been well received as well. We also worked hard to put Rowan County into many leading publications for site selection and just general economic development, including Site Selection Magazine, Expansion Solutions, and Business Facilities Magazine. We also tried to focus on food processing. With our water and our rural agricultural history, we think it's a natural fit. We actually put out a brochure targeting ag bioscience and some other direct marketing efforts. And some of those efforts paid off. Recently, we were named in Business Facilities Magazine as the number 7 ranked metro area in North America for food processing. Rowan County was also the top location in the Southeast and number 2 on the East Coast. That's something to be very proud of. It really got a lot of attention from various companies. And then also, just finally, with the Forward Rowan campaign, we also try to streamline our organization, make it more efficient in regards to providing service to our constituents. Some examples of this are the EDC bylaws were revised to reflect this new public-private partnership model. I mentioned how Jay Garno came on board as our marketing person. We also hired Joni Michael as our operations manager. She replaced Bettina Dickert, who retired after nearly 20 years at the EDC. There were also activities such as a night at the ballpark down in Kannapolis, where we had a nice turnout from all of our towns, and we'll probably do something like that again this summer. And just shifting gears, I know that the board wants to hear more about North Rowan and more about Spencer, and some Spencer-specific project activities that took place over the past year was in regards to project submissions. We always talk about the Lamb Fisher property. The EDC submitted that property for 15 different recruitment projects over the course of 2021. If you consider we had 156 total leads, and not all those were we were able to submit for, that represents about 10% of all projects that this site was submitted for. But if you consider also that some of these projects wanted an existing building and not a site, then that percentage goes up even more. But it was next to the old Celanese plant. It was our most frequently submitted property of everything we have in Rowan County. And with that property there, it's a 1 million square foot building, and there's a lot of land there. There's a lot of things that cause that to be submitted more, but it's the number 2 one we had so far. And with one of those projects, we actually had a visit to the site on October 25th. The code name for the project was Project Russ. It was a rubber product manufacturer. They came out to the site with some of their company executives and toured it. The project is still out there right now. It's still active. No decision's been made yet, so we hope that Lamb Fisher will stay in contention for that. But out of those 15 project submissions I mentioned, they were of varying areas such as food processing, plastic products, metal fabrication, transportation equipment, and rubber product manufacturing. And they ran the gamut from anywhere from 15 new jobs to 650 new jobs, and a $30 million investment to a $700 million investment. So I think it also speaks to the fact that there's just there's going to be a shortage of big sites in Rowan County pretty soon along 85. And Lamb Fisher is well positioned with this location to benefit from that demand. And then in regards to some activities and events of note in northern Rowan County, one of the things we saw was, again, continued developer interest in large sites adjacent to 85. In Spencer, of course, the Lamb Fisher site and the former North Carolina Finishing Company site. Over in East Spencer, the Enterprise Center at exit 79 and Andrew Street, and then the Britton site, which is off of Choate Road behind Dole Elementary School. All 4 of those sites got some interest in the past year. And I mentioned earlier about site readiness work. As the board is aware, we did submit the former Finishing Company site, the Duke Energy Site Readiness Program, this past summer. And out of that, we got a really nice evaluation report. Maps and conceptual drawings were also done on the site. And besides that, we also commissioned a phase 1 environmental assessment study to be done on the Lamb Fisher property. We have that, and the property owner has that as well. And then as far as other activities in northern Rowan County, of course, there was continued talk about the potential new interstate exit off of McCandless Road. We think that could be beneficial to northern Rowan County for its potential tourism aspect. More people having better access to Dan Nicholas Park, High Rock Lake. There's also obviously an economic development potential for that and opportunity to reduce congestion in that area. Something else we saw was the continued impact of Chewy. They've exceeded their hiring goal by 17%. They're at, I think, 1,400 people now versus 1,200 they originally announced. But also, I think we're starting to see that secondary impact of Chewy being there. For example, there's that new gas station that popped up next door to it, and I think we'll see more of that. But also, when we landed Chewy, I think it really increased visibility for northern Rowan County in the eyes of a lot of developers. And nobody wants to be the pioneer and go to a new area. They want to go where it's safe and there's other communities or other businesses there. So Chewy kind of jumping ahead from going from South Rowan to North Rowan really opened up a lot of eyes, I think, in the development community. That was much appreciated. And I know the mayor had asked us to talk about possible ways to assist EDC's efforts. And I just got a couple of bullet points, a couple of thoughts on that. One is infrastructure. We're not asking the town to spend any money on infrastructure, but if we find a client, we find a company wants to come here, there may be an opportunity for the town to be a grant applicant for some of these infrastructure dollars that are available through the state. Or in regards to Land Fisher, I know that one of the issues we've had with that one has been better access to the property. We've been trying to contact Innispec about maybe the opportunity for a partnership there to maybe help the access there. Haven't been successful yet, but we'll keep trying with that. But infrastructure is always a key element in any site selection decision. Also with parents, I know that's something that Spencer's always worked hard on, but community looks good. Odds are it can be more favorably received in a developer's eyes or a company's eyes when they visit. And I know Spencer's working on housing as well, but we're trying to attract all these jobs. People need housing. And then just finally, anything you can do to make it a business-friendly community. That could be anything from being proactive in your development regulations and guidelines, or just being responsive to a community's questions, companies' questions about just anything in general with the town. These quick turnarounds for information requests are always appreciated. So those are 4 ways I think it really could help us in our mission to bring jobs to North Rolling County. And that's pretty much what I have. But again, EDC really appreciates the town of Spencer's continued commitment to our organization, and we're here to help see the community grow. So be glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for all that you and Rod and the folks at the EDC do for all of our communities, but Spencer especially. Anybody have questions at this time for Scott? All right, thank you. All right, Elaine. Elaine Spalding from the Rowan Chamber. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Appreciate the invitation to be with you, and wanted to feature again our 2022 Membership Directory and Talent Attraction Guide. Spencer has a wonderful article written by your mayor on page 31, so be sure and show that to everyone. And of course, the Chamber of Commerce is a membership organization, and we appreciate the town of Spencer's membership in the Chamber. Just want to give you a couple of updates of things coming up. This coming Tuesday, February 15th at 9 a.m., we have the Minority Business Council. Any of the businesses here in Spencer are welcome to attend. It's a virtual event. We have a great speaker, Wilhelmina Ripper with RCCC, and she's talking about business goal setting for 2022. So that'll be a good one. And then the state legislative breakfast is coming up on Thursday of next week. We were talking this morning, Chairman Eds mentioned the mayor's roundtable that we knew you weren't going to be able to participate in, but State Representative Harry Warren was there, and Senator Carl Ford joined us via Zoom from Raleigh, and we're hoping that most of our state legislators will be able to join us. As you guys know, we're still in the long session of our state legislative year, so some of them may need to be in Raleigh. They're hoping to get the redistricting figured out by the end of next week. But Harry Warren has promised he will be at the breakfast, and then we will be talking about the short session, if that ever gets started, on the priority projects for that. And so we appreciate you and Peter have been great about keeping us up to date on what the priority projects are for the town of Spencer, and we really appreciate that. I think it's so important for us as a community to continue to be on the same page when we go to Raleigh and when we go to Washington, D.C. So we appreciate your partnership with that. And then our chamber annual gala meeting had to be postponed until March the 10th, but we'd encourage you to come and join us for that Thursday, March the 10th, 6 p.m. at the West End Plaza. That event is designed every year, and this is our 96th annual meeting for the Rowan Chamber. It's designed as a showcase for all the good things that are happening all across Rowan County. So please come and celebrate with us and just really have a wonderful celebration of all the good things about this community. And I just encourage you, I know we've participated in ribbon cuttings here in Spencer in the past. As you have new businesses that contact the town hall about opening, please encourage them to contact us. We'll set them up with free one-on-one counseling with RCCC Small Business Center, making sure that they get off on the right path to start their business, and we'll be here to celebrate with you and them for any big ribbon cutting, grand opening celebrations. We, from the business advocacy standpoint, helped Spencer in the past with candidate forums. Happy to do that in the future as well. And just two upcoming events later in the year. On May the 5th, we're bringing back the Disney Institute to our community. We're so glad they're going to be in person. And this one will again focus on what Scott was talking about with the talent attraction plan. The Chamber is happy to partner with EDC on that talent attraction plan. And we've also asked the Disney speakers to focus on retaining and attracting employees. So that'll be a really good program. And then July 23rd, we're bringing back the Dragon Boat Festival that's just down the road here at the Shrine Club at High Rock Lake. And the city of Salisbury and Rowan County have had dragon boat teams in the past. So we would like to challenge the town of Spencer to please have a dragon boat team. All of the companies that have participated in that event have said it's the best team building exercise they ever do. So we'd love to have you all participate as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaine. All right, and let's see. I see Mayor Mallett has joined us. Good evening or good afternoon. Thanks for being here. So I'll give you the option. We're asking all of our partners to come up and just give a quick update on things going on in their community or organization and ways, any ideas they have about us being able to partner. So either you can go ahead or you can make Jim Beamer go ahead of you. No, you're fine.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you for allowing the town of East Spencer to be a part of the session and just to be in the midst in this beautiful facility. I mean, Rowan County is doing well. We just left one of the at Livingstone College. Somebody else probably said too. But this is just great, and I can't wait till it just starts filtering across the bridge. So we're just happy to be here. East Spencer's continue to grow and do a lot of new things, and we want to complement whatever you're doing here in the town of Spencer. And we heard this morning from the young lady that talked about the transportation museum and about how many people that would come into the city. And I think we all should think about how we can capture some of that other than just right there, just make sure it grows within this area. So thank you again for being here. Anything Town of East Spencer can do to help, we are always open. And I hope you feel the same about us. So thank you for being here. And any other questions we can talk about?
Well, I would just say likewise, thank you for your partnership and, working together, and we hope we can continue to do that. And, thank you and your staff from a mutual aid perspective. I know we periodically rely on you and your staff, and we really, really do appreciate that help.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Beamer.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. And just first wanted to thank you for your partnership. As many of you probably know, you became a partner with the City of Salisbury and your utilities department since 2000. We are always here to serve you. In addition to partnerships, planning for growth. I think after following what Scott said, and you have seen it too, growth is here. I mean, we're kind of playing a little bit of catch up, but one of the things that comes with growth, I think, is mutual collaboration. So as a utility, we're reaching out to the various planners and staff people of the towns. Like, I think we provided some maps of the infrastructure, and I think it'd be a great idea to collaborate with our other municipalities in the county and EDC on where our mutual growth boundaries are, so that we all, it was talked about before, I think, speak in one vision or one voice. When someone comes to town, we're all on the same page, so I think that would be very productive. One other thing we're proposing on the utility side is some possible new policies for future growth, paying their fair share of the infrastructure and the capacity needs that they're going to be using. So we're going to be working through that this budget process. We're doing an evaluation of system development fees. So again, the reason behind that is Spencer, East Spencer, other client communities have been paying their user fees for a long time. Now the developers are coming in, and there's 4,000 to 5,000 houses looking to come to Rowan County. Let them help pay for those infrastructure upgrades that our client communities have been paying for years. So with that, again, thank you for the partnership, and we're looking forward to working with you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Beamer. So again, thank you to all of you for your partnership. I want to share a little bit about some of the great things happening in Spencer, because I think some of the things we heard today, each of you play into the success of them moving forward. So many of you have heard about our initiative with Parks and Recreation. We're going to get an update on here very, very shortly with our Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. As many of you know, we are far along with our development of a Yadkin River trailhead that will connect into the Wilcox Bridge and bring the Yadkin River Park on this side of the Yadkin River into Rowan County in the town of Spencer. Our long-term vision is that we actually generate a corridor of connectivity from our downtown out to that trailhead. We have a $3.5 million NCDOT grant, and we have to raise a 20% community match. That project many years ago was estimated at about $4.5 million, and so as you know, it's probably ballooned, but we're looking into what that cost is going to be. But long term, that will bring a bikeway and greenway all the way into the town of Spencer, down to 3rd Street from the Yadkin River, and then out 3rd Street to Grants Creek, where it will be very close to being able to tie into the city of Salisbury greenway system. So that long term, you're looking at about 12.5 miles of continuous bikeway greenway space throughout the northern part of the county and into the city of Salisbury. So we're incredibly excited about that, and thank Joe Morris for all his work on making those things a reality. One of the other things is hopefully before too long, the sea of asphalt out in front of us, in front of our building, will be a little more green as we are planning for a downtown park. As you know, years ago, this whole block area was a large town park. We are wanting to kind of scale that down in a similar model with green space, trees, some area for events that will accommodate our Winterfest event, as well as summer concert series. And there's been talk of a potential kind of small scale farmers market sort of thing. That would not compete with Salisbury, but would complement it. And so, you know, the structures to support those sorts of things. And so we're actually in the process of starting that planning work through our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And so hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll see that happening. And then, of course, we were fortunate enough to be granted about 50 acres of the transaction has not occurred yet, but right now the Three Rivers Land Trust has 50 acres of property directly across the street on 17th Street from our standback forest. And ultimately that eventually will be turned over to the town of Spencer, and it will effectively double the size of standback forest. So as I call it, it's our big green deal here in Spencer, where we're really putting a lot of effort and attention and detail into making this a walkable community where folks want to come and work and live and play. And so that's kind of one of the priorities. And so working with the Tourism Authority to promote those things, and working with Salisbury to partner on tying into that. And I know Mayor Mallett and I've talked about when that greenway comes in, finding a way to tie it across the bridge for East Spencer to link onto as well. So a lot of opportunities for partnership there. Some of the other things that we have going on, and you know, I've mentioned this to Elaine and to Greg as well, is really promoting business growth, both small business growth here in our core downtown, as well as large industry, manufacturing, job creation in some of our larger vacant properties, as Scott mentioned, like with the Lamb Fisher site. And one of the really big priorities is converting that North Carolina Finishing Company site, really making it, transforming it, almost a phoenix from the ashes, really turning it into a jewel for the town of Spencer in northern Rowan County, really where we convert it to truly be our gateway into Rowan County. And so the long-term vision would be that there is some industrial manufacturing as part of that, but then also the area near the trailhead, eventually converting that into a mixed-use retail, event, entertainment type of, and lodging sort of use. One of the things that we recognize is northern Rowan County does not have lodging right now. and yet we have 150,000 plus visitors that are coming to a facility right across the street from us. And we recognize that our Rowan County community benefits from that, but at the same token, we need to provide those type of amenities for our visitors as well. So what a great place to stay, overlooking the Yadkin River, being able to shop out there, being able to take part in the Yadkin River Park, and then come and visit the Transportation Museum, and participate in fun events that the town of Spencer is starting to do, like Winterfest and some of our other exciting events. So those are a lot of the things. Jim, I know some of the things we heard this morning. Obviously, as we develop, we're going to have infrastructure extended, water and sewer, to some of those industrial sites. We've also had requests for kind of infill development in a few areas that currently aren't served with utilities, and so that will be a need. And one of the needs we heard from our fire department is making sure that our hydrants throughout town are updated and operable and functional. And so those are some of the things that we'll be looking to partner with SRU on moving forward. Now, one of the other things that we talked about was this grant opportunity through the Soil and Water Conservation District to clear our waterways of debris. And so that's an exciting funding opportunity, and one we look forward to coordinating with City of Salisbury and SRU with Grants Creek, because we all share that together. So, and then of course on the transit piece, we're so thankful to the City of Salisbury for administering your transit program and serving Spencer and East Spencer, and we really do look forward to, I guess, what could be a new chapter in public transit in Rowan County and in Salisbury and East Spencer and Spencer. And I'm excited about this micro transit model. I really think, based on how especially East Spencer and Spencer are set up, that this could really be a viable option and perhaps even serve our citizens better than they are right now. And so we look forward to partnering with you on that moving forward. So with that, board, did I miss any other exciting things? The signage and wayfinding, I know I mentioned to Mr. Meacham, has been a goal of ours for about 2 years now. So we're excited about moving that forward because it promotes business growth, it promotes tourism here locally and downtown. And again, we are trying to do everything we can to engage our residents and engage our visitors across the street. And we feel that being here in this building and having events right out there is just one step in the right direction to making that happen. Yes. That's great. We're excited about that. And that's Buzz Bazell, right? Correct. Okay. Yep, I've worked with Buzz before. Very good. Well, does the board have anything else? Any questions for our guests? I know they have other places to be, but anything you want to share with them that I missed?
I have one question to ask Mr. Beamer. Mr. Beamer, I know that y'all got the short end of the stick with this Cube Hydro pulling out of their agreement to help Salisbury Rowan Utilities to build a new water intake plant and also upgrade the system. Has the new owner reached out and agreed to make good on Cube Hydro's offer, or are they backing out, or what? Are y'all sort of in limbo now?
I'll give you a very brief update. Otherwise
Okay.
I'll take you the rest of your
And I
afternoon.
hate to put you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I was just curious.
Something I love to talk about, but there is some good news on that front. Cube Hydro changed their name to Eagle Creek Renewable Energy. It's the same thing. They're all under Ontario Power, but on the positive side, we are. They actually partnered with us to submit a $30 million brick grant to FEMA. And so they've offered it to be the local match, which actually, if you go above a certain threshold, you get more bonus points. So we worked together on a project to help get a relocation of all those facilities. And so they have partnered with us on that. There's also a parallel track where they want to do something that's in place that we are, kind of holding them to the standard that it has to meet our requirements, providing you, us, everybody reliable water supply. So we're going down multiple tracks. We're probably looking at a third track too for some more state money, some help, because it's in short.
We all know in
Yeah.
this room, we all know how important the water system is,
And we just feel like it'd be unfair to put on our ratepayers for something that the dam and the dam operator owns and has a responsibility to take care of. So we have been diligently pursuing this probably since 2006. We're still on it, but we did come up with a partnership. It was kind of a unique one, and that was submitted just last month. Thank you for the question.
All right, anything else? Well, I know you all have other places to be. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time today. It's a pleasure to hear from you, and look forward to continuing to work with you into the future. So it's an exciting time. And as I told the board earlier, this is our moment. Let's make it happen. Thank you all. Looks like we have another special guest in the.
I wouldn't call him a
in the
special
audience.
guest. An intruder has
Dave Tree, you had nothing better to do today, huh?
You're just going to take away from Steve Blunt.
Does he get Fridays off?
He's doing great. Hey, where are you now, David?
Just break time.
Break time?
Break time? I don't. Yeah. He said. Yeah, I'm making him back.
been here a long time ago, so not with this board.
I think this is the first, yeah.
For that park is to apply for a Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant, and they have encouraged us to upgrade our Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Plan, Master Plan. And John was actually involved here in Spencer a number of years ago in the capacity of working on the Carolina Thread Trail Plan. That kind of thing. That's correct. But he's very familiar with Spencer Falls Ray County. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to these guys. And this is all unrehearsed, sort of like trapeze artists that I might swing out. And perhaps Jeff will catch me. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you,
Go
Jeff.
ahead, John.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Once again, I'm John Woods. I'm actually a landscape architect. I don't have a AICP next to my name, so I'm not
All
a
right.
planner, but that's okay. We do a lot of this. We do similar things sometimes. So as Joe said, I've been up here doing planning under different monikers. So I was involved in the Thread Trail Master Plan back in 2014. I was also involved with the your bike ped plan. It was done with East Spencer back around that same time frame. So I've enjoyed getting to know some of the restaurants up here and just being around, but it's been a while, so it's good to be back. So my role in this whole thing, as Joe said, is to help update the system-wide park and rec plan, which is the exercise on this part of the room, and then to write the part of grant that we're going to go after in early May. So you probably may or may not have seen this document, the 2014-2024. There's a lot of information in here that still is valid today, because as we showed on this, I had pulled. That's starting to happen with the trail grant that you got for the trailhead up on Wood. And then you have the walking trail between those two and the Sandbank has more or less happened. It's a nice path to get back in there. We're going to talk a little bit about this. Develop a civic park and downtown civic park and performance area. So sort of home in on these two is trying to get some momentum. We have to have a sports area, a playground, and then trying to put together some type of a park and rec advisory committee, which hasn't quite happened. So as we look through this master planning process over the next month, we're trying to have a good draft in by mid-March for the folks at Recreation Resource to review prior to going after the Park TIF grant. One of the important things is to see what the feelings are in terms of facilities and amenities that the town offers or has available to its residents. So that's what the exercise was that you took part in. And just a quick tally. You got to do one. It was tough. You had a bunch of elements to look at, and you got to pick one that was most important to you, and then you got to pick three that were the next most important. So as I look at what you put on the board, hand that out. We've done a tabulation from our, so I don't have today's tabulations in there, but we have from our two public meetings that we did on the 24th and the 31st in the chambers here. And in that handout, we do have it in both a graph chart as well as kind of we gave a couple of points to each thing that was most important and a point for everything that was important. And no surprise, walking, biking, natural trails or nature trails came out at the top of the list. That's pretty much what you see in every community we work in. Right behind it was canoeing and kayaking, which you don't currently offer as a town. You have a boat launch on the other side in Davidson County, so that may tell us something
They're
about.
right next to the bumper cars out front.
Right there, okay.
So that's a clue that tells us we may need to work something into our new plan.
Love it.
Yeah. Update. Green space was important, just having areas to just have some green space that can flex into event space, picnic space, kids just out there being kids, throwing a frisbee, that type of thing. And then the list goes down from there. Community gardening, and we have a community garden effort that's underway right now that will fold into the plan. Restrooms are very important, and that topic will probably come up with Jeff as well here on the town park. Is it Charlie? Is he our little? Yeah, so Charlie gets some votes. We have dog parks came in at number 6 there, so he should be barking up a storm.
He doesn't vote.
Well, he can vote 4 times.
So,
No.
Yeah, he didn't get the vote to give, so it's
No.
not.
He didn't have a vote.
And then we get down, so amphitheater stage is in there, multi-purpose fields, mountain biking, which you don't really have right now, picnicking, basketball playgrounds, a rec center, and a splash pad. After that, we really didn't get much in the way of votes for disc golf, which used to be the most popular thing. Then it became pickleball. We have a few votes on pickleball. Just need to find a space if that's something we want to move forward with. Yep. So this tells me, there's several things now that the current residents want to see incorporated. A little more passive activities in terms of your hiking and biking, canoeing, kayaking, green space. Those top 4, the gardening. So these also go with what's transpired in the last almost 2 years, as people have gotten tired of being around home. They've gone out to do things. These are the things they can do, intergenerational, and feel comfortable in their space. So certainly walking and jogging and biking are easy activities that everybody can do. And we've made a good start here in Spencer with Spencer Woods. So we're going to add your information into what we collected over the last couple Mondays. There is also a community survey that will be coming out. It may come out at the end of next week. It's probably the first week or the last week in February that it'll come out. We have a consultant. We've been working through a survey with a few of the folks here to ask questions. It'll come out to every resident of Spencer.
It's in your package.
So there's a copy. There's a copy in front of you. It'll get mailed out to everybody, and our sub-consultant ETC will also do a push behind to try to get as many surveys back to us as soon as we can in early March, so we can also tabulate the rest of the folks that couldn't come out for a public meeting. That survey gets into some more questions beyond what we've asked. We touched a little bit on feelings during and since the pandemic. We focus on a little bit on potential funding. We have some ARP questions in there, townwide. Folks who get the survey have an option to mail it back, or there's an online link they can go to. And then we'll get all that tabulated. That will give us an updated needs assessment, which is also an important part of our PARTEF grant that we apply for. So in the PARTEF grant, there's a whole scoring system that we have to go through. You get points for a lot of different items, including our system-wide plan, including the master plan that Jeff will be working on for Town Park, plus a site plan. So the master plan and a site plan they work together, but they're 2 different items. Adoption by this body of those plans, adoption by, I think we talked about the Planning Commission adopting in lieu of a Park and Rec advisory. Then there's plans for the number of elements, there's points for the number of elements in a park that help. So you work up a score, and then it goes back to the folks at Recreation Resources that compile all this, and they too score it, and they look at everything we put in there to try to get the highest ranking possible, because you're not the only community going after a Park and Recreation Trust Fund grant. The funding source is it's more relied upon now with the way the state budget is. It typically, for many years, was based on 2% of the real estate transfer tax, which back in the 90s and early 2000 meant there was a good fund. And then we've been through some down years where there wasn't a good fund. So you may have anywhere from 60 to 80 communities competing for these grants, and historically they might get 14 to 20 out. Last year they were able to award everybody that submitted. we got 14 out right away with what they knew, and then the rest they awarded after the budget passed, and then at the end of each year when they tally up projects that are finished, they see what gets put back in the pot. So that's our goal with Town Park, is to get everything we need to get the most points we have, get that in, submit it, and have a great looking grant that Antoinette Meyer, our local rep, will highly recommend to the PARTIF board. So the PARTIF goes in May 2nd. The PARTIF board convenes. It depends on the year. It's either the end of August. The last few years it's been the end of September, and they go through and they make those awards at that point. And then by the end of the year, hopefully we are successful, and they will be sending a contract for the town to enter into. We've not done any estimates for the park yet, right? You haven't done an estimate yet. So that's part of our submittal too, because the town needs to know what they're matching. PARTIF is a 50-50 match up to 500,000. We typically don't go to 500 just because it's a better chance to get a grant if you're less than 500,000. So it's a little easier in the paperwork than an LWCF grant, which you may be familiar with, which probably built a couple of parks here, I'm not sure. Certainly built some in Salisbury back in the 80s. That was a big grant, but you're tied more to that.
So what is the sweet spot?
So on the larger parks we've done, where our total budget is well over $1 million, I've been doing grants 425, 450 match. Obviously, if it's a smaller park, it's a smaller match, and they do like those because they fit a niche too. When they start to look through that funding and get down in the numbers, they say, well, here's one that's only asking for 225. So they get that one versus the one that has 400. For 500,000, we would need to make sure we have just a unique park opportunity to do that. They typically award one a year.
Are you required to use that money in a certain period of time?
So once you sign the contract, once you find out you're awarded, typically the governing body will vote on whether to accept that award.
Right.
And then when you sign the contract and it's all checked through, you have 3 years from that point to build the park.
Okay.
And
along those lines, have you had experience with parks where there have been public fundraising campaigns and there would be a committed amount in the application? Like, just hypothetically, let's say it's a $500,000 park. You're asking for $250. The town coffers have pledged $100, and then the town says we're going to raise $150 from the community. Have you seen that model in any application?
We have. It's rare.
Because you have 3 years, and once you know, then you can go after.
We basically have to label in there that money will be available around the time of the award or about the time you're ready to start. So you want to have it in hand before you start construction.
Gotcha.
Now, to tag on to that, we can certainly list the town coffers as one element of your matching source, and then other sources, donations, other grants, we can put in there as well to equal up to that 250.
And have you, and I know this is sort of a new thing, but have you seen any communities that are using American Recovery Act money for matches on grant?
I haven't been any. Are you doing one? You're doing one. I mean, I've used multiple grants as the match. Okay. Everything from Carolina Thread Trail to the old tobacco leaf monies to foundations. So,
and part of this comes, and I think ties into the overall master plan, is developing some form of capital campaign to allow our community partners, because there is a lot of interest, not only from our citizens and residents, but folks outside of the community that want to see these things happen, and setting up a kind of a larger capital campaign related to master plan to allow them to give to these opportunities like the downtown park.
Right. I mean, what we'll have, we'll We'll have another set of recommendations and recommended priorities. Some may show up again, but they'll be based on what we've seen in the voting. There are going to be probably some others in there as well. And then we try to put together our best guess of a potential CIP over the next 5 years that it's folded into the plan. Now, when it gets adopted, we're not saying you're spending that money. It's there just as a guidance for how it helps you as a board with others decide what projects might move up or down or where you want to start that capital campaign.
So just for clarity on that, you're essentially anticipating a price tag for the build out of all the recommendations in the master plan.
The ones that we call out as priorities.
Okay. So that will help inform us on what fundraising order of magnitude.
They will be very conservative given today's bidding environment. Who knows what they'll be in 2023? Who knows what they'll be next week?
Correct. Yeah.
It's just the way. But it'll at least give you some guidance based on current projects that we've had of similar nature. We also have in your packet, you've got a whole page front and back of other and all the comments and notes we got besides what we had on the board. So we read through all these, and some of these get folded into the plan as well. Obviously, with the number of votes we've had for canoeing and kayak, it goes hand in hand with many of the thoughts here about trying to purchase some property on the river to do such an area, and perhaps take that even further with some ecotourism and restaurants and other types of things. So we do read everybody's comments, whether they're big picture or down to the fact that we need a poop dispenser for Charlie at every park.
That's a novel idea where you can go to a park and get a bag of food.
It goes in on just about every greenway or park that we do. Problem is, people who pick up the bags still don't know where to put them, so they pick the nearest yard.
Mine are out there beside my car, so that when I leave tonight, I'll take it with me.
My neighbor does that with his dogs every day. They sit
I
on
thought
his
they were
rollout
there
cart.
so that you could put them in Sam Morgan's car before.
It's actually on my. It's on the.
Yeah, because I have a couple places I'd like to.
Well, Sam, if you get out to my car before I do, it's on the driver's side, right there at the door.
And they'll
So
get
I
out
won't
there
go
and
out.
first on the list.
Thank
you.
I can
Mr.
write that
Wood.
in if we want to do that.
Mr. Wood.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard just recently about some new grant funding that's coming through the rural
Rural Center.
Rural
Development Center.
Yeah.
That's right. The Department of Commerce.
Yeah, it's
Right.
going to be available actually for municipalities to purchase for development. Is that something that could fit into this?
That could. I mean, we always put in our plans a list of current grant opportunities and foundations that we might be able to use. And so I'll check into. There's always new ones coming out.
Yeah, it's brand new.
Like Blue Cross Blue Shield has one or two efforts every year, but it changes. Sometimes it's program based, sometimes it's ethnic based, sometimes it's a physical project that you can do. So we keep tabs on those. Certainly PARTEF and LWCF are the most common ones for parks. Not to be confused with LWCF, it's what? NCLWF, the old Clean Water Management Fund, is the same thing, used for land purchase and for riparian buffers and that type of thing. So we keep our eyes on those grants. There's always opportunities to apply for them and put them in. I want Jeff to have plenty of time to talk on the park, but are there any other questions related to the plan or the planning process?
Any questions from the board?
If you think of something after you leave today, get it to Joe and he'll get it to us.
Well, there was one thing that I didn't see in here, and I know that Joe Morris and David Treem and I are very disappointed the fact that we're going to have I can see my house from here zip line from the water tanks there at the old finishing company to go across the river as a fundraiser.
So can I just tell you something? James Meacham brought that up to me, and I told him that was your idea. He goes, no, seriously, they want to see that happen.
See, I told you.
So-
I'm a man before my time.
So you
Nope.
just want to charge
It
admission
ain't gonna
on our
happen.
end.
It ain't gonna
I'll
happen.
volunteer to be first. I promise.
I believe it did come up in our first public meeting as part
what
of
they're
a certain
talking
40 acres.
Did Charlie vote for that too?
I don't know about that. If you put stairs up there, he does climb stairs.
So,
All right. Well,
it may not be as outlandish as we thought it was.
I thank you for
Thank you.
your time.
Thank you, sir.
And thanks for the work that you're doing. This is important stuff, and we're excited about it.
And the
Thank you.
community's very excited about it too. The word on the street, there are parks coming back. It won't be as big as the one that was originally here, but it has generated a lot of interest.
And I guess one question is, with the work you do, especially with smaller communities like ours, how has the public input been compared to those other places?
So it really, varies. One, I feel like we've had good attendance. We had 2 different areas. I was trying to think of all the number of people. It's spread out over a period of time, but there's been at least 30 or 40 people, I would say. We had Mount Pleasant, was about 2 weeks ago, and had around 60. It was a drop-in, in-person, and it was just an hour and a half slot. So people, there were athletic fields involved, so a lot of the athletic community showed up. So I thought that was a very good turnout. And but you do tend to see in smaller towns, the projects are much more important to them, and they really want to talk about the project, where people really come and stay a while. So it's not a drop in and leave. They really get excited about it because they realize it's something that's important to the community, and they need facilities and parks, and especially during COVID for mental health. People want to get outdoors. So from what we're seeing, people are coming out, including your meeting. It was a little bit more spread out because we had a big drop-in period in 2 separate nights. So there were still 30 something plus people who came. I think that's a very good turnout.
We still have people who would like to come, but didn't feel comfortable coming to a group of people. So I've let them know that don't do it. So, do you know how many we're mailing? How many?
You know how
I think it's 1,400
household.
Right. Yeah.
And then it will also be online. But there is a mechanism on the portal such that if someone from outside of Spencer answers questions on the survey, it will indicate that they're not Spencer. So we'll be able to give them.
What about if you have somebody log in?
Yeah, so they have it set up that you'll be required to provide your address. So if somebody wants to do it more than once, they won't be able to check the box over and over again unless they start making up other addresses. They do that even with a statistically valid sample when they send these things out. Say you send out to 1,000 people in a 60,000 population. They do the same thing so they can see if things are coming back in geographically where they want them to, and target areas, make sure the sample is where they want. So in our case, where it's going to go out to everybody, as it's coming back in, we'll be able to see where it's coming from.
Except in the center of town, which is where see that was spent throughout the town, and we had several from outside the town. They were large, several.
And what type of response rate should we be expecting? What's typical?
10% range? What, about 100 people?
Yeah, we're looking for 150, and they can then expand on that. So we asked for 100 in Grand Forks, they ended up with 131. Maxwell's 17,000 in their population, we asked for 300 and got 450. You know, they always get the number they're saying they're going to get, so usually it's more.
So we just need to make sure we're encouraging our residents to participate. Okay.
And if the people, the public that showed up at the drop-ins is any indication, so far we're getting good support for both the comprehensive master plan and town park. So, you know, you'd like to think that that's kind of a random sampling of the community, but we'll see. So far, so good. Well, I think you have in your packet, Joe, have you passed out the results of?
Yes, they have them.
Okay. So what we wanted to do, kind of like with the comprehensive plan, is
It's the separate piece that Joe passed out.
it should say town, at the top, it should say Town of Spencer Public Meeting Comments 124-22, and it has a little spreadsheet like that, little table. So the reason we had you go first is we wanted to kind of have an opportunity to let you participate in that exercise before you saw these results. So hopefully you just now saw those results. And then we can do a little comparison here. And this part of the presentation or session is really geared toward town park and the facilities, that recreation facilities that we'd like to see there. Because what Pardiff likes to see is that we didn't just say, here is what you're going to get kind of thing to the public. We actually asked the public what they would like to see. And then you design the plan, right? You get the feedback first, and then you figure out what the program is. So what you have here is the results from the workshops. And what they saw as their top priorities, if we were to rank them, landscaping was number one. And if we compare that, I did a quick count. That was the benefit of me getting to go second instead of first. Y'all both picked landscaping as the number one thing. So, I mean, pretty good alignment there. That's amazing. So y'all were very visionary there, in touch. Then number two, the public voted, and I'll kind of go down their list, seating areas. Number three was open green space. Number four was special event space. 5 was art displays. 6 was stage, band shell. 7 was farmer's market. 8 was a decorative water feature, and 9 was historical displays. I think that's the way hopefully that's the way it looks on yours. The lowest number, highest priority is at the bottom, and then it kind of works back that way. So lowest priority at the top. And interesting, as we look at your list, landscaping, stage, band shell, restrooms was number 3, play equipment, open space, seating areas. So in those top 6, if I were to compare your top 6 to their top 6, pretty close. In fact, it's like 5 of the 6, almost 4 of the 6 are on the list. The priority is a little bit different, but in terms of the activity, it's in alignment. So I would say that's almost like a cutoff in terms of priority. Landscaping, seating areas, open green space, special event space, stage or a band shell. Those are pretty much a pretty good alignment. And then restrooms, that's a practical thing, and we can have that discussion whether there needs to be, restrooms in the structure that goes out there, whether the restrooms could be here in town hall, and there's a way to kind of manage that and lock town hall down, and you just have the foyer open. There's also restrooms across the street, I know as well, at the Transportation Museum. So we can have that discussion whether we feel like there needs to be restrooms in that structure. But generally, I think you would know we'd need to have restrooms somewhere. That's a need that has to be addressed. But I think there's good alignment there. Would y'all agree? Y'all seeing the same thing I am? So good job, y'all. It seems that we're very much aligned with the community and the activities that you see in your vision for Town Park. So from that, and there's a whole lot of other comments. I mean, a ton of comments. And it was really great hearing from the community and learning about Winterfest, I think, and all the festivals you're starting to get off, and are starting to occur here, very community-driven, and volunteers and things of that nature. So you've got a great community. You just need that space, and it's starting to materialize out there. So now we're kind of doing a little reveal here. And I'm making the assumption that everybody knows when we say Town Park what we're, okay, I thought so. So I am going to pass out, I'm not going to pass out, but I'm going to pass these out. Joe, I'm going to give these to you. Everybody's going to have them up front. What we did is we get so excited that we just wanted to start thinking about how this may translate into the space, how we could take those program activities and put them down on the ground and see how they may organize from a spatial standpoint and that sort of thing.
Thank you.
On the site. Because it's just much easier to kind of comprehend that. Again, this is like hot off the board. Haven't had much time to talk about it. Kind of walk you through just the thought process, so you can be thinking about it in your mind too as we continue to go through the design process. All right, so let's start with access. There's a couple of access points. Let's think vehicular access first. So one, right up here at 5th Street, right up here at this corner, we would maintain this as the main access into the town hall parking lot. And we can have a whole conversation. We realize that we may put landscaping throughout all the parking and kind of look at the whole site and the whole block from that perspective. We haven't quite done that yet, so keep that in mind. So we do realize that. But in terms of the access, we think this is a very important access here. We're talking about still keeping that as the main access. But we are proposing, as you can tell, down by the old bank building, and now I guess that's the Transportation Museum offices, we're proposing, in this plan at least, to take that connection out. Because there's still lots of connectivity and ways to get in and out of the parking lot. So we were thinking, that could be a good spot, little green space and spot for the bus stop, bus shelter. So kind of think about that. So that's vehicular access. Then parking-wise, we know it's important to keep some parking for town hall, right in the front door. So this plan proposes to keep about 20 spaces right in front of town hall. It's reorganized a little bit there, and that is kind of the optimal layout.
To blend it in to make it look like it's part of the park.
Yes, that's right. And if you'll notice, it has that special paving there. That could be closed off, and it could be used for you could put vendors' tents in there. There could be food trucks or farmers market. So there's a way that you kind of use that. So that's at least, but when it's not being used as an event space, it can be used for parking. But maybe has some special kind of paving or something. And a connection to town hall, of course. And then from a pedestrian access point, we're thinking the main entrance would be off 29 there, and it's marked entry, close to the intersection down here, but across from the Transportation Museum. And you'll notice, this is a minor little detail, but all these little squares on the corner of each pedestrian gateway. So this would be the main gateway here into the green space, and it would focus, it's on axis, directly with a new structure right in the middle, the round structure there, the kind of a stage, an elevated stage with trellis and some fountains there just at the base of the stage, a small decorative fountain that may have water or something that shoots off the stage, not the front of the stage, into the little pool there, just a little thing. It could be lighted, that sort of thing. I don't want to get into the details. But we can talk about whether it wants to be a covered pavilion and all that down the road. But the key point is in the middle there is a stage with a structure of some type, maybe some swings and swinging benches and that kind of thing, so where you could do some concerts. And then you've got this nice events lawn in front of it. And that's about, roughly, I would say you could probably seat about 200 people out there. By our math, if it's 12,600 square feet of green space, if we allocated, let's just say 64 square feet for a person, square foot, 8 by 8 area, you do the math on that, it's about 200 people. Maybe you can get a little bit more of that if you're using chairs and that sort of thing, but, so about 200 people. And then at each one of the access points around that quad, you'd have smaller mini gateways. And the thought process is those would be decorative columns reminiscent of the old park that was there. And we could take, if you look in on some of the photos, I'm noticing there's this nice metal arch that's set on top of the gateway. And that would be the main entrance there, something like that, that would kind of take us back to and be reminiscent of the old
Does
gate.
anybody remember what those were? There's one that looks like it has an emblem on it.
Yeah, it was actually ironworks.
There you go.
And two, I was going to suggest, Jeff, and you've already pointed out in these corner monuments, at each of the corners of the park, and also I think there was one in the mid of the. Yeah, they were columns.
Mm-hmm.
They were granite columns, and they were topped off by round granite logs. And I know some of those are still in this town somewhere. Somebody
Really?
has them.
Well, apparently also are some of the lights that
We've
were
got some
Yeah.
of the lights.
lantern.
Yep.
Well, we
Yeah.
could bring some of that back and incorporate that into the park design. And even if we can't find them, we can replicate them.
That trellis looks like railroad track.
It
Is
does.
that intentional?
Well, okay, so I did kind of think of the round a little, a little bit.
The roundhouse?
Yep, the roundhouse, which is easier to do with that semicircular form versus a covered pavilion that's maybe a square or rectangle or something. It could be a metal type thing that has that heavy metal industrial look to it with a nice decorative column. You could have lights in it and all that kind of stuff. We can get into the details of that, but some type of stage up there, and that's a 1,700 square foot stage. It's about 35 foot across inside there, so it's not a huge stage. It would be smaller than the stage that you see over at the green, the Tower Green there. It'd be much smaller than that because it's a much smaller space. And then the darker areas that you see are landscaped beds, landscape islands, so that there's landscaping along each sidewalk to give separation between the pedestrian areas and kind of the park area and define that space in there. So these are just some of the initial thoughts on the design. We will continue to work on it. You can see a connection there at the crosswalk that goes across Fifth Street to the Old Town Hall. We're thinking to go right through the buildings over here and connect to the parking lot down at the old Town Hall down there, and maybe there's something that goes on that corner down at the parking lot as well, and those can be connected, and maybe it can be connected to other spaces as well.
And something else you may want to use for reference, Jeff, both you and John, there's a series of films that were made by a gentleman back in the 40s. His name is H. Lee Waters. It's archived at Duke University, and Danny Patterson forwarded me a link to it. But he went around North Carolina during the late 30s and early 40s with a 16 millimeter movie camera documenting life in small towns. And he came here to Spencer in 1942. And the film itself is roughly 25 minutes, but it's color footage of Fifth Street with the old grocery store. You can see the corner of the park, the trees, the various segments. There's a shot of a lot of footage of the old library park, also the shops when they were changing shifts, the North Carolina Finishing Company, the old Duke School, the old East Spencer School. And in fact, my mother and my uncle are on the playground, and it's phenomenal to look at. I mean, it's like a piece of slice of history. But it shows those concrete monuments in detail in some of the shots. They're very short, but it may be something that I can send you the link, or if you want to look it up.
Absolutely, we'd love
whenever
to.
you start really getting into the time.
Please share.
he
Yeah,
was-
we'd love to have that link.
He was from Lexington, and you might check with their historical museum because they very well may have some of his work as well.
So Peter's on the website now. Haven't found it yet.
On YouTube, I was stumbling around and found a video from, I think he was called the Birdman or something, and it was around, it might have been the same gentleman, and he had,
Yeah,
is that the same gentleman?
I think it was his father.
Yeah,
He played ball,
Birdman.
he played ball out here, and
I've
it
seen
had
the video.
pictures of him playing baseball.
Right across the street.
I think that, and he had chicken coops.
Yep.
Okay. I have seen snippets of that video. It's only about a 10-minute one, but yes.
Or carrier pigeons.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Because we would love to kind of pull in some of the old elements if we can. So far, we're here now, I guess, to open the floor to questions. That was all, I just wanted to kind of show you what was on the board and where we were headed. And
One of the things we talked about this morning was a digital sign that we wanted to put out front with also showing the name of the park as well as some of the merchants here in town or in the park area. So I think that maybe needs to be included in.
So Jeff, you see the sign right out here, out front, the Spencer Shops.
oh, yes, yes,
So the intent would be to replace that
I see.
with some type of digital signage, perhaps on the bottom, and then above that, signage about the park and the merchants
Okay,
that are in the shopping center.
okay.
Because one of the issues we have right now is we have labeling on our building, but it's very difficult to see from out of the road. And when you add a park, you're really not going to be able to see.
So as you drive by, the concern may be that people
Right.
go right by and
That they know
miss
this
it.
is the police department, the town hall, they can get digital information on what's going on with the town, but then they also know the merchants that are in the store.
So this would be really a marquee type sign. Okay.
Another, I guess, item that isn't part of this project, and the thought was hopefully the park can incorporate would be some sort of flagpole element, because we don't have one here.
It would, and I could see there's definitely some, places here we can incorporate the flagpole. Would it be a single flagpole that had like maybe 3 flags, or we want individual flags, North Carolina flags, Minnesota flag,
I would love to see 3 flagpoles with the U.S., North Carolina, and then also a Spencer flag.
I agree. We have so many incidences when they drop the North Carolina flag and they don't with the U.S. flag, and it's hard to, I can't drop the North Carolina flag and the U.S. flag together, so if we have both, it works easier for us.
if you have the independent flagpoles rather than, that makes good sense there, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And Ms. Seacrest can follow up a little bit. We have 2 of the original lights that were in the original park.
What kind of condition are they in?
We did, yeah,
Oh, you already know about those.
Well, I
he's
just.
got them down there at the,
I have
garage.
I have the original lights.
They're
I have
heavy.
2 of them. I have 2 of them. They're stored safely. I have the canister, the lens, and the cap.
Okay.
I don't have any pedestals or poles, but I have 2 of those original lights at my shop.
That'd be helpful just to have a picture of them, because
Okay.
we want to match it up, maybe if we could, with some, because obviously, we could have a special spot just for the 2.
They were donated by one of our former town managers, Hilda Palmer.
Mm-hmm.
Hilda managed to save them evidently when the park was torn down, and Deborah wound up with them. Deborah brought them back up here. They're big. They still look like they're in good shape. And a lot of people would really love seeing them displayed.
Maybe the 2 of them could go between the 3 flagpoles. Flag, 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 light, light.
We will certainly look at that. I think there's some opportunity somehow, some way. Maybe it is there.
So, Jeff, a couple questions for you on the park layout, as far as taking some of the feedback that we've gotten into account. One of them is making sure that, from a layout standpoint, that our Winterfest event, which is one of our signature events, is going to be able to work in this space. Looks like it will. One of the other things is making sure that we've got space at some point to do a skating rink during that Winterfest event.
Do you know the size of the skating rink? That might be helpful
We
to
can
know.
get that for you.
Okay.
I want to think it's 2050.
I actually think it was 30 by 60 maybe. I'd have to go back and look at
Yeah,
my
it's,
notes.
it's not very big.
I think there was the overall square footage in mind, but I don't know that they figured out the exact
Yeah,
dimensions.
well, and the nice thing about it is you can actually set that thing up. It's modular, so you can set it up in different configurations.
Okay.
So we just know, I think, the square footage. The other piece of that is going to be, you know, we've heard and we saw it in the results, an interest in a farmer's market. And so how that might fit into this, you know, and based on what I'm seeing, you're probably thinking folks would set up their own individual tents. But I know one of the things JD had brought up is what they've done at Virginia in Blacksburg. They've got a small pocket park kind of like this, and they've got some timber structures that they've set up that are actually used for their farmers market or for seating for folks that want to have a picnic. Because the thing I can see here is right now, anybody that wants to come over from the Transportation Museum to have some type of picnic lunch or something like that, there's not that amenity.
That's right, right. In terms of a playground or a picnic shelter or something of that
Right.
nature. And it may be that instead of having that trellis type structure, that space there becomes more of a covered pavilion. And that's where I think we need more time with this group to figure out that element and how it best serves the park. So, but there is only a certain amount of space, so we'd like to say, if we can enlarge it a little bit, we can accommodate all that, but if we're confined to this, then we still really need to keep that green space to give enough room for people to congregate and that sort of thing, to have it kind of the ceremonial lawn. And we still need the parking to serve town hall in the front. That leaves us one little space right in there in the park to put something, and it may be that it needs to be a covered pavilion versus that trellis. And I think before it was more like a covered pavilion, kind of. It was a mini with some restrooms in it, so it may be closer to that.
I like the trellis concept, but I do know from a functionality standpoint, there's some things that we need to make sure.
The original
Yes.
park had a grandstand. It wasn't covered, but it was like a square grandstand.
Uh-huh.
So that would be something that could be duplicated. I'm sure there's pictures of it somewhere.
Well, maybe it's new and improved. It's a grandstand with a cover over it.
All right, one of the things we talked about on this list here of things that we need, and you're not showing it, is public restrooms.
Right.
So what would be your suggestion there?
Well, either they would go in this covered pavilion or grandstand that we're talking about.
Okay, so
That
that's, okay, I wasn't sure if that, you had that
No,
availability.
right now, we don't. Or if you could, and this has been a good conversation because we've also talked about potentially open up these restrooms here at Town Hall. Just
Yeah.
very high level.
Yeah,
Don't think that's a good
think,
idea.
You know, it is an added additional thing that has to be taken care of.
Yes.
And an added expense. But from an amenity standpoint, I think it's important to have that,
Yeah.
especially for some of the events that we're doing, because I don't think that we want to be promoting, when we have 1,000 people out there, promoting having them in here to use with us.
Right.
And
I
we
can
may
see
still
that.
have to have porta potties.
We still
Yeah,
would,
still have
but
to-
at least just on a daily basis.
Yeah, from a day-to-day.
Okay, this
Okay.
is great. So this is actually the Winterfest layout that they've come up with potentially for the end of this year, and kind of what they're thinking. And they've already kind of adapted the park site and what that might be and to how they might use this space. So what you see up on the top left-hand corner is, I guess Salisbury Avenue would be in the bottom right hand of that picture. And then that grass area is the park site. The kind of gridded area, that is what is laid out as far as the skating area. And then the red are the food trucks. If you look back towards Town Hall where it's the orange, you'll see some brown. Those are the huts, the vendor huts, and of course several of the tents. And of course the Nances have agreed to allow us to use some of that parking lot to actually have some of the event structures. But that kind of gives you an idea, and so we'd have to figure out how that then integrates in. I think it kind of does.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that the huts would have to go in the where we're showing the parking lot spaces right now.
Right. I mean, I could see that those could work pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, just that, and the key is that keep making sure we have that event long space.
But as I listen, I think maybe that needs to be more of a covered pavilion in the center versus a trellis. More of a covered stage.
And you and I had talked, I guess, when at the Yadkin River Park, when they did their event out there. And I mentioned the concept that they had brought about black surf.
Right, yes.
We'd even talked about potentially doing some type of covered bandstand, and then wings off of that could then be kind of the more open area for picnic and farmers market area.
Kind of a shed
Yeah.
type thing, yeah.
But see, the other thing I'm thinking there is how cool would it be with those kind of lean-to structures to actually do. Blacksburg they did a trellis type situation on theirs. Or no, maybe they did metal roofing. But how cool would it be to actually have some type of solar panel on that then feeds the park and the restaurant?
Sure, some kind of solar element to it.
And I bring that up just because I think there's some folks that are interested in helping fund this park.
Right.
The sustainability aspect of it's going to be a big thing.
Sure. Yeah, I think that could be cool and functional.
Yes.
Joe, do we need to talk about or talk with the Transportation Museum about what their plans are?
So, yeah, and the answer, yes, we did. I was mentioning, Pat, before this session started, that on the 31st, I took Jeff over to the Transportation Museum to see some of the architecture there, to just look at some of the elements of it. And as we were coming back over, we ran into Kelly Alexander and Elaine and someone else that I don't know from the museum, and they had been to the session here. And she asked, Kelly asked, said, "Are you guys going to do an amphitheater?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "Well, we got $10 million and we're going to build an amphitheater." So I thought, well, we should maybe talk about what you're planning to do with that so that we're not replicating their ideas. And so I think we need to have a follow-up with that group. It's going to be all on the other side of the back shop. There's a space there. But those are things that could potentially, from time to time, be used for Spencer purposes. I mean, I can't imagine they'll program it all the time.
Based on their current facility policy.
It was going to be a revenue generation type thing, like for like an indoor type rental where you could do wedding venues and reunions and things of that nature there.
Well, those kinds of agreements can go both ways. So, I mean, I'm sure it can be worked out.
Yeah.
All right. Other questions?
One thing to keep in mind, when we were setting up Winterfest in this last year, was we needed all the electricity outlets we could get, so as many as we can include in the plan.
Yep.
We include.
And I could see lots of power receptacles in those landscape areas there, and you could easily
absolutely
keep them hidden. We'd love, can we get a copy of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Question and a comment, more of a comment. That one, the top left, where the itty bitty little tent is in the corner. Just as a, from having done business in Spencer for a decade, bathrooms generically, restrooms are a bit of a problem, particularly when there's large events.
Right.
That would be a great location for a restroom, in my personal opinion, where that itty bitty little tent is, right in the corner. I guess at the corner of 5th Street and I don't know how you guys feel.
Right on the active
Yeah,
corner
yeah.
out here.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, like right up.
Yeah.
The bus stop.
Well, the bus
Yeah.
stop's being relocated, if you look in the plan, to right beside of the, Transportation
Oh, yeah.
Museum Foundation
Yeah.
building.
Are we gonna have any issues with, the tenants who have property here or cutting off some of their access?
I guess I'm not gonna speak for them, and I'm gonna speak as someone who has some interest with that. It's only an issue with really large events, and it's an issue if we have parking spaces, it's an issue if we don't. It's not, I mean, it's a problem 3 days out of the year. I don't think it's no big deal. That's my perspective. Other people may feel differently, but
We're still gonna have, how many access?
Three.
Three?
You'll still have the one on Fifth Street, the one on Fourth Street, and then the one right between the Foundation Museum, or the Museum Foundation building, and the, Dollar Center. or
Family Dollar?
Dollar, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
and I guess the question generically, there was a statue of Samuel Spencer, right?
No.
There was not. Okay, all right.
Down, it was actually in Atlanta.
So there was, in my mind, I had concocted that there was.
Okay.
Based on the mural that's up by the convenience store. Well, that statue does exist. It's in Atlanta well, they've got it in a warehouse now, but it was in world headquarters of Southern Railroad. And I remember opening the Charlotte Observer one day and seeing that, going, oh, Samuel Spencer. But apparently it was constructed and it was moved around different parts. And you can do a quick Google search and disprove all of my original theory. But I thought it was in the center of the park. But from the photographic evidence that I've seen, there was sort of an obelisk, and it was just a pillar of stone or something that was a memorial, if you will, to people who had served the railroad and had maybe lost their lives. I'm not exactly. It was even a memorial, but it was in honor of the
There
employees.
was a fountain that was originally there that through the addition.
Did you ever see the alligator? So there's a-
I didn't see any of them.
There's a story so there was some kind of a water feature, or it may be the fountain.
Yeah, there was.
And some of the guys on the railroad brought up an alligator, and they would keep it in the water fountain, and then they would keep it.
That's probably
in
my
the-
grandfather.
They would keep it in the roundhouse during the winter in a tub, and bring it out, and that's anecdotal. I have no evidence of that, but that's what I've been told.
It probably happened.
Sounds like some of the
Granddaddy.
sledges might have done
Someone-
that.
Joe, I think somebody from transportation, somebody asked.
Excellent
they wanted
design,
that
by the
truck.
way.
Thank
Statue.
you. We will continue to refine
And it
it.
was
Y'all
really
give us some very good
controversial,
input.
you
Jonathan
know
will
what I
look into
mean?
that covered, but
And it-
more of the one up in Blacksburg.
I
See,
love the trellis and the fountain idea. Just think from a functionality standpoint, with some of the things that we've heard from the community.
and it'll work either way, so I felt like we needed to have that discussion, just giving you some different looks.
And a while ago, I think I said grandstand, but I meant to say bandstand. That was in that corner, and it was like a stage.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a good thing to try to put in there too.
One minor detail, someone mentioned the bus stop was gonna go up here at Fifth Street, is that where?
Fifth and Salisbury Avenue.
It was on the corner though, down here, right?
Right.
But does the bus stop need to be on Salisbury Avenue?
Salisbury Avenue.
I thought it probably did, okay.
And we were gonna utilize that because the ADA ramps are already on that corner.
Yep.
But if things shift around and we have another access to the ramp, we can move it about anywhere it's gotta be right there on that corner.
Can it go down as far as the Foundation Museum?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. We'd have to change, I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay.
We just have to get it through Salisbury, but I don't think that would be a problem.
What we were thinking is that because of that corner, it's highly visible, as you look back up through here, you wouldn't have to look through the bus shelter. And if we were able to move it down, it'd give you more circulation space off the intersection. And
We would just have to change the curb line a little bit, have it ADA.
definitely, yeah. Okay. Perfect.
No problem.
So, Jeff, I think the idea, based on the time we spent today, is to refine the design just a little bit, to add a couple of elements. And that will be enough to help us have an ability to estimate a cost and get us in line for the part of grant. We know that the town of Spencer will own the park, and that there will be an element of review from the Historic Preservation Commission. But the town of Spencer is the client, and so there will be, dialogue with the elected officials to come up with a design that the Historic Preservation Commission will eventually review. But that's further down the road. And so I'd like to ask the question, is based on what you're seeing in this preliminary design, is this consistent generally with what the board had in mind, or has in mind for the park? Or did we miss anything?
I think it's a great.
I think it's a good.
I like the way he's incorporated the parking spaces to make it look part of the park. That gives it that visual appearance that it's larger than what it is. And I think it's very exciting to finally get to this point. Steve was asking though if he could have a park ranger suit. He wanted to be a park ranger for the park.
And a Sig Sauer to go with it?
We'll give you both a Yogi Bear and a Boo Boo Bear outfit.
Hey, Yogi.
All right, any other input?
I love.
That's great.
Will you use,
Include the flagpole in the plan, and if we, like at this point, and if we still want to have it included,
The what?
the flagpole?
Oh, flagpole.
Yeah, so we talked about that, flagpole, sign considerations, and I think we do need to make restroom considerations as well.
No problem.
Will you use native type trees?
That's always a good practice if we can, because a native tree, this is its home, it tends to be more successful, so we certainly can use native plant materials, no problem. We were just thinking some larger trees that would give shade, but on the other side, we have to balance that because there's some overhead power lines on this side. So that's going to limit us from being able to put too big of a tree there. And that's probably going to begin to drive what kind of trees go on kind of the big trees that we use. Because they can't be too big enough to be a problem with the power
I
lines.
vote that they not be willow oak trees.
I'll write that down. No willow oaks.
One of the things that I'd read about that's being done at Greensboro is they have what they call an honor
You don't like willow
forest. And it's where people sponsor a tree in memory of or in honor of someone.
Sure.
I don't know if that's thought.
I think that's a great idea.
I've had some pastors from North Rowan ask about doing that.
And you call it an honor forest? Like you dedicate a tree in someone's honor.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a great idea. Yeah.
Jeff, on the boxes out front, those are crepe myrtle.
Right.
And we're just debating what kind of design you're gonna put, whether we're gonna remove those crepe myrtle.
Do you want a recommendation?
I think that's something the appearance committee should make a recommendation. Awesome. At least let them have a little say so.
I will
Don't you
say,
agree?
I do think at some point getting some community appearance involvement would be a good idea.
Think
do you want to make a case to keep them or not keep them? All I will say is this. Of course, you probably know, crepe myrtles are very reliable and they're beautiful and they bloom and all that, but they do throw a lot of trash.
Yeah.
And they're a very aggressive root system. So in a few years, they're going to grow to the point that they actually break those planters apart.
Well, see, that's the issue that we got right now.
Well, we've removed half of them in the last year.
We're gonna have to remove them in the future, so That's why we're just waiting for this design here to decide what we're gonna do in those boxes.
Satchel charges at night about 4 o'clock in the morning.
But now there are still crepe myrtles on the other side of the street along the railroad.
That's the Transportation Museum.
I
That's
know.
not us.
I'm just saying that there's some over there.
Yes.
There are.
That's their problem.
Good, keep.
If
That's
they
a-
have room to grow, then they're okay, but those are, you know.
Yeah, if you, I mean, we could actually add dwarf crepe myrtles, then they would probably work.
Yeah.
Then the other decision would be, think about leaving the boxes or not. You can always put different kind of landscape in there and keep the boxes, so that's just a thought, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another possibility, when Pat mentioned that honored forest or honor trees, I thought of this. I know the museum, when it was open, sold bricks over there, engraved bricks
Mm-hmm.
that you could buy or in honor of someone or in memory of someone. There might be a market for that, and part of the,
Papers.
yeah.
Sure.
We had talked about that as one of the things as part of that capital campaign that we
Mhm.
might be able to do.
And just in this case, for instance, like where where it says decorative fountain, you see the special paving there, the
Yeah.
decorative paving?
Right, yeah.
That, would be- you know,
That'd
it may
be a
change.
perfect place for it.
There you go. Absolutely. Could have a brick program. Sure.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. It was
Great work. We're
Love-
looking forward
love
to
it.
it.
Love it.
I told you today was about getting everybody excited. Are you excited yet?
Can we start now?
Now, a lot of people have been asking me about this park, and I told them, I said, we're working on it, we're gonna have to hold on a little bit.
That's the old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And in fact, there,
Make a big difference way down there.
is that the?
Oh, gosh, here comes this guy.
I think we took us 30 minutes.
I think that was here, right?
Okay, that was right beside.
I'm gonna run. Can I get anybody any water?
I'll take some, going back there.
Very nice.
Yeah. Charlie's ready yet?
Sam will join us here momentarily.
Okay. Looking at your agenda, I'm apparently JD's getting ready to give you an update on property.
I'm sorry.
I may take a little of Jay's time, and he's not here to complain, so I'm in good shape.
Take it.
You're not gonna fit.
I will reclaim my 5 minutes from this morning to give you what was the agenda item? Community needs priority from the planning department. Kyle did a good job of expressing the needs from his perspective. He's been here longer than I have for sure, so he knows. I've stuck on the front here what I call my monkey diagrams. And when I came to work here and saw all the exciting things y'all had going on, at first I was excited, and then I got a little worried because I realized that as your planner, it was my job to make a lot of those things come true and follow through on them. I was happy to find out that Joe and Kyle and Sky and others had already taken some of these projects to a certain point, but I'm still a little worried. And you probably can't see it from where you're sitting, but the one on your left is a monkey juggling balls, and it's labeled town planner. The balls that are going around that you can't read the writing on are all the projects you've got going on. The one on the left shows what happens if we don't make it come true, if we drop the ball, or if we forget a project, or if we don't do the community involvement the right way, you get citizens angry at you. So this is what I'm dealing with, and we'll talk about comprehensive planning in a minute, but let's start with what my job description is. When you hired me, I'm your planning, zoning, and subdivision administrator. The zoning and subdivision administrator part are pretty clear. The planning administrator, I'm not real sure yet exactly what my job is. You've seen me come before you asking for certain policies and policy direction on things scattered way out. Earlier in the day, I talked to your mayor about some other changes that I'll be suggesting and way outside my wheelhouse, but I'm going to make them anyway, so y'all can do with them what you want. But as your planning administrator, I've got to look at the code of ordinances, which I really don't use in the other two parts. The development ordinance is mostly what I use as zoning and subdivision administrator, but your code of ordinances need to be updated, and that will fall in my lap. As you've heard in the last couple of days, there are a number of policies that the town needs to adopt. The one that we talked about the other night was a tax incentive policy, but you also need a water and sewer extension policy. You need an annexation policy. There's a handful of things that I've found in the first month and a half I've been here that need to be created and adopted. And all that leads to what Kyle spoke to earlier, staffing. Staffing costs money. You have what appears to be a 4 or 5 member planning department, but most of us are part-time. And it's not that we don't want to be full-time, it's just that that's the way it's worked out. At some point in your future, you'll probably go to full-time planner. But for now, it's important that you make the best use of the planner's times that you've got. And as Kyle pointed out, we spend a lot of our time, instead of doing, we spend it documenting what we did. We write minutes from meetings. We file paperwork. We mail out notices. There's a long list of things that we do that a clerical person could do for us, freeing us to do the doing stuff, to actually get the planning done, to write the policies, to do the research, to do all the stuff we need to do to have a small part-time planning staff take care of all your planning needs. I told the manager not too long ago that if he wanted me to just be the guy that stamped the approval on the zoning applications and talk to people about subdivision plans, I could do that with no problem within the time I've got. But to do all these other things, it gets into me having to use my time as efficiently as I possibly can. And to do that, you don't need me with my 2 fingers typing minutes from meetings. It's a terrible waste of my fingers. So let's find some way to, and I think the manager's, he's certainly aware of this need. I think at some point it was even built into the budget as a part-time clerical worker or some hours being dedicated to our department. So we'll leave it to him during budget time to see if he can fit that in. Sometimes outside resources help us. Some of these projects that we've got going on, we've got outside consultants, as you've just heard some really good ones talk to you about your Parks and Recreation plan. But that doesn't alleviate the need for a planning staff to be involved too. There's Joe. He didn't just take a nap while all this was going on. He was involved in the presentation. He's been involved in every public input session. He's been involved in every meeting that goes on. So we can certainly find a multiplier for our time by hiring outside resources, but it doesn't replace the need for your planning staff. And as Kyle puts it every once in a while, sustainability of your planning staff. If you stretch us too thin, you're going to wear us out. I'm pretty well worn out anyway, but I'll do my best for you. Efficiency is another part of that equation. It doesn't cost you a penny to make things run a little more smoothly. And you've heard me come before you asking you to do strange things like change your meeting dates just to increase the efficiency of the planning and approval process. I'll be back to you with lots more things like that. And it's not that I'm lazy, it's that I want things to run as smoothly as possible so that you can get along with the staff you've got for as long as possible before you actually have to hire some more planning staff. At some point, we're going to need a dedicated, not a full-time, but at least a dedicated town engineer, somebody that we as staff can refer to on complicated projects to get their input, something to the nature of a technical review committee where various town staff people plus that outside engineer reviews development drawings. As these get bigger, the ones that I recently presented to you, when they get that big, it's going to require an engineer to help us with the review and approval. And I've, again, mentioned this to the manager. It's not a matter we need to hire a person. We just need to find a company that we can work with, that we can afford their hourly rates, that we trust, and get them lined up with a contract so we can contact them when we need to. So from this morning's items, planning needs, that's that presentation. If you have any questions, I'll answer those. Okay. So I asked the manager some weeks ago what my part in this presentation would be, and he said, I need you to give us an overview on comprehensive planning. And I thought he meant that I would get a day to give you an overview. And I asked if maybe we could do a day for planning and a day for everything else. He said, you got 30 minutes. So,
At the end of the agenda, when we're running behind.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, again, Jay's not here, so I'm going to take all his time. You're ahead of time right now.
Here we go.
Last night, in anticipation of making this presentation, I was online looking up a few things, and I checked, and surprisingly enough, on this very day in 800 BC, Greek philosopher Aristotle and a few of his friends got together, had a meeting in a room much like this, I'm sure, and they debated at that time the preferred population and size of the ideal town. And they went on to discuss how the roads should be laid out, where the civic buildings would be located, where the latrines should be in relation to the town market, downwind, obviously. And that was the first recorded occurrence of comprehensive land use planning. Now, some of the details in that story have been changed a little bit, but the part about the ideal size of the town is true. That Aristotle actually did come up with a philosophy on that. I'm not going to bore you with the details. What I want you to realize is that what you're about to do as far as comprehensive land use planning has been around for a long time. Some very, very smart people like Aristotle gave it a lot of thought, and they worried about it a lot. And that's what I'm going to ask of you. So now we'll jump right into this wonderful PowerPoint presentation. Comprehensive land use planning, which is a process of creating a vision for Spencer and then making that vision come true, making it a reality. And what they allow us to do is use land use management to do that, but they also allow us to use community development, and that's going to be a part of this. Let's see. It's going to be a little difficult doing it backwards here. Maps tell the story of a town. That first map, I hope you can see it at that range. That's a 1895 map of Spencer. And you're exactly right when you realize there is no Spencer. You can see where Salisbury is, where Grants Creek is, where the Beards Bridge was, where the railroad still is. At that time, there was no Spencer. It was just a place north of Salisbury, basically. Until this came along, the Southern Railway Company Spencer Shops. Design and construction on that started in 1896, went through 1960 as far as their operation. And that map to the upper right there is a plan of Spencer that they came up with, and East Spencer also. This was a 1939 census map, and it shows you Spencer to the north, East Spencer to the south. It starts to show you the shape of Spencer as we know it today. Oops. There's a 1962 map, and this is when we get into modern times, sometime after I was born. You'll notice some things about that map, especially when I show you the next map. This one shows North Iran High School. That's to the upper right of that map. And the library in downtown shows the Spencer Shops, obviously, because they were there. The 1987 map adds a few things. The middle school got added. Right there in the middle of town, that big black rectangle is this shopping center. So the 87 maps showed this as a shopping center. The map prior to that showed it as a blank piece of land, so it may have been a park at that point. Over to the left, there was before was just a green space, was Henderson Estates was developed. 20 Pickett Avenue was built, and that's where I built my house in 1991. So in 1962 and sometime thereafter, the place where I built my home in Spencer, in this town, didn't exist. By 1987, it did. In 2008, the town endeavored to create a land use plan. And I brought my copy so I could wave it around every once in a while. It's not a bad plan. By today's standards, it's about what you get from a consulting company to come in and do that for you. And if you just turn this process over to a consultant, you'll get another one of these. But I hope we'll do a little better than that. From that plan, you adopted, and when I say you, I'm speaking collectively of a board. A board for Spencer in the past adopted this. In that plan were 6 goals. And to my mind, that's about 22 few. You need more goals, you need more policies, you need more detail about what it is you're going to try to accomplish. But in this, you'll see again what almost all plans show for small towns, that the plan indicated a desire of the people of Spencer to improve and revitalize the downtown area, to improve on the public perception of the town of Spencer, sort of vague, protect existing neighborhoods, improve the performance and perception of schools, and I would wonder how most people would assume a town could fix the school system, but it was in your plan. Facilitate commerce and industry, and facilitate and encourage transportation improvements. Again, fairly vague, not extensive in any manner. It makes it nice when y'all vote to do the statement of consistency, because almost anything you do is going to be consistent with those statements, because they are so vague. At the end of the plan, very last page, it suggested 5 things you needed to do. One was to identify a person within your community, whether it was a staff person or an elected official or just a citizen, who could make those goals move forward. Don't know if that was done at the time, but I don't think that's in effect at this point. Next, it said each year you should evaluate your accomplishments against these goals. What have you done to accomplish them? Don't know about right after the plan was adopted, but in recent years, I don't think this has been done. Most people don't know this plan exists. As with most plans of this type, it suggested you do a brief review and update every 5 years. That obviously wasn't done. And complete a thorough revision every 10 years. That wasn't done. So here we are, starting all over again. You were supposed to use the land development concepts in this plan each and every time you made a decision, a land use decision. You were supposed to pull this plan out and say, is this really what we want to do? That usually doesn't happen. What you approve is a consistency statement. Staff might go to the trouble of writing down a few of the goals that they think fit this particular project, but I doubt you ever had a lot of conversation at your board meeting about, does this fit what our comprehensive plan says we're supposed to do? And finally, it was to watch development trends and change the plan when you saw trends changing. Now that one you may be okay on. Spencer hadn't changed a lot in the last 20 years. Trends hadn't changed a lot in the last 10, 15 years. But boy, are they changing now. So it's time to heed that last recommendation and think about trends when we go through this comprehensive planning process. This was your zoning map in 2008 when this plan was adopted. And very quickly, I'm going to show you another map. In fact, I'm going to bounce back and forth a few times. That second map was called your future land development concept map. And the reason I bounced it back and forth a little bit was I don't know that there was much future thinking in that map. It's the same map. A few colors have been changed, a few areas have been expanded slightly, but as far as thinking about the future of this community, I don't know that a lot of thought went into a future land development map. And don't feel bad about that. In one of my planning jobs, I kept reading documentation that we were supposed to be following our future land use plan. And I one day went to the manager and asked him where our plan was, and he pointed on the wall at the zoning map. That's it. That's our future plan, is that zoning map. That zoning map is what you got right now. So there's a huge difference between the two, or there should be. When you adopted your new development ordinance, you adopted a new map. Now this one I can flash back and forth and you're going to have trouble seeing that it too is pretty close to the same map. And we talked about that the other night. That was the intention. Anything that was zoned industrial before should have been zoned industrial now. Anything that was a neighborhood of medium-sized houses should be a neighborhood of medium-sized houses. Some changes were made in the downtown core area for residential. You added the RMST zoning classification, which allowed for smaller lots. Some of the ETJ to the northwest, more detail was added as far as the residential development going in that direction. Still not exactly a future land use plan, because in my opinion, it left a few key things undone, unthought of. We'll get to that in a minute. I added a few more maps. This one is Salisbury Railway and Utilities sewer main and water main map. I added it more so you could see clearly where our municipal boundaries are. It's a little too small for you to actually see the water and sewer mains. But it tells you a few things when you ignore the ETJ. One is that you have some areas in the municipal limits that are not contiguous with the town, and that makes them satellite annexations. And as we move forward in our thinking, in a comprehensive planning thinking mode, you want to try to connect those dots, because town can only have, I think, 10% satellite annexation. We could go to legislature and get that changed, but really what you want to do is find a way to start tying those blocks together. And there are good ways to do that. And I'll show you one more map before I move on to something else. This is how Google sees us. If you Google Spencer, North Carolina, that little map that always comes up to give you a sort of an area description shows that, number one, we don't have any property out at the river. Doesn't even hardly show the river. And the highlights it shows is Chewy's, PCA, our food line, North End High School, and the Grants Creek wastewater treatment plant. So somebody just glancing through Google, that's the image they get of our town. Not sure why a transportation museum as large as ours is not shown on there. Maybe we need to talk to Google about that. Whereas the maps I've shown you to date show you where a town has been, what our history is, some other maps will show you where the future might lie. This map probably reminds you of the story of how Spencer came to be, halfway between Washington, D.C. and Atlanta, and the railroads needed a maintenance facility, and Samuel Spencer came a-looking and found us, and Charlotte couldn't steal him away, and Salisbury offended him or something, so right here in Spencer. And as soon as the shops got started, Spencer got started. It was a company town. It was built to serve that need. Since I was a child, and it's a little hard to read at the bottom there, and I assume some of y'all have heard this story too, but it was predicted that at some point in my lifetime, there would be continuous commercial growth from Atlanta to New York along the I-85 corridor. And as I grew up, I heard that over and over and over again, and yet you would drive out of really Salisbury, cross the river, and you were in the countryside for a while. The development was focused around the big municipalities. Charlotte was growing rapidly. Raleigh was growing rapidly. The Triad really wasn't growing that fast. It grew for a while, and then sort of, as the furniture industry died off, it sort of died off. And that red dot is Salisbury and Spencer. We were too far away from those places to really be impacted by that growth. Well, things have changed. And really, we've come full circle. Mr. Morgan spoke this morning about the circular way of things happening and the circular way of things coming about. This map shows that the Charlotte region has now grown to the point where they have come to the river and passed the river. We're seeing developers every day, and I'm hearing from developers every day on the phone, wanting to know where they can put apartment complexes, where they can put subdivisions. Had one call at lunchtime that I had to return to another developer. Industries are coming here. Raleigh has grown and boomed. Hadn't quite gotten here, obviously. But what that has done is caused the Piedmont Triad to grow at a very rapid pace with some very big industrial projects. And those are finally crossing the river from that direction. Something this town has never seen before is growth from the north. That kind of growth is going to impact us dramatically over the next decade. I put a little blurb at the bottom there, perspective-wise. Salisbury's population in 1880 was 2,700 people, a little less than what we are now. 20 years later, that had more than doubled to 6,300. Right now, their population is 34,400. When Aristotle was talking about the ideal sized town, Athens had about 3,000 people in it. Places tend to grow, and we're getting ready to see some growth. The 1880 to 1900, 20 years, they doubled their population. 20 years is the time frame of this plan. So we've got to plan on doubling our population in the next 20 years. A comprehensive plan is about big visions, and the mayor led us on a voyage this morning with a worthy sermon about having a vision and working to make that vision come true. The comprehensive plan also has to find the small steps that can make that vision come true. And I'll take you even one step further that I don't have in the slides, is once you get the comprehensive plan locked in, then your development ordinance follows what the comprehensive plan says. And ours may or may not at this point, depends on what your vision ends up being. We may have to make some changes. So what we're really looking at on a local level, down on earth instead of up from those maps, is how do we change something like that into something like that? And that's actually a picture of the mayor mowing his grass there. I don't know if I snapped that the other day.
Mayor of Spencer.
On his birthday, too.
He has way too much hair.
So that's our ambition. More specific to Spencer, those terrible rundown rental houses that we all talk about, how do we change them into nice owner-occupied houses like the one on the right? And The answer is, of course, today, I'm telling you, comprehensive planning will help you get there. But it won't help you just by controlling land use with zoning and subdivision. That's part of it. A big part of what comprehensive planning about is community development and economic development. It all gets folded into the same thing. As I said when I started out, you got a lot of good things going on in Spencer. Great things, amazing things. Almost, if you ask me to vote today, too many great things. But that's just because I got to make them come true for you. And I've listed them there. I won't read them to you. Some things like Spencer Woods and the Standback Park are unique, unusual, and amazing things for a town this size. Things you should have bursting pride about. A park out front of the town hall is a great thing too, but there are a lot of parks scattered all over the small towns of the United States. Spencer Woods is something that's unique. And it's growing, and it has an opportunity to grow with planning to connect to greenways, and the greenway has a chance to connect to downtown, and then the downtown has a chance to connect to the river. That's what comprehensive planning is about. It's taking all those good things that y'all are already working on, plus other things, and putting a rope around them, tie them together, get them all in the same planning venue. Some of them are so far along, and others have such a short time frame that we may be finished with them before we actually get comprehensive planning finished. But we won't ignore them because of those lines. Somebody wrote on the board this morning during the question series the word synergy, and I don't really like that word because it's hard to define exactly what it means. But in this case, it means those lines up there. How do these individual projects tie together? How does one influence another? How does one support another? How does tying them together make more out of the combination than the two individual projects made up? And again, at some of those intersections of those lines, you may actually find new projects that need to be added to make all that work out efficiently and well. In addition to that, and you heard from a lot of community leaders at lunchtime, once we get all this tied together and get it in a package that everybody can see, then we can start leveraging our plan to use outside resources to make our dreams come true. Until you have a plan, it's just one guy talking to another guy. And a politician, no offense to y'all, because I used to be one, a politician will tell you whatever you want to hear, pat you on the back, and send you on your way, and think everything's cool. Having a plan in place that is clear and decisive on what you're trying to accomplish over a period of time, and even having dollar signs written inside of it, helps you shake that politician's hand and get him to smile and say, I support this, and then ask him for the money. Ask him to support this, or ask him to influence some state agency or federal agency to help you make that dream come true. We've got to have the plan first. If Joe were here, Joe is here. Joe's pushing and pulling and tagging and trying to make sure we adopt a Parks and Rec master plan. And he's doing it in a hurry because he wants to get a PARTF grant. And that PARTF grant is going to help pay for various projects. The park out here is the first one. So that kind of synergy will become natural. That kind of support will become natural once you have a comprehensive plan in place. Let's go back to that picture and see how we actually accomplish this. I said you're accomplishing good things in this town, and you should be proud of all of them. When you have good things happening in your community, there's an increased demand for things like housing. And if there's an increased demand, that means all the housing, the value goes up. When the value of that rundown rental house goes high enough, some builder's going to say, I'm going to buy that and renovate it, or tear it down and rebuild it, or what we're seeing a lot of right now, I'm going to subdivide that property and fix up the first one and build another one right next to it. Those are good things, guys. That's a good thing that's happening. And it's not future stuff that's happening. Drive through your town right now. There's dozens of places where this is happening today. And again, I've got probably 10 calls about wanting to subdivide lots so that another house can be built. And you think that's gentrification or it's overcrowding, I think of it as twice as much tax base as used to be on that lot. And that's twice the revenue that y'all have got to use to make all these other good things happen. So again, comprehensive planning supports community and economic development. Doesn't just rule by the stick, it rules by the carrot. We will control zoning, we will control subdivision approvals, but we also have to dangle things in front of people to improve our community. Y'all are doing that. Here's where we start with that circular thinking again. If you read this plan and look at all the input that came from the public and the 6 goals that I've read to you earlier, it tells you what every plan tells you. It's no surprise. People want nice neighborhoods, they want more restaurants, they want better jobs, and they want places to shop. You could probably add one more on there, they want lower tax rates. But we don't have high tax rates, so don't worry about that. The thing is that just wishing and hoping doesn't make that happen. You've got to support the creation of all those things to make these things happen. And sometimes that means that things that you individually, or that I individually, don't really give a rat's pahootie about, you got to support them. Because you do want nicer neighborhoods. You do want more restaurants. You do want better jobs. Getting close to the end, folks. So if you want all those good things, going in that circular thinking that Mr. Morgan pointed out earlier, if you want those good things, you have to have higher population density and disposable income. When we talk about incentives, we talked about it the other night, you have to provide incentives to dangle in front of industrial clients to come to your community. You ask your EDC people if you can dangle incentives and get a new restaurant here, or get a new dress shop, or get a new big box store, and they'll tell you you're wasting your time. Incentives don't work for commercial businesses. You can't attract them with incentives, but as soon as there are people that calculate population density and disposable income, realize that your community meets their minimum standards, you can't stop them from coming here. They're going to fight you tooth and nail to build their store in your community or find a place that they can build a restaurant in your community. Until we get those things, they're not coming. There's nothing we can do to make them come. To attract the preferred demographic, and that might have some negative connotations with folks. When I talk about this in more depth, when I talk about preferred demographic, I try to use a scale of things and ask you, who do you want to attract to your community? Do you want to attract homeless people here? Probably not. Do you want to attract drug addicts to your community? Probably not. Do you want to attract millionaires that build $1 million houses? You wouldn't mind some of that. Do you want to attract middle-class families with good kids and good jobs? Probably want some of that. And then it comes somewhere in the middle. But you don't want to work on this lower end. That's not your goal in life, is to attract the lower end of your community. You want the preferred demographic, which is the upper 50%. To do that, you have to have the right amenities in place that those folks are attracted by. And the right amenities, coming full circle, are all those things that you're already working on, but maybe some of you don't support them 100%. Things like bike lanes on roads. You probably say to yourself, you don't know anybody in Spencer that's going to use those. Or maybe 2% of the population of Spencer is going to use those. But that's your attraction, that's your bait. That's what that demographic that you're trying to attract wants to see in a community. Greenways, river parks, museums, and special things like the Spencer Woods and the Transportation Museum. Those are the big bait. And boy, we've already got those. We're in good shape. But we're going to have to get all those other pieces of the amenities to attract the right folks to this town. Some people support the logical stuff. I want more restaurants, I want more jobs, I want this, but they openly oppose the other stuff. And what I'm here to tell you, and I'll reiterate it from time to time, to get the one, you got to support the other. To get the stuff that everybody says they want, you got to come full circle in your thinking and support all those other things. So that will be what we'll be asking you as leaders of this community to do in the future. Comprehensive planning done right will take time and effort on behalf of staff, the planning board, the board of aldermen, and this town's citizens. Done right, you will create a vision for a new Spencer and a plan to make that vision come true. A new Spencer. We're not trying to recreate old Spencer, although we may want to retain some of the qualities of old Spencer. The vision for Spencer should be a new vision. It should be where we're going, not where we've been. Done well, you will define a new spirit for a growing town that will flow into every action we take. Again, when we ask you to approve a consistency statement, it won't just be a blind leap of faith and a vote so that we can legally defend your decision. We will actually take time and stop and think, is this what we want to go here? Should we allow this there? And that's why I came to you at the last meeting and asked you, what's your policy on industry? What's your policy on lot sizes? Because I needed to know before I made some decisions down at staff level. Done with courage, and future generations will thank you for your efforts. Some of this will take courage. As I said, your citizens, the people you work for, the people you represent, some of them will not understand that logical circular thinking. And when you say you're in favor of something they're opposed to, they're going to get mad at you. Number one, you've got to have the knowledge of what we're trying to accomplish and why in your hands so that you can share it with them. And that'll be my job, to, over time, with the comprehensive planning process, help educate you so you can educate our citizens on why we're doing all these things. And then you can help me convince those folks to get on board, or at least not oppose it to the point where something as simple as a bike lane becomes a major controversial issue. What's next? There's money that y'all put in your budget last year to hire a consultant to do the comprehensive plan. And when I came on board, I told Peter I wasn't sure we needed them. After seeing what all's on the monkey diagrams there, I think we probably do need them. But we don't want to let them rule the process, or you'll get another one of these. What I want is for you to rule the process. I want the planning board to rule the process. As much as possible, I want to get the citizens involved, but that's a little much of a struggle for this kind of planning process. But definitely I need you. You're the elected officials. By our form of government, you're hired to represent those 3,000 people. So I've got to trust that you know what's good for this community, and armed with the right knowledge that you'll make the right decisions. The second step in this is I need an executive committee for this process. And it just dawned on me the other day that this is something I need to help me make decisions as we move through this process. It will be a small committee of a few people that I can sit down with on a regular basis and evaluate how we're doing and where we're going with the comprehensive plan. I'm open to suggestions from your board. Once we get a consultant hired, one of the first things they'll ask for is that we establish a steering committee. And that will be a little larger committee, broader representation, but still a group that is involved from the beginning to the end of the process to help make decisions about the comprehensive planning process and what goes into the final document. What you heard a little while ago was public input. If you read this, about 2/3 of it is public input. It's a dangerous thing to put your whole planning process on the back of public input. I stood in one of those public input processes and saw a very good friend of mine push his project to the exclusion of everything else. And while I actually support the project he's pushing, because he was here and because he said a lot and wrote a lot and put a lot of dots on the maps, if you read the results of that input session, if you were here, you know where 50% of that input came from. It's dangerous to trust public input to form your message. You want it, you want to use it, but you got to manage it. You got to know where the input's coming from. You got to be at the meeting to watch and see how it's being inputted. Y'all asked some great questions about how can you break out the input from people out of town versus in town. And he pointed out an example of where they had to go back and do a point map to show where all the inputs came from to ensure they got broad coverage. You also have to look at how questions are asked to see if they're getting an answer that is useful to you in shaping your plan. Part of that will be my job, part of that will be the executive committee, most of it will fall to the steering committee. So important stuff in those. The last thing on that slide is that it's time to start creating a vision for this town. And after sitting here for a day, especially after the Reverend's presentation this morning, you got a vision. I know you do. It's a well-formed thought process of where you're going as a town, and now we got to get you through an 8 to 10 month planning period to put that thought process on paper. And that's what I'm going to try to help you do. So that's it. That was painful, and I think I'm within my 30 minutes. So that's amazing. I will be glad to answer any questions to the best of my ability. I know you've got one.
I was here for that planning session, so I know for a lot of that, where a lot of these things were written. There was no zip code attached to any of those, so how do you weed out?
I should say hello to my newspaper reporters that are watching right now. I keep reminding myself to be careful what I say. You look for inconsistencies from, say, a public input session with the survey results. If there's a big inconsistency, you would assume that somebody, I was on the Salisbury 2020 Planning Commission, and there was a group that wanted an Olympic pool in Salisbury with an Olympic diving board. When they had the public hearing, they brought all their buddies in, and when they put stickers on the board, they all put it up there for a pool. So if you looked at public input from that session, it was that they wanted a pool. The citizens of Salisbury wanted a pool. The steering committee was wise enough to know that that was an outlier. That really didn't fit with what everybody else in the other forms of input wanted. And it got not kicked out. It was still listed as input, but it didn't get included in the final document as far as what Salisbury was going to get. So that will be our task going through the process, is to find ways to ensure that the system doesn't get rigged. And you guys will probably be the final backstop of that. Like the example that he gave, some elected official said, I don't believe that. The results you're giving me just don't make sense. I think it's rigged, to the point they had to go back and do that drawing to show that, no, this is a broad spectrum of people in our community. If you think the results are unresponsive to what you think you know the town to be, then ask those questions as we go along. Hold our feet to the fire.
One other question that I'd like to ask. The demographics of what's here in Spencer now. We have a lot of elderly people, retired people, lower income families, that sort of thing. How do we balance the needs, those needs, for what they have needs for now, and still bring vision going forward to attract the people that we need to bring to?
I said the nasty old word gentrification. And the negative connotation of gentrification is that that old rundown home that fixed income person is living in is going to get booted out when that developer buys it. And then the question is where they're going to live. every town needs to be concerned about that, and there are programs in place that require a certain amount of, not low income, but at least supported income housing. Affordable housing for all types and ages of people. You would think that some of the big subdivisions with cookie cutter homes in them would be that, but those homes are selling for $250,000, $350,000. So that is no longer the solution. Kyle, with his CBDG grant, will be helping with that some. If it becomes a problem as we move forward, then you as a board will have to address it as an issue. And how are we going to make sure we have affordable housing in our town for every person? So I'm not suggesting that you do anything to hurt that segment of our population, but I will tell you that you have to consciously do things to attract that other segment of the population. That other segment has options. They can live in any small town they want to. They can work from home anywhere in the United States. And there has to be a reason that they will decide to live here. Charlotte's still an hour that way, and Greensboro's an hour that way. It's still a pretty long commute. So the kind of folks we'll be attracting to live and work here that have disposable income and will build a nice house in our community are going to want to see the amenities that you're working to make happen right now. So those amenities plus more amenities just like them will attract that demographic. To fix the problem you're concerned about will take some conscious effort as we move forward.
Well, I know I am here in Spencer today because I could not find an affordable place to rent in Salisbury. And I could buy my home in Spencer, less money than I could afford to rent a decent place, a fairly nice place in Salisbury.
I will not be dishonest with you. As we grow, whether we do anything, if we stop doing comprehensive planning today, growth pressures are going to make these things happen anyway.
Right.
And that little rundown building that I showed you is going to get bought and turned into a nice place.
Right.
And the rent on that nice place is going to be twice, 3 times what it was on the torn down place.
Right.
You can't stop that. There's no way I can stop
Yep.
that. So if somebody comes to this town looking for a cheap home 10 or 15 years from now, it's going to be a lot more difficult to find that home than it is today. Even the cheap stuff is going to get to the point where it's very expensive to rent. So if you did nothing at all just because of the demand for rental homes, the guy that's renting a home for $500 a month is going to realize he could charge $750 a month or $1,000 a month because there's nothing out there to rent. So these things are going to happen anyway. The best thing you can do is improve the quality of your town overall. Try to attract the right demographic to your town as far as expansion and new growth, and then maybe use the revenues that you generate out of that to find programs that will help the other end of the economic spectrum. Those are big picture dishes that y'all have to figure out how to eat in the future. Long answer to a short question.
I guess I do have aspirational question. I guess maybe that I might be careful about this, but with this process, obviously there's lots of national conversations about the role that single-family zoning has in this problem, where no one can buy a house that we actually all can afford. Are we suited as a town, in your opinion, to look at that? And I'm not saying do some of the more extreme things that some towns are considering, but is that something that we should take a closer look at, or you don't think we're really suited for that? I'm getting your opinion.
We're not quite there yet. Charlotte's certainly there.
Sure.
And Charlotte is following some examples. Matter of fact, their new development ordinance has done away with single-family home zoning, which was something that came out of Minneapolis, I believe it was. That is a concept that says we need more multifamily housing to meet that lower demographics ability to afford housing, and therefore we're not going to let you, well, it's not exactly that. We're going to say that anybody that wants to build multifamily housing on any lot in that town can do it. There is such a demand in Charlotte that they can get away with doing that. We don't have quite that demand, and we won't have in the next 10 or 15 years. there's still too much open land around us that can be developed. One thing to keep in mind is that high-density development, and that's what these lower-cost developments are, have to have water and sewer. They can't do it on septic tanks and wells. So they will have to come to you and come to SRU and ask for extensions of water mains and sewer mains. You will, at that point, be able to annex them into your town. They will become part of your tax base, which is all a good thing. But at some point, and the fire chief expressed it well this morning, at some point he's going to have to ask you for a new station. And if we see the kind of growth that apparently we're going to have to the northeast, that's where your new station's going to go. So it's probably would behoove us to start looking for a site as a part of this planning process. As we say this is where we want growth to go, then we got to start figuring out how the infrastructure goes in that same direction. One of the biggest things that I think we all talk about the vision of the river park, and it's been brought up numerous times today. I was a little concerned about stressing it too much. But that property is zoned industrial. And if somebody wanted to put a warehouse out there tomorrow, you couldn't stop them. They could go out there and build a nice big metal building, and your dream of a river park could be gone. Now, that is what zoning and subdivision can prevent. And that's a part of what the comprehensive plan is you as a board, as the leaders of this community, finally deciding, yes, that is what we want to see developed out there, is a river park, is mixed use, some industrial, sure. But once you decide that, then it's up to staff to come back to you and say, you decide that's the direction you want to go, here's the zoning amendment to maybe not make your dream come true, but certainly stop something else from happening in the interim. So that's what a future land use map looks at, is what you want in the future, not what's there today. And that would be one of the first things I would expect y'all to do, is fix that gaping problem.
I have a related question. We depend on Salisbury Rowan Utilities for our water supply, sewer, I guess. Maybe I'm not sure about that. But assuming that they run those lines to an area that's outside of our jurisdiction at this point, what's to keep Salisbury from annexing it rather than us annexing it?
In the past, Salisbury had a water distribution ordinance that created development zones around Salisbury. And in that ordinance, they said how much they would participate in the cost of extensions and how much the developer would have to pay. In the broadest areas, the developer had to pay for all of it. The city didn't pay for any of it. And obviously, a major extension of a water sewer line can be millions of dollars. So they basically were saying, we're just not going to develop these areas way out here. What they are seeing now, and the mayor and everybody else was nice to pat the municipalities on the back and say, we love you, but they also need to grow just like everybody else does. And they're starting to recognize that their extension of water and sewer mains is one of their ways to grow, just like we are. Again, you don't have a policy in place. That's on my list to do. But the policy should say, if you want water and sewer, you're going to agree to voluntary annexation. Once you have that policy in place, then you get to decide whether you want to annex them or not. You don't have to, but you at least have the choice. Right now, we don't have that. Salisbury's old ordinance has been replaced with a new one. And their new ordinance, to my understanding, says if the municipality won't extend water to you, Salisbury will, but you have to agree to be annexed by us. And Salisbury will do that until they have a lot of satellite annexations, and then they will try to build the bridge, just like I mentioned earlier, between their current limits and that, along the path of that water and sewer line. So it behooves the town, again, in the visioning process.
They're not making a lot of friends either, from what I've been told.
Well, the county, every time, and again, I was county commissioner for a while, we hated annexation, because every time a city annexed a place, the sales tax revenue from the people that lived in that went from the county to the city. It wasn't a big problem. There wasn't a huge amount of people getting annexed in. But now they're talking about big areas, big swaths of area, and usually big residential subdivisions that have a lot of people in them. So the county's a little upset right now. They're a little worried about this plan. They're going to sit down with Salisbury and try to work it out and make sure they understand the ramifications of it. In the past, it's been sphere of influence is what was always talked about, and our ETJ was our sphere of influence. And therefore, what happened in that sphere was up to us. Well, the projects we've been talking about are all in our ETJ, and therefore we should consider that sort of sacred land for us. But apparently, and I haven't read the details, and I shouldn't even be talking about it till I know all the details, but if we don't annex it, Salisbury could work with them to do a voluntary annexation in Salisbury. And really, we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot not to annex these properties and to participate in the cost of water and sewer expansion. That's what a town has. If we had our own municipal water system, we'd be doing that. We'd be extending our water lines. So this is just an opportunity to extend them. They'll be owned by SRU. They'll be maintained by SRU. But it's going to extend our municipal boundaries, and that's what we want to do. We got to grow population to do some of the things you want to do. Somebody said that today. I was excited to see that attitude. So,
All right, in the interest of time, we're going to leave Jay with 15 minutes.
Where's Jay?
We might give you a few more. Steve, thank you very, very much. We're looking forward to beginning
Absolutely.
this daunting process.
Thank you for your attention this late in the day.
It is.
What little I have left.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
I've been through a lot of planning retreats, and I can tell you, you don't give the 3:30 slot that goes off at 4:30 slot to people that you really care about.
We love you.
We wanted you to have a full day to work.
And so I think I'm going to make this one pretty quick. I sort of sent everybody a primer on real estate, just so you know what it takes to dispose of real property. But I think the specific question was trying to figure out what you want to do with your old town hall. And it's the earlier discussions, and just to make it sort of formal, I guess, the earlier discussions were prompted by the SMA Kaiser Fox group that came and wanted to lease. As we got into it, I reached out to the county inspections department, and they just confirmed that any change in use in that building, so from your government use to a new use, is going to implicate North Carolina building code, and that the building would then have to be brought up to code. And I think that we all know that while it not only didn't work well for your purposes, I mean, it worked, but you'd probably be hard pressed to find anybody that uses space the way that building's designed. It was a 1960s YMCA building. It was a bunch of bunk rooms and a big bathroom, you guys would be commended for staying in there as long as you did and making it work. But I doubt that very many people are going to find that space very attractive. And if they did, I don't think the cost of bringing that up to code. We did not reach out to try to get estimates of what that would mean, and the suggestion there would be, if you really want to kind of know, would be to probably bring in Bill Bergen, who we use periodically to help us resolve architectural questions. When we were looking at the building down here on the corner, we brought in Bill a little bit there. We brought him in a little bit to work on this, to kind of review and help us through some issues. But to bring him in and say, yeah, I would anticipate this really can't be brought up to code, or it could, but it's going to be in excess of X amount of money. But you'd have to pay him to do it. That's the only way to really know for sure what that cost would look like to you guys. But your options there would be to rent it to somebody that can make use of the space, Again, we've got the code issues associated with it. You could sell it. You could sell it as is with the building on it, assuming that the buyer would probably demolish the structure and rebuild new on that lot. One thing you're not making is new downtown property, and I think I mentioned at the end of my notes that that's really the focal point. When you come around that curve into that first light where you start 20 miles an hour, your building sits right there. And it actually, from that angle, sits up on a hill. I mean, you pull in and you really see the hill through the police cars first. But that's the first impression people have when they're coming from the south, up Salisbury Avenue. And it's a nice piece of property. It's obviously got some topographical issues. But right now it sits up on that pad that gives a nice, pretty big building pad. I don't know that I would want to let it go at this point. You don't know what you want with it. You don't know how you're going to grow. But it's an interesting piece of property. And I don't know that it would cost, we haven't had an estimate done for this either. It wouldn't be hard to get it, but typically demolition prices would probably be between $10,000 and $20,000 to probably demolish it, clean it up, and not much investment turns it back into a nice little, natural vegetative green park right there. It's just temporary until you figure out what you want to do. But I don't, in my opinion, don't think that building is going to serve many people much good. And to let it sit there while you figure out it's just going to cost you money.
So let me ask you this, because I know one of the things we need to do as a board is kind of figure out what we want to do, what our path forward is, because just leaving the building sitting there and not doing anything isn't going to work either. We just heard from Mr. Blunt in this comprehensive planning process that growth is on the way, and downtown retail space, downtown living space, those things are going to be sought after, especially as we get some of these amenities in. One of the things that has been rattling through my brain is it probably, in my opinion, does make sense to demolish that building. And then the question is, do we retain it? The town retain it? What would we do with it in the future? Or, as we said, this is our moment. It probably won't be a moment like this again. Do we put that property on the market and try to work with a developer that wants to develop it into something that could be a really, really beneficial use for the community, whether that be mixed-use residential with retail on the first floor and housing condos, or even some type of lodging above that. I think there are a lot of possibilities right there.
And I think that dovetails with Mr. Blunt's process. I mean, I think it's sort of coming at a really good time that we can all probably admit we don't know what we want to do there yet, but it's certainly part of this comprehensive planning process, that you could identify that and maybe even target specific uses that you want to bring there. And that again dovetails with potential discussions on incentive programs to try to recruit something there. So I think the timing's good to look at it long term.
I'd like to play devil's advocate on this. Okay, the town in the past has made some very bad decisions regarding property that they had in their lap. This being the main one. Okay. This property was deeded by Southern Railway over to the town in 1958, I think it was, for $1. And what does the town do? They hire a developer from South Carolina to come in and bulldoze the whole damn block. And the rest is history. We had a fire station, which was the original municipal building that was built in the 20s. House, fire department, police department, courthouse, still jail cell. what does the town do with it after we vacate it and build a new fire station? They sell the property to a private individual who just happens to be a member of a motorcycle group. I think that property changed hands after that. But still, that property is our property. It would be nice if we ourselves, we're in need of some things. We need a community center. You know, there's been talk about putting a community center, you know, an elevator and a community center in the upper floor of the library. We could, not easily, but we could do it. That's our property. We could turn that into a community center. It would be nice, simple fact that Salisbury Rowan doesn't have that many motel rooms as they would like. It would be neat if we could sell it to a Marriott or someone that would develop it because of, again, the continuing growth of the Transportation Museum and all the events in town. We don't have any rental units here, you know, or motels in this area. I would hope that we would think long and hard about the property before we rush and just bulldoze it and sell it. You know, maybe it takes a committee, maybe it takes a couple of meetings, but I really would like to sit down and come up with a wise decision on what we should do with the property, other than, you know, well, let's bring in the bulldozer and sell it off or turn it into a park.
And I think Alderman Morgan, you're correct in that. I'm going to venture to guess it probably happens in smaller towns more than, you know, the county sits on a lot of property and they don't really worry about selling anything because they don't really need to. But a lot of times, smaller towns, you have some assets, and sometimes there's a budget question. Sometimes there's a budget project, and sometimes
there's a trade-off.
That sale creates some budget flexibility to do something else, and sometimes the one-time money is a bit short-visioned, as opposed to doing something that's recurring value to the community. So I think you're absolutely right that you want to look for the recurring value, whether it's increased tax base with a specific development or whether it's usage for town and governmental purposes. But I was just saying that I think that dovetails well into your planning process, because you'll probably no doubt be looking at certain areas and certain zones and what you want to accomplish there.
Yeah, and I almost see it as a multi-step process. I think the first step needs to be, we need to decide whether or not the building stays. And then the next step is to decide, you know, what our intended use would be going forward. And you're right, Sam, it's not a overnight decision. It's not a quick decision. It's a process that we need to go through, and we need to be thinking about what we do with it.
Well, unfortunately, it's a butt ugly building that, you know, would probably take millions of dollars just to get it up to code and, you know, be able to resell the stuff. We're caught between a rock and a hard place, but I would hope that we, you know, use the advice that's been given us today by y'all and, you know, come up with a solution that would benefit everyone.
Are we actually using that any for storage or anything like that?
Police department, you're still moving some stuff over? It's a work in progress.
So I know it. And we're talking, I think the fire chief said something about if he sells the fire truck, all that equipment off the fire truck needs to go somewhere. So that's another thing. I mean, I agree that I think we do need to do something with the property, but I don't want to jump the case.
Right.
We need to find out where we can put all this stuff to make sure we're doing it right.
Well, again, there may be some grant money coming available pretty soon that will give you the opportunity for business, the building to be used. That's another part of that rural, what is it, Joe? That rural, yeah. So,
but I don't think the building is in shape to be repaired or anything.
Severe structure, and that's where I'm coming from
I mean,
the
everything is
structure.
in bad shape, electrical, plumbing, the roof, everything, so.
It wasn't in great shape the day after it was built.
But, so that, I mean,
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know
what,
what
I mean,
the
that's,
have to be.
yeah, I mean, it's not worth messing, it's not worth putting another dollar in, really. I mean, maybe keep a little heat in there just to keep things okay for the time being, but right now,
But again, I also don't want the town to be responsible for an eyesore for our community.
no, we
That in mind.
don't need to do that, but at the same time, we need to be smart on what we do.
Absolutely.
And get our ideas together and make sure we make the right decision, okay? Yeah, you're probably right. Your recommendation is probably to clear that space out and wisely develop that to a certain extent as far as that goes. Yeah.
And I think to that end, your options are, if you want to spend money to confirm that decision, it would probably involve bringing in an architect to take a look at it and sort of give you some ballpark numbers of what it would cost to.
Do we not have that already? I mean, I know the data's old, but from the original space needs assessment that was done, there was an assessment of the building.
There, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it. And it goes through and addresses that building and.
I think the space needs assessment was from from ADW Architect in 2015 or 16. There's likely some information in there. What I would suggest we might want to think of as a resource as well in thinking through this is seeing if the UNC School of Government Development Finance Initiative might be able to assist with that sort of analysis where they're looking at how public properties can be put to use, including community needs, whether that be for affordable housing or business development, et cetera. They have some capacity to assist local governments with that sort of thing. So it could be, that could be useful to bring in somebody like that as well.
I made a mistake, but I believe that study that building does not work doing anything good.
Yeah. That would sound right.
Right.
There's two questions I'd like to know. I mean, my personal opinion is, regardless of the ultimate end use, demolition is probably the only legitimate option. I think 10 to 20,000 seems like pretty reasonable. Just my very limited experience with that. But what would the hypothetical, and I mean, from a layperson perspective, what's the hypothetical value of a shovel-ready, building flat? I mean, like that. If we were to level it, what would the hypothetical value be? And what's a conceivable end use? And maybe that's kind of what you're talking about. Where could we take it? Because I think that matters. If we're going to spend 10, 20, 30,000 to demolish it, we need to make sure we get that money back in some form or fashion down the road.
Yeah, I don't know what Salisbury Avenue frontage property is worth per unit of dirt, but that's what you're asking. What's the dirt value there? And I don't know that. We could look it up pretty quickly what the tax assessor thinks it is.
And I'm even less concerned about the dirt value and more concerned about the long-term value if it is redeveloped. The additional tax base and amenities that potentially brings to our
Not only
downtown.
does the town own that lot, it's a lot around another
Two lots.
Yeah, two lots.
We had buyers for it. We opted not to take because we want to keep that intact.
Tax, because we want that's the seller as far as they go.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean,
think
we
the building-
really have an asset, even though it's not worth a penny to us like it is.
The building provides no value
Exactly.
at this point.
Exactly.
It's the land and the potential for what that land could be.
But it's just like we're saying, we've got enough vacant spaces right now that look bad on the town. And that's going to, like you said, it doesn't look good now. In 6 months from now, it's gonna look worse, and people are gonna kinda get disgusted and say, what the heck are they gonna do with it? So I think that's something we do need to make a decision on shortly.
We need to make
and
a
move on.
smart decision, like
Smart
Sam and you
decision,
said,
but move
we,
on it.
We also don't need to delay on it.
No, you don't. You don't. We need to do something.
And at a very minimum, we need to take the signage down off of it like yesterday, so that we're not confusing the public. Okay.
But do you want staff to, what I've heard is we do have a question with regard to a timeline for how long we still need that building for transition or for storage until we figure out long-term storage. It's easy to get estimates for demolition. That's easy. Peter and I can get a couple people to come by and give some estimates for that. But the other question is just I do know that study is out there that we've talked about, and Joe's correct. I think it was done as a precursor for why you needed to buy this and justify the expense over here, was that building presents no case for reinvestment.
And I don't see a need to spend another $5,000 to $10,000.
And you would need an architect to come in.
Tell us that
Yeah.
again.
No.
We use that money to actually tear it.
Yeah. So I think we can dust that off, make sure all of you elected officials have that summary of the building condition, so you're comfortable with it. And then I think it's up to Peter and staff to create a timeline and a proposal to demolish it at some point in time, assuming that you guys take that action at a board meeting to agree and to demolish it.
Just remember, board, we talked this morning, we need to be decisive, we need to be smart and thoughtful and methodical in how we make decisions, but at the same time, we've got to run. We've got to move the needle forward.
If you want us, I don't know where we are in the month, but we just had a meeting here, so I think certainly by the next meeting we can have estimates to, probably for your business meeting, your pre-agenda meeting, we can have estimates for the demolition just so you see how much that's going to cost, and then we can make sure to circulate the building condition summary to everybody. I think at your next meeting you can probably take action to do something. I think the question is going to be when, from the standpoint of transition.
Could you get Peter an estimate of how much square footage you would need to store the equipment off the ladder truck?
And
so we'll know what kind of space we're looking at to store stuff.
And so one thing, just while you're on the conversation, if I may, is just a D-Wiz, is that building prior to demolition would serve as unique training opportunity for us.
I was thinking that.
Not lighting on fire and burning to the ground.
Could I participate?
That's what they do. Before they demo buildings, they allow their fire department to vent the roof, do things that we can't do.
Yeah, you can run through windows.
That's right.
Head first.
Well, but that also includes law enforcement agency training. Because I know the sheriff, we've used houses out on South Main. They've used houses out there for.
Hey, we could turn it into a Booger Woods
for
Halloween.
No, we ain't gonna do that. We will have it done by then.
But I can tell you, I went out. And they let me hang out on the perimeter to watch what they were doing.
I'd rather have you
And
rush
I will
through
tell
the
you,
walls with your head.
It's pretty cool.
Yep, there you go.
I mean, it's pretty
You
cool
can
to
have
watch the
people
video.
jumping out at you everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
have to
Detective
pop up.
File, one question for you. Kind of what's your estimate to get everything moved over?
We actually contract off that bridge to that road. I think we're kind of, our target is in the park. We're going to pull the resource officers to a spring break and try to utilize it.
Dibs on the couch.
We probably got another.
The leather couch in the meeting area.
And just keep in mind, we've got staffing
Except,
limitations on the police department, and we're also asking them to get stuff moved over, so they're trying to fit that in as they're able.
Anything else in there?
Yes, Mr. Softly. I think he's got good advice.
There's no issue with getting moved. I mean, you got.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
That's already bad.
I'm sure it is. It is somewhere. Have you seen under my chair over there lately?
Replicate, John.
Or
You
Steve,
don't wanna leave
for
it
that
open.
matter.
You don't wanna roll it.
No, not that new chair.
How about your house?
Right. Absolutely. And that's, again, once we make a decision, we need to move swiftly.
So let me ask this.
Yeah.
I know there were some eyesore places within Rowan County, and I think Salisbury had got some grants for demolition. Is that something that we could look into as well?
I think there's certainly
That way
an
it wouldn't
opportunity,
be
yeah,
something
to
we
look
have to
into
have
it.
budgeted.
Yep.
Is that a possibility?
Good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, man, it's this one alone. Okay. All right, so we'll present some costs and some proposed timelines maybe by.
And there's some priceless artifacts in there that we could probably make a lot of money on, like those
That
heating
carpet-
and air conditioner wall units. And
The carpet stain
roll
at
out
the
glass
mayor's
windows.
office, yeah.
Some of that's, yeah, you can.
Priceless.
You can.
Bring lots of money.
All right.
All
Is
right.
that it for me?
The other item relates to our kind of long-term plan, maybe short-term plan for leasing of our lease spaces here in
Oh,
our
here.
building. Yes.
Yeah, the only restriction on that, there are really two things that play in. If you can lease for fair market value for less than 10 years, and that's the big distinction. Any lease that you enter into for longer than 10 years, you have to treat as a sale of real property and follow the same procedures as the sale requirements. But anything less than 10 years, you can do it. It needs to be for market value, but it depends on who you lease it to. If you lease it to another government, you can do anything you want to if it's to another government entity. What you can do with regard to nonprofits, if it's a nonprofit that serves what I call a quasi-governmental purpose, and you're entitled to provide funding for them in your budget, you can also lease to them for less than market rate. You can sell it for less than market value, and you can lease for less than market rate. If it's to another governmental entity or if it's to another nonprofit that serves a governmental purpose. But otherwise, it's just going to market to see who wants to be here.
And I guess that's one of the things that I would love to see us get a handle on is not only our lease space, but also our Old Town Hall space. What is the marketability of that space in today's market in Spencer?
Yeah.
Is there interest? And so I don't know how we go about determining that.
I mean, ultimately, it's a broker in that area is bringing in a broker that's going to help us define the market and then get to that market. I would assume that there's really a desire to have a targeting for a specific service that's going to be here adjacent to you that creates some value for the town.
And I think that's a question for the board. You know, are there specific uses that we would like to see or services within the community that we would like to see in those lease spaces? And I know, Rashid, you've had several nonprofits reach out to you that could provide a community benefit.
And those are good. And yeah, and what we haven't talked about is, I mean, you can even, the concept of sort of an incubator. I mean, to the extent that they bring in some investment and some new jobs, you can work with them on lease rates. And the general concept is you have a staggered lease rate that begins out at a low rate you're incubating a new business, they're going to bring some new jobs, and you gradually increase the rent as they stay and grow. But that's certainly a concept as well, and that's falling under sort of this incentive grant program.
And then the only other limitation we have because of our USDA loan is that we can only lease a certain percentage of that available space to for-profits.
And I think that's calculated on this whole 20,000 square
Right.
feet. So a total of 5,000 of that space, or this space for that matter, would be available for that.
So basically, we could lease the big space to a for-profit, or the two smaller spaces could potentially be leased. We just couldn't lease all of it.
Hey, one other thing, talking about this space right now, so Christy, you're thinking too. That might be a space we might try to hold on for future expansion of this. We're talking about growth. We're talking about more people moving in as far as that goes.
More staff.
More staff is what I meant. Yeah, I really think that should be the last section that we try to sell or be. Rather see us go with those other two properties first, before we do that.
Agreed. And the other question that came up here a minute ago was, couldn't that space be an area to be able to store some of the fire equipment from the sale of the ladder truck?
Yeah.
Well, and we've been
It's
asked,
going up now.
the Winterfest route, if we try to provide storage for them.
Yeah, and I think that the plan would be, as that Winterfest event grows, that even during the Winterfest event, potentially having some of the indoor
Yeah, they
stuff
want to use
for
that
use
space.
during that.
They'd like to use that space like they did on the last day after the weather turned bad. They talked about using that indoor space for some events.
One of the things we've talked about too is, a community center.
Yeah.
You've got brand new space over there that long term might need to be upfitted, and that may be the place for it. I don't think the whole point of the lease space is not for the town to make money, but for the town to promote business growth, promote nonprofit services within our community, and really this complex serves as a benefit to our citizens. So,
And the potential for a museum for the town. I mean, the old fire department, police station could have well served us as a museum with all the Spencer, artifacts. I think the only thing that we've actually got from Spencer over in the Transportation Museum is a fire truck, and that's about it.
Okay. All right.
But and I think leaning towards what you're saying, I think it sounds good to look at nonprofit use and actually consider sort of a concept of an incubator in there. Everybody's looking for the next food line, and nobody knows where it's going to come from. But I can tell you, I've heard Mr. Blunt talk very knowledgeably about Richard Florida's rise of the creative class. And I can tell you that concept is still out there. Those are the jobs that are easy to locate in small space. They can be anywhere they want to. And they're the ones that are turning into the next food lines, not food lines. Yeah.
All right. Well, Jay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I still remember that. You were with me.
All right. Well, with that, we have gone a little over. Thanks for bearing with us, but we managed to still get it done before 5. So.
Yeah, we're going to talk about liaison.
We can, or my suggestion would be with the liaisons, let's hold that discussion to our next pre-agenda meeting, and I've got everything ready to go. We can walk through that, and I'll send out material ahead of time so you can take a look at what the current assignments are and where the gaps are, and then figure out if there's a place you feel like you can plug in, and if there's a particular area that you're currently in that you may want to switch, or if you're an alternate and you want to switch to something, so that we can kind of reset that.
Sounds good.
Okay?
And then
Me
we also
with
have the staffing information too. The staffing summary.
So the staffing summary.
Yes, and that was a follow up on our fire staffing discussion, and what I would recommend is I can follow up with everyone next week and likely provide a memo to lay out some concepts and provide feedback to you that way. Okay.
Could we just say that we're working?
I think yes, we can't, well, so we are working on providing staffing. We can say that.
And I mean, the short of it is, we've identified, well, actually, I have in front of me, I was gonna pass this out, but I know we're crunched on time, but, let's hear this. I will pass this out just so y'all can have it. But this is what I will be able to follow up with in writing to better explain. But we've identified some opportunities, funding sources to handle the staffing issues. So. What I'll do is I'll provide in writing the concept. I don't think any particular action is needed formally. The action will come as a follow-up with the budget process going into next year. But after I provide this in writing to you, just make sure we have consensus. We're prepared that we can move ahead in terms of addressing staffing the fire department.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, anything else from the board?
Yes, one more thing, and I'll keep it quick.
I brought these, okay? These are previous planning entries. Okay?
It's what I said this morning after your presentation. So things have been talked about until they've been talked about instead. Okay, we need to move on some of this stuff and finally
run.
Run, walk, hobble, crawl, whatever.
Run. Well, now's our time. Staff, thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
For all your hard work.
And board, thank you for your time. Thanks for sticking with us.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Just remember, this is our moment. All right? Have a great weekend, everybody. I need a
Seize
motion.
the future.
I need a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed?
Seize
Stand
the
adjourned.
day.